We have to live with the diversity, unlike the earlier digital systems which used to work on standards. You know, they had standards. They would perhaps keep the outliers away. Here, inclusion is the name of the design, is part of the design, diversity is part of the design, and we would perhaps have to go step by step to define those diversities so that they start becoming standards, right? You know, it's a very different kind of a setup which is there, and happy to be part of this journey, happy and acknowledged to the help which is being provided, and hopefully we are going to get across to the next level and higher steps in the journey as we go by in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nag, for your insightful words and also for your incredible support throughout the last year over the course of the project. I will now invite Dr. Ariana Hildebrand, Director General of the Department for Global Health, Equality of Opportunity, Digital Technologies and Food Security of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Nag, dear partners, distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this launch today. We present to you the policy report and developers toolkit building on open and responsible voice technology ecosystem in India. The report and the toolkit are the impressive result of a very productive partnership between Germany and India. And it is the result of a joint effort involving a group of distinguished partners and experts. This is why I would like to start by thanking you, Mr. Nag, and your colleagues from Bashini for the excellent cooperation. And I would like to thank the Digital Futures Lab, Art Park, Trial Legal, and NASCOM for their invaluable support. Dear guests, you will find that the report and toolkit that we are presenting today is full of best practices and lessons learned. It will provide guidance and hands-on advice to policymakers and to the tech community alike. But for me, this report is more than useful and more than practical content. It also conveys a shared conviction, shares values and a shared vision for digital inclusion. In fact, when it comes to inclusion, voice technology has a key role to play. For millions of people, voice is the most natural and powerful interface to the digital world, especially for those with limited literacy or access to digital devices. When voice AI works in local languages and dialects, it will become a gateway to public services, healthcare, education, and economic participation. When it does not, AI risks reinforcing existing divides and may even become an instrument for exclusion. This is why responsible, inclusive voice AI is not just a technical issue. As I said, it is part of a shared vision between India and Germany. At a time when artificial intelligence is often framed as a global competition, this report offers a different narrative, and this is a narrative of cooperation. The Indo-German partnership on AI, and particularly on language and voice technologies, shows what is possible when we join forces. Together with Bashini and the Indian Institute of Science, our initiative Fair Forward has created open voice technologies for 9 Indian languages. These language models can now be used by NGOs, state agencies, and companies. For example, they can be integrated into voice assistants for health workers, which in turn can improve healthcare for women. Or they can be used to advise farmers on crop management. This collaboration, based on the principles of openness, fairness, and responsibility, is the foundation for AI that truly serves the common good. And it contradicts those who claim that only fierce competition can generate prosperity and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, this approach closely aligns with the principles articulated in the Hamburg Declaration on Responsible AI for Sustainable Development Goals. This declaration, presented by BMZ, our ministry, and UNDP last year, has been endorsed by more than 50 stakeholders already, including governments, international organizations, NGOs, and companies. The declaration reminds us that AI should serve the people and the planet, strengthen inclusion, and support sustainable development. And our report here is a very practical and relevant contribution to that agenda, translating shared principles into concrete guidance. So let us thus deepen cooperation, strengthen trust, and build voice technologies that truly speak to everyone. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hildebrand. We shall now move on to the formal launch of the report and toolkit. I'll invite all the representatives of the consortium from GIZ, Trilegal, Art Park, NASCOM, Digital Futures Lab to please come on stage, and Mr. Nag to felicitate us. Thank you. On behalf of Bhashni, Mr. Amitabh Nag will now felicitate Dr. Ariana Hildebrand. Now that we're done with the formal launch of the report and policy toolkit, just to give you a brief overview, I invite Ms. Harleen Kaur, Research Manager, Digital Futures Lab, to present the report.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being present on a Friday morning for the launch of the report, as well as the developer toolkit. So I've linked the outputs in case you'd want to see them. If you can take a quick photo, and I'll move towards discussing the high points of the findings that we had both for our policy report as well as developers toolkit. So when we began this work last year, we found that the challenges that are there in the voice tech arena, they are not limited to data collection alone. So the challenges are multi-layered that start right at the data collection stage and curation stage, but then move on to model development, where we see linguistic diversity gaps, lack of standards, uneven documentation, unclear data ownership and structures being a problem. But then when we move on to the hosting and licensing aspect, long-term infrastructure costs, governance of open source assets, as well as sustainability of shared resources is something that we felt was a very important problem that needed to be solved in a certain manner. And the last is downstream deployment and impact, where bias, exclusion, and lack of accountability for misuse become more visible. All of these are essentially starting at the data collection stage, but they move on to the life cycle of the voice technology ecosystem in India, specifically when you feel like supporting open voice ecosystem in India. To lay down our approach for this project, we thought about how can we move on from the traditional government systems where government has primarily acted as a regulator, it enforces rules, it corrects market failures, to a newer active role. And that we have seen with Bhashini. We encourage governments across the world to adopt this framework where the government acts as a steward of public goods, ecosystem convener, as well as a standard setter, not just through licenses, but actually through practice as well. This is the overview of our policy framework. Based on this approach, we have structured our policy framework around the 4 pillars that you see on the screen. The first is treating foundational datasets as public goods. Second is institutionalizing sustainable open source infrastructure. Third is building open and representative models. And finally, strengthening responsible deployment. And what do we mean when we say this? When we say treat foundational data sets as public good, we are saying that government should be encouraging both funding and convening for public good functions. For example, supporting languages that are not commercially viable as such. Institutionalizing governance frameworks to strengthen RAI practices, for example, through procurement, etc. On open representative models, we believe that local and contextually relevant benchmarks that are curated by government bodies, not just at the center, but at the relevant diversity ecosystem, whether it is state, district, etc., is important. Shared national compute infrastructure, preferential treatment to open source ecosystem is something that we propose. On open source infrastructure itself, standardization of documents and promoting collaborative data steward models is something that has already been written in the report. Strengthening responsible deployment. Public value sharing is another aspect of the report. We believe that public value sharing comes not just from financial arrangements, but also a buy-in of communities into what kind of uses of voice technology are there. And of course, supporting public literacy to protect against misuse and preventing harms is the policy side of our suggestion. Moving on to developers toolkit. Policy intent alone does not ensure inclusive AI systems. So alongside the policy framework, we've developed a developer toolkit that translates some of these principles into practice for developers. So it focuses on 3 broad areas, representation being the foremost, through diversity planning, etc. Second being data quality and evaluation. And the third one being embedding RAI practices throughout the life cycle of development of open voice ecosystems. I'll just give you a brief overview of what we mean when we say this. So for developers, we have a toolkit that includes best practices that we've seen in India and outside on what does it mean to ensure adequate representation. Things like having a diversity wish list, making sure that you're not collecting data from one source, applying linguistic expertise, using synthetic data, training model for linguistic and environmental nuances, and also layered data strategy, which again means that don't just use one source of data, don't do active or passive collection alone, use a hybrid layered structure to make your models more diverse. Once the developer move on from data collection to curation, we suggest many ways. This is just a very bird's eye view overview in which data quality can be enhanced in the constraints that we operate in countries like India. And there are suggestions to make the applications inclusive and useful in practice, including robust transcription standards, contextual benchmarks, using data cards, model cards that are standardized, as well as continuous post-deployment monitoring. You can find more details in the report itself. And the last aspect of the ecosystem or the developers toolkit is actually embedding RAI practices. We've taken another lifecycle framework within this, where we believe that RAI practices are not the domain of policy alone. At enterprise, startup, developer level, ensuring a framework that serves to support them by providing them clarity on what does it mean when we say your output should be responsible. Things like be mindful of engagement with the communities from whom you are taking data, the annotation is happening, consent protocols, privacy enhancing techniques. So this report essentially is compliance plus. It actually shares practices that we believe are useful to promote open, responsible AI voice technology ecosystem. Please feel free to engage with the reports. We'll be very happy to take your comments, suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harleen. We shall now move on to a short panel discussion on voice technologies in India, unpacking the present and future of the voice AI application ecosystem for India and beyond. Joining us today, I will invite to the stage Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO of DIBD, Dr. Prasanta Ghosh, Associate Professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Ms. Kritika KR, Head Artificial Intelligence and Product Researcher, Sandlogic, Mr. Thomas Valianith, Counsel Trilegal, and this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Nihar Desai, Head of Gen AI at PAC.
Hi everybody. Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Thanks everybody for joining. So, just delving right deep into it. So, my first question to you would be Mr. Nag. As we saw in the toolkit, we're arguing that data sets, like foundational data sets, speech data sets, must be treated as DPIs and DPGs, and hence be available in general. From your experience in driving this ecosystem for about 2 years since I've been a part at least, what does it take to continue creation, ongoing facilitation of such innovations being put up in as a digital public good while ensuring trust, safety? Right, and how is there a way for us to have a flywheel of data goods of sorts?
Yeah, that's a very important aspect of what we should be doing. That means continue the creation of data sets because it will then improve the models as we go by. Now, continuation of creation of data sets are I would say that these are going to be in 2 or 3 ways, you know. One is the way which we have been doing, which is the brute data collection, which is going to the various fields and then picking up the data from there, and then creating the diversity which is required to actually build the model. So that is one way of doing it, and that will continue. We will have to keep the focus with respect to saying that now I am doing for this particular area, this particular dialect, this particular language, while as it will be for other language in some other way. The second is to actually look at, using the products which have been developed using these models and creating such open domain activities to create the digital data. So, you are creating the digital data which you are speaking, you automatically creating the parallel corpus, and then finding a way to actually vet this out and annotate and label and saying that, okay, this is the improvement corpus. So that is the second thing. So one, you are creating a primary corpus. Second is you are creating an improvement corpus, which can be again fed back to the model and say that this is what is to be used. And that is a big area of work as we look at. Allied to that is a lot of also the digital data is getting created any which way in the open domain, which we can actually use to build the corpus again. So, you know, YouTube videos today, the world is more digital than it was yesterday. But the conscious way of looking at it as a program is what is required. How do I look at it as a program that I will be creating a data corpus at various places. And this need not be necessarily on open domain. Open domain is kind of an easy way to work upon it. It can be a closed domain as well, that there is an application which is working in an enterprise or a government, and the people there are given an option to give suggestions to the translations or the answers or the things which have gone in, and that can get into a vetting pipeline, and you are able to create that. So those applications which are related to this, when we are looking at AI portfolio, not only languages but otherwise AI portfolio, is very important for us to be on a continuous improvement journey. The most important aspect hence would be that if a person, for example, is working on an enterprise system of mails, for example, and it is actually deriving a summary of a document in perhaps in own language also, or not in own language, the summary differs from what he thinks as a manual activity. He should be able to put that down somewhere, and that goes as a feedback to the model. Currently, that is something which is a concept which may or may not exist. Some enterprise would have done it, other enterprise would not have done it. So looking at these kind of interventions which can be run as a program in a conscious way, that everybody is able to contribute into the system his or her own things, and then take it back from the, improve the model or improve the AI systems as such, because they still require a lot of interventions from each and every person. The knowledge still is deficient.
Thank you. So what I'm taking away is that data sets need to be more of lived in nature. It's not static. It has to be built upon by users and by others. And also, just the fact that the feedback itself could lead to better data quality, and which is something that enterprises might be doing, but it could definitely be done more. Thank you for that input. But to his point on the first question on data set inclusivity, Prashanta, like in going back to your research activity, mostly on inclusive data sets, the toolkit also argues that inclusivity must be designed at the foundational data layer at the time of designing data sets, right? But still we do find data sets which do lack this aspect. What's your take on what are the gaps over here at the research and academia level in terms of designing better inclusive data sets that could hence lead to better applications down the road?
I think that's a very deep and good question. So to cover the diversity and become more inclusive, one approach would be to cover in the data, right? But if we think about the diversity that is there in Indian languages, right? That is a function of the culture, caste, local knowledge and everything, right? And while we see the diversity, they are not independent elements. There are certain commonalities and certain uniqueness in each of these languages and dialects and accent that we talk about. So one important direction in modeling would be to think about this intrinsic basis components that finally leads to this diversity, instead of a brute force way of covering data from all parts of the country. So if you can discover, for example, just an example, I'm not an expert of linguistics, but if you look at the Indian languages, there are two broad, right? One is Indo-Aryan, another is Dravidian. Now, while there are multiple languages within each of the streams, we may say, well, can we go and then to cater certain technologies to speakers of these languages, should we go ahead and collect a good amount of data in everything, each of those? That may not be the only way to think about. How do we balance and make a trade-off between the amount of data we collect? We know that's challenging and costly as well. To a novel modeling where we start from those intrinsic basis components and then manifest into those individual diversities. So I think that may help us to jointly think about modeling and collection for catering to this diverse population.
If you could help the audience with one example of when you say balance both aspects, like let's say if you could pick up one of your initiatives, Cispin, Respin or Vani or any other data set, how did you manage or balance inclusivity versus model building activities versus maybe other factors that might be coming into factor while designing specifications?
Yeah, so the aspect of modeling that I brought out is something I would say not very well established at this moment. But from my experience in the project Respin, I can give a concrete example. For example, if you take the Telugu as a language, right? We worked with 4 major dialectal variations. One is in the region of Krishna Guntur, another is Visakhapatnam, Vizag, another is Anandpur Chittur, another is Nalgonda. Now, when we look at their intrinsic variations, we see that there are some commonalities. And then there are some unique aspects in each of those dialects. So now think about a brute force approach that I collect 1,000 hours in each of them, versus think of collecting certain kind of stimuli to cover the acoustic space of the speakers, maybe from one region that will automatically cater to the other regions, and then collect something that will complement in each of the other regions, right? So that way our overall timeline, budget, cost will all go down. And there has to be a novelty in terms of having a model that will start from the intrinsic one and then naturally diversify itself to cater to those populations. So that has to become a region anchored approach that we started later on in Vani.
I see. Okay. Thanks for that input. So just to summarize, what I'm taking away is that instead of having brute force approach, what we're essentially saying is balancing across various parameters on the basis of which you would train a model, such as linguistic diversity, acoustic diversity, and then using some sort of a smart approach to dissect the current audience, ways of collecting data, to maximize the output while maximizing bang for the buck. Thanks for that input. But this is also slightly, you're coming from the perspective of academia. I'd like to switch to Dr. Kritika. From the perspective of an applied AI research, or you're also one of the people in this panel who has really deployed speech AI solutions. What's your take on challenges that you faced with inclusivity, either at the dataset layer or the application layer?
Yeah. So now at present, there is a significant progress made with the speech models. The foundational models are able to give the performance on the real world use cases. Also, there is a lot of adoption on the multilingual use cases across the industry and in the public services and all. Coming to the actual gaps, we would say that more consistency is more important, giving the robustness and the reliability when the systems are in the real world use cases. That will come based on the feedback loop and also trying to go for the step-by-step adoption. So for the straight away use cases, for example, and also at present we are seeing the various different use cases also, not just from the conversational voice agents adoption is started, but more towards on core of the enterprise applications, knowledge repo integrations are coming up, be it a healthcare or even the manufacturing, automobile. So voice being the go-to interface for different applications and enabling the workforce across the industries is coming up. So in that case, again, as I said, on the consistency with a various user scenario and the more specific to the domain adoption, specialized domain adoption is required. That feedback loop is more important while the system is in the practice or while the system is in progress. I would say that part. And more critical aspect is on giving the scalable and sustainable infrastructure that comes with more optimized models, and also like bringing the edge deployments also, so that the real adoption can be scaled across multiple industries and the normal usage for various sector across the industry. Yeah. So I'm talking more on the end user perspective, and getting the data. Data is one source of it, but making it reliable across the infrastructure, and also giving the required scalable model on at the device intelligence level is also important when it comes to the real adoption of these AI models.
Thanks for the input. So I guess after all, industry is also using feedback as a tool. It's a nice validation over here. Yeah, maybe coming to Thomas, switching tracks to slightly legal sides. We've seen that, at least in the toolkit also, we've argued that speech models and speech data sets are at the intersection of copyright law, data governance and security, etc. And how do you propose balancing sort of innovation versus caution on these sides, especially with all the researchers and practitioners in the room?
Thanks, Neha. That's, again, a very helpful question. I think Harleen had articulated it quite well in the beginning when we have to consider the entire ecosystem as a whole. There is a common myth in India that anything that is public is freely available. I think what we have to think about is also that, all data sets operate at the intersection of privacy law and copyright law. Under privacy law, most publicly available data sets are essentially freely available to be used under, even the new legislation. But under copyright law, even if it is publicly available, somebody else may own the copyright on that. So there has to be careful thought put in place right from the beginning itself in terms of what data sets you're collecting, what is the copyright provenance of it, are you able to defer to, freely licensed and open source kind of material to compile that data set, and if not, are you able to obtain the licenses to do so? So the thought process from the beginning in terms of how you're structuring the way to get this, and also how to reduce the surface area of the impact of some of these laws. So for instance, in relation to privacy laws, if you're collecting somewhat more private data sets, if you can use privacy enhancing technologies, or you're able to extract data such that no personal data is ultimately captured or stored at the point of data collection, all of these are various ways in which you can put in place mechanisms right from the start of when the ecosystem begins to ensure that downstream use cases are also protected in that sense. The second big aspect is, of course, the documentation. Right now, the data collector, the data creator is essentially the person who's the gateway to the entire ecosystem in some senses. The documentation has to be robust right from the beginning to enable everybody in the downstream chain to be able to use this data and to ensure that there's a good and safe and trusted ecosystem created with respect to that specific data set. So yes, there are flexibilities that are available under the law in terms of how you are able to use voice data sets, but at the same time, there's some caution that you have to put in place right from the beginning and throughout the life cycle of this in terms of figuring out how to be able to use these data sets effectively. Of course, the last kind of related aspect to this is to think about the various layers in which these legalities operate. So of course, you can think of the speech data set itself as being copyrighted, but equally if there are, if they're reading out of a book passage, or if they're reading, specific performance and so on, there may be separate rights that are allocated in relation to some of these other tangential elements as well. All of these are to be accounted for, from the very beginning of the ecosystem itself, such that downstream usage is not in that sense impacted. So I would say, the report's argument in that sense is that think about it as a whole. Don't think of each action in isolation. Think about the entire impact downstream as well, and then account for both either enabling maneuvers under law in terms of documentation, privacy enhancing techniques, and so on, or implement the appropriate cautionary mechanisms to ensure that downstream usage is also protected.
Yeah, at least in some of the hats that I wear, I am also collecting data sets, and those are important data points that we keep in mind. And hopefully we'll be able to take the learnings out of the toolkit to actually implement in our processes. Switching tracks slightly to Dr. Prashanta here. Without measurement, right? We don't really get anywhere in terms of implementing the right frameworks, implementing the right legal processes, etc. in terms of measuring quality. What you've also spoken about evaluations being broken as far as Indian context are concerned. Can you elaborate a little bit on what challenges we face on a day-to-day basis? Where do they come across, and how do you foresee this sort of challenges either getting resolved or getting amplified, whichever way?
Yeah, I think this is an important area that all of us together should explore and contribute to. So, when we build something like an automatic speech recognition system that is being used in many, many applications, think of this to be yet another human who is listening to the audio and trying to spit out what is spoken in text. Now, if you go out in the real world, as we have realized that multiple number of times and experienced through multiple projects in Respin as well as Vani and many other projects that I have done, is that if you give a piece of audio to two individuals, they never exactly agree on what they hear. And I'm telling from my experience, not from two different parts of the country, I'm talking in terms of, two people from the same district. In fact, there was an incident where we realized that these two people were just 3 kilometers away in terms of their location, but still they did not agree how that should be written from the audio they hear. So what it tells us is there is an inherent variation or variability in the way, as an individual, as an Indian, I perceive or I like to see the text as, right? Now, if we accept that fact that exists today, we need to think of building our systems and system evaluation to cater to that variability and to be robust to that variability. So if, as I said in the beginning, if we treat the system also as a human, it will also not agree with another human. So if we just go by word comparison of how the system performs compared to some of the humans, certainly it will not be 100% accurate. Or in other words, we calculate using what we called word error rate, which is objective way of evaluating. So a word-based comparison is not probably the right way to go at this point. Maybe the ASR system is doing pretty well, but just because it made a mistake slightly in one of the words, we are penalizing and telling that it's not doing well. So now we have to think about how do we solve this problem. It could be that we have a multiple evaluation system where we just don't use word error rate. That's one aspect. Another way to think about this will be to build ASR so that it itself can give not just one output, rather multiple outputs, which could be potentially right. And then evaluate that not just objectively, but also subjectively through human. Because human can absorb that error and say, yes, still it's okay. Third will be to take that to the downstream application, where depending on what you are using, could be an LLM or any other Q&A system, that can absorb that robustness. So I think we need to break down the entire evaluation system into multi-layered evaluations. And then they are not really independent. We need to take feedback down all the way down to the final application, back to ASR, and so on and so forth. So I guess here, individuals from the application areas, individuals from the linguistic background, engineers, everyone has to come together and solve this problem together and standardize it in particular for Indian languages.
So what I'm also hearing is that to solve this is more of an ecosystem level challenge, right? And then maybe before our ecosystem champion over here, Mr. Nag, before you come in on this, I'll just like one industry perspective of Dr. Kritika, how do you solve this from an application standpoint? Prashanta explained this challenge from more of an academic or foundational research standpoint, but how does evaluation play a role in your daily application layer?
Yeah, so as I said, right, so the applications are varied. So now the adoption is at the conversational level, right from bringing the analytics out of the data. Then now it is more on the voice interface and the multilingual conversation. Now with the speech-to-speech translation, those things are more prevalent with the conversation right now. Now coming to the industry application, industry aspect of it, adapting these models to the custom data set is one way, and also right pick of sourcing the data from the available open source so that this model will be more specialized to those particular tasks and the work they are supposed to do it. So now coming with the LLMs, these models are more adaptable to the industry jargons or even the core of the industry workflow. Now making AI with the ASR models also enabling with the LLM, you have a various methods from the data creation perspective, leveraging the open source data, and also like custom tuning the data to the various industry use cases. Definitely with the required compliance and these open source models are also enabling the on-prem deployment of these models, which enables the security aspect when it comes to creating the model for different core industry applications, so that the models can be much more fine-tuned or trained across the domain, keeping the compliance aspect and the security aspects intact.
So having heard both of these perspectives, Mr. Nag, like how do you, just from your experience standpoint, how do we approach resolving this conflict where all of us sort of concur that we need a better framework to evaluation, but it's also in some ways nobody's problem at the moment. So is there a way to break this?
So let's step back and let's evaluate our conversation itself. You know, is there a framework by which we can say that who was saying, who has spoken better language, right? It was as good as the other people understand it. You know, if the audience is able to understand what I am speaking and what I am intending to speak, that is what is going to be the final evaluation by any aspect. What we have to actually look at it is that we have to reach a level by which it is acceptable to the people who are sitting in front of me. I don't think we will be able to ever reach a situation where we will be able to say that this is the best, second best, third best, right? It is a situation, ultimately the audience decide whether they are in a position to do that. We are looking at, you know, few of the use cases where we have actually deployed these technologies. And we incidentally, you know, go to various evaluations. One of them is grievance incidentally. And when we were giving it to to the person who is actually the owner of the system, the acceptance was supposed to be taken up by various ministries. So one ministry would say that this model is better. The other ministry would perhaps dislike it. It's a question of perception, and ultimately the audience would decide. And some would like the tone of speaking, some would like the, you know, modality, some would like the pronunciation. So it's all based on what the person's perception is. Now, is there a common way in which we can say that this is the acceptable thing, right? But then also we will have differences. You know, many of the public figures, for example, when they speak, you know, Hindi or English or whatever language, there are gaps in the language, but still, you know, they are understood. They are able to connect to the people. So we have a difficult challenge rather than looking at it only from a perspective of application or academics. We would have to look at it from a perspective of audience. But then we also have situations which require accurate and perfect transcriptions. Like, for example, if I'm arguing a case in a court, you know, I can't have variations in terms of languages. If I am, for example, trying to be in a meeting where I am saying something, again, I cannot have variations. But for that also, we will perhaps have to step 2 steps back and look at purity of language with respect to the acceptance, because most of our language have become impure because of the fact that we are, you know, using mixed code most of the time, especially in the cosmopolitan area. And in the other areas, we are, even if we are having native language, the dialects are taking over. So it's a very complex problem. It's not an easy problem to solve. At this point in time, when we are looking at how do we actually take it forward, I would tend to say that we should look at what is acceptable to the audience and then start working back to define an acceptable way by which in which the models can go out in the market.
Yeah, that's an important point. That so far we've been looking at mostly, at least I have been looking at mostly from the lens of application versus academia, but maybe we need to go what works point of view and not really from just the traditional ranking point of view. But Thomas, in a world where, and this is, we've not talked about this and this might be a curveball, but in a world where evaluation is slightly subjective and no longer objective, how does law see this? How do you make decisions for procurement? How do you resolve arguments, differences between two opinions, and especially in cases where both might be right and it's a gray area? Like, do you foresee these sort of scenarios coming in, especially with Gen AI, which is like a...
Neha, to be fair, I think the legal principles, at least on this, are somewhat more clear. At least in terms of some of the more privacy-facing or copyright-facing principles, they occur much before outputs, for instance, are produced or any of these methodologies are implemented. And we have a body of law that existed for many years in India. It's just a question of how do you lead evidence in relation to some of these matters, right? So if it ever comes to the question of is a specific output right, or is a specific output implying this or a specific output implying that, I think where we haven't caught up as a country is in terms of how to evaluate the evidentiary standard in relation to that. The principles, of course, are fairly laid out, saying that this is how you would decide it, but what you would show the court to say this is the evidence for that, that's something I think that's still evolving. But I think it also brings me to, I think, a larger point, and I think we're making in the report as well, is that, there is a measure of trust that needs to be put in place in the ecosystem as a whole, right? Irrespective of what the outcome of evaluation may be, there are measures that you can put in place right from the get-go. And one example I can give you is in relation to harmful content, right? Now, if there is a debate in relation to whether content is harmful or not, and it is a subjective determination, you can avoid that question to some degree by putting in place the necessary rails and safeguards right from the beginning itself, so that trust is engineered into the process already, as opposed to having to face that choice kind of downstream. But yes, to your point, and if we're coming to a place where we need to face that question, I think the principles exist, but how you lead evidence, how you show the court that one is the interpretation over the other, still developing and very, very subjective. I think some of the cases that the prominent AI players have in the country will go a long way to develop some of those standards, but at least as of now, the court system is still trying to catch up to some of these principles. Documentation goes a long way to show intent. Methodologies that you have implemented that go to the extent of showing that you assumed reasonably high enough securities, reasonably high enough safeguards, reasonably high enough principles. All of these go a large extent to show intent. And so the subjectivity, I think, in that sense is far reduced if you put in place some of these measures that bring trust in the entire ecosystem. So I think at that one flashpoint of failure perhaps is tough to look at for the courts as well, but if you look at it from an ecosystem perspective, I think there's a lot of that may reduce those flashpoints of failure, those flashpoints of evaluation, at least from a legal perspective.
I see. Thanks. Thanks for that summarization. That the law as such is at a stage where it can accommodate some amount of subjectivity, but there needs to be dialogue and more policy decisions to make it crisper and, of course, follow on into the application world. Thanks for that input. Last question, just leaving the floor open in terms of any inputs. We do have, the topic at hand is challenges and best practices for speech models and data sets. At the ecosystem level or from your experiences, any open points, any arguments that you would like to make, or any like war cry sort of a call out that you would like to make to the ecosystem right here?
See, it's the call out is means like many of the things which were indeterministic or unknown few days back have started coming into a situation where we are able to crystallize it. So I think we need to get into more workshops, more discussions to think about it as how to do it, take more use cases, study more use cases in detail to figure out a framework by which acceptability and evaluations are properly benchmarked.
That's a good
Sorry,
point.
I
Yeah.
also
Go ahead, Thomas.
I have a point to add here, which is, I think there is a certain sense of affinity in this ecosystem towards open source data sets or open models. I would be more thoughtful in terms of how and when these are suitable. Are there particular safeguards you need to put in place for open source data sets is something you need to think about. Are there end use considerations that need to be tailored? And a good example is, I've seen an example where somebody's training a model to detect hate speech, right? Now the safeguards you would put in place to detect hate speech in a model is different from a data set and a model that you would develop to detect regular speech-to-speech translations. So the decision as to what licensing frameworks, what documentation frameworks need to be informed by what end use case you're doing, what unique attributes arise as a result of the specific data sets and applications that you're considering. And finally, on the basis of what downstream users you're expecting, the choice needs to be made, I think, in a little bit more of a conscious fashion.
Prashanta, you wanted to say?
Sure. Your question actually stimulates me to think about, English. I mean, sort of models that were built on American English. So there have been always a standardization on evaluation. In fact, NIST evaluation, if you look at, there have been various protocols and there have been call out every year who beats the best baseline so far achieved. I believe we have to do in our country, in India at least, for Indian languages, and it's very diverse as we just discussed. So first of all, thinking about how to evaluate, and then creating a national level framework for evaluation. And every year, let's assess ourselves, all these stakeholders, right? It could be general evaluation, could be application specific in each language or dialect. And then we really have a leaderboard, which of course, there are many individual leaderboards across the country, but let's have only one under Varsity, let's say, right? And that should be elaborate enough to cater to all languages and dialects. And maybe that's not the right way, but we'll think through and make sure every year we make progress in each of those threads. I think that has to be brought in the system to bring competitiveness in a collaborative way, of course. And overall, that can help improve the voice technology in Indian languages. And the reason I'm saying it mostly from my understanding and experience with the English that has happened in the past.
Yeah. Interesting points, Prashanta, in terms of, I've heard you sort of speak passionately about evaluation, and now you're taking it one step further in terms of how do we really create a unified framework for evaluation within competitive but yet collaborative manner for the ecosystem, maybe housed under a central unpartial entity like Bhashini. This is a great point. Yeah. I hope the audience found some of these points helpful and enriching. Thank you so much for making time in what is sure to be a very busy event, and hope you have a rest of a good day. Thank you.
Invite Mr. Shailendrapal Singh, Senior General Manager, Bhashini, to felicitate the speakers. Mr. Amitabh Nag. Sneha Desai. Dr. Prasanta Ghosh. Dr. Kritika KR. Mr. Thomas Valinath. I'm Ms. Harleen Kaur. Thank you to all our speakers for walking us through this rich tapestry of voice technologies and their life cycle in the Indian context. And we hope you'll read our report and the toolkit and find it useful. Thank you so much to the audience for staying with us patiently throughout this entire hour.
बढ़िया स्टॉक तो मिल गया, लेकिन कैपिटल वो कम है। अब क्या करें? सिंपल, यूज करो धन का मार्जिन ट्रेडिंग फैसिलिटी यानी MTF। इसमें आपको मिलता है 4x तक का लीवरेज ऑन 1700 प्लस स्टॉक्स। मतलब आपको सिर्फ 25% मार्जिन पे करना है एंड बाकी फंडिंग आपको धन देगा। द इंटरेस्ट रेट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम 12.49% पर एनम। इतना ही नहीं, आप अपना पोर्टफोलियो धन पे प्लेज कर सकते हो फॉर इंस्टेंट मार्जिन। मतलब कम कैपिटल, बड़ा पोजीशन एंड मोर बाइंग पावर। Go try MTF on Dhan today.
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
चल 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 जल्दी चल भाग के जाएगा कहाँ घूम के आएगा यहाँ पेट्रोल खत्म हड़बड़ दी मैं गड़बड़ दी सामने तेरे पुलिस खड़ी तू लाना इधर इसको जल्दी डाल इसमें हड़बड़ दी मैं गड़बड़ दी सामने तेरे पुलिस खड़ी पुलिस खड़ी पुलिस खड़ी It's easy on an ether.
ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಕೋಚಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕೋಚ್. ಚಾಚು, ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಯಾಕೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು?
ಸೆಂಚುರಿಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ಇದನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಇದನ್ನು?
ಇದನ್ನ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 101 ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಸಖತ್ ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಲೈಟ್. ಇವಾಗ ಕೇವಲ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್, ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಸನ್ಫ್ಲವರ್ ಆಯಿಲ್.
We would like to come to you
Thank you, coach.
Just sort of taking away in terms of the practical deployment models and what are the sort of examples you're seeing which demonstrate that we are moving towards and what needs to be done to also get to that level.
I'll started off with workload and I'll go back to the same thing. So one of the things that we're looking at and it's critical is to see what vertical really needs what kind of domain specific models, and then try to apply that as much as possible as edge inferencing and contain the walls that are there that prevents AI to work efficiently. Primarily, it's like memory, the connectivity, the IO, the thermal, and then the power. So from an edge inferencing standpoint, there are quite a few things that are being done, be it an education segment where you want more translation, data being available, transcription, so that the knowledge is being imparted in a way that you have with the right data with the lowest power that's meaningful for the student. And more importantly, when we talk security, it's not only about protecting data, the models, we keep talking data and models, it's protecting the user that's even more fundamental, and how you can ensure that that happens. Second thing is applying it to other verticals, be it small and medium business. I think there is a great opportunity there where edge inferencing and putting compute with the right kind of power that can translate the businesses into actually using AI more effectively. The last aspect that I want to also touch upon is in terms of just power. You know, as we go from 1 gig to 9 to 10 gig in the next 5 years in the country, we have to realize that India is challenged by three physical things that we cannot run away from: land, water, and power. And these are very important aspects that it will drive how we set up our infrastructure. And almost 100% of your power energy that comes into a data center, 40% goes into cooling, 40% into your compute, and 20% on connectivity. And there is this famous metric that you use, the PUE, the power usage efficiency. It has to be as close to 1 as possible, where all the power that you give goes to the most important thing, which is the compute, not to the cooling and things. And there is a lot of technologies that are being played with respect to how much you can air cool on a rack per rack, and that was okay up to about 25 kilowatt. And as you start to get to hundreds, you have to use liquid cooling, and then how we can set that infrastructure up. And for a country like India, it's absolutely important to look at what hybrid energy solutions we can go with, because just pure renewable may not be able to address it. You will have to have something that is stable and be able to do something off-grid, so that there is that dependency for you to get the data from the data centers and push as much as possible to edge, because edge is all about reach. How can I take it to places across the country where there is no access to connectivity? It's about how can I leapfrog with verticals that have not used technology as much. We've always done a leapfrogging in India, and this is a great moment for us. And total cost of ownership. Those are the big areas.
Thank you, Gokul. And I think as we are approaching the end of the panel, I'd sort of like to go to Durga and Dr. Shetty also in terms of closing remarks and the way forward. So to both of you, I'll pose this question in terms of the next 2 to 4 years, because I think the AI age, we don't think too far ahead. We can't do 5-year planning or 10-year planning. I think 2-year planning is sufficient. So what enterprise outcomes are you both looking at? Maybe we can start with Durga in terms of defining India's access to compute, access to infrastructure, capacity, and also sort of building in scale, cost efficiency, and energy efficiency. So, yeah.
So I'll keep it brief. I think what I'm looking forward to with all the conversations here and in other parts of the world as well, where the problems are somewhat similar, is the ability to distribute compute across the entire network. So think of a combination of inference that runs in devices to the largest extent that's possible. Edge cloud, on-prem servers, where a lot of the localized processing can be done. And these can be done in air-cooled cards, by the way. The point that was made earlier is absolutely relevant. You don't necessarily need liquid cooling all the time. You can do air-cooled cards and then just use air-cooled servers, and running up to 100 to 300 billion parameter models, which are getting pretty sophisticated. That's the edge cloud. And as you go deeper from there onwards, then you have the data centers. It then mitigates the overall requirements of what you need in a data center. And instead of therefore concentrating the entire compute in one single location and then building it for just that alone, a holistic approach of devices, edge cloud plus data center is probably what we are looking forward to. From Qualcomm, we call it as hybrid AI. It's not just a marketing slogan, but it is something that we truly believe in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Since the infrastructure part has been addressed here, so let me talk a little bit more on safety and security aspects. So I think one of the things what we need to understand about the models is these models are very intricate and very complex. And it's also non-deterministic, because if you give an input, not necessarily the output will be the same like a standard application, correct? So that's why it is non-deterministic. So what one should be doing, right? There are two aspects of safety and security. I'll just touch upon why it is important to know that actually. Safety is all about, we want the models to work in a certain way, but it is not working in that certain way or the way we want it to work actually. That is the first part of it. That's where the toxicity part, hallucination, all those challenges come actually. The second part of it is the security part, wherein a bad actor from outside can change the behavior of the model. So we need to be careful about both the things actually. So what one should be doing, say for example, I think Kamakoti sir also told about users to have that security. So users also to be secure, right? So it is essential that the organizations or the country has to build that actually. So which means if I am accessing a chat GPT and sending some confidential info, the system should stop me. So that is when I'm accessing a third-party application, the system should be smart enough to stop me saying that, hey, you can't be sharing that information. That's not allowed for you to share that. So that's something which is already happening in organizations today. The second part of it is the first-party application. I'm building an application and I'm using a model. So now the organization should be able to scan what all my AI assets are, because one of the biggest challenges for enterprise is the shadow AI applications. They don't know what people are doing actually. So I need to clearly know what all my assets are. That is number one. I detect all my assets or discover all my assets. And next is I should scan and also ensure that these models and the applications what I am using are not vulnerable. If it is vulnerable, then I need to put guardrails around it, or I need to fix those problems. And similarly, there are organizations who are already telling that there are a lot of risks. So you need to NIST, MITRE and OVASP are telling that there are a lot of risks associated with that and we need to ensure that we need to stop that. So that is something what Cisco is our focus to see how we can use AI to defend against all these maliciousness and also the vulnerabilities what we see.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Rishit. Yeah, I think with this, we'll probably close the panel, but I'd like to invite Honorable Minister Sir once again for his very quick closing remarks. Sir, you've sort of set the stage so well, and I think all of us were highly motivated to sort of build on this. You've heard us in the last 1 hour. What are your thoughts? Would love to hear from you in terms of your closing address.
Thank you, Rizvi, and in fact, it's a great pleasure to be with the eminent Padma Shri Awardee, Professor Kamakoti ji and Gokul ji and Durga Prasad ji and Mr. Shetty, sharing their truly professional experience and how, as a policymaker, or how we should view the things, especially in terms of power, electricity, water, and the land, how we should be well equipped to provide all these things, where all the eminent panelists over here or the eminent people of the days would be thinking of putting. My primary challenge they have posed before us, try to provide all these things. We are here to provide the rest remaining. And in fact, thanks once again for a very apt dialogue over here. Ultimately, we have to all, me as a policymaker and you all technocrats and innovators, have to think the basic agenda for this AI Impact Summit: welfare for all, happiness for all. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much. With this, we will have to close the panel. I'd like to thank all our panelists and also invite our colleagues, Sarah from Intel, to hand over the gift. Yeah, but we'll just have a group photo.
No need for poems or bouquets, 'cause my feelings shine in golden rays. A glance, a smile, a pause, a sigh. This is the moment when our hearts align. You don't need roses, words are such when I go
So I'll
say so much.
Crispy, creamy, crunchy, wrapped in gold. Show how much you care with the golden touch of Ferrero Rocher.
This was amazing. Now, as we are short on time, I'd like to quickly request Ankush, founder, CoreOver, and Bharat GPT to be on stage with me, please. Welcome back, Ankush. Next, I would request Mr. Sudhish V. Nambiar, CEO, IRCTC Payment Limited, to be on stage with us. It's a privilege to have you on stage, sir. Always a privilege to see you in your office, but again, next I'll request Akanksha Swarup, the face we all know. Indian news anchor and foreign policy journalist. I would request my dear friend Nitin, who heads education and healthcare for Google, to be on stage with us, please.
No, she's the one. Yeah. Nitin. Akansha. Your guest as well as host. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'll skip on the further introductions and curated lines that I did this morning. So I'll hand it over to Akansha.
Wasting any time, since we are talking about AI in the age of making things quick. We speak at a time when India has emerged not just as a disruptor, but as a major player. So far, we've seen it was a two-horse race between the West and China. And Prime Minister Modi has spoken about a very important point about bridging that gap between the global North and the global South. At the same time, making AI more inclusive, democratic. And when we talk about that, can all of these things be achieved without India becoming a sovereign AI power? Which is why we are here to talk about the need and impact of full stack sovereign AI. I'd like to welcome all three gentlemen over here, Mr. Sudhish V.C. Nambiar, who's the CEO at IRCTC Payments Limited, Nitin Gupta, who's an education and healthcare leader at Google, and Ankush Sabharwal, founder and CEO at CoreOver.ai and Bharat GPT. Such a pleasure to be with all three of you. So let's set the tone for the discussion. And to begin with, Sudhish, tell me, why is full stack sovereign AI so integral at the moment? Is it even the need of the hour for India?
First of all, thank you so much for CoreOver team to make me part of this great epochal event. Bharat Mandapam witnessed the G20, which was an epochal event. I think this is no less than that, you know. So I think even we will go beyond the global south. Today morning we were interacting with the Microsoft global
Are you looking to transition your career into data science and find a place in companies like Meta, Google, or even Amazon? If your answer is yes, then learning Python is a must. Fundamental clarity of Python concepts is the gateway to becoming a successful data scientist at any of these top product companies. What if I tell you, in just 3 hours, you can learn the most essential skills for any aspiring data scientist, and that too for free? Yes, you heard it right. Scalar is organizing this free data science bootcamp to help you learn Python from scratch. You will also get to explore the must-know libraries used in Python and exploratory data analysis using Python. Click here to register and don't forget to attend.
Children grow up so fast. Can you imagine missing these milestones? My children live in abroad, so video calls are my lifeline. But cataract made it difficult to see. My neighbor told about Boston Eye Care, which is right near the temple, South India's most trusted chain. They treated me as family. My cataract was removed smoothly. Just 1 day of rest with Boston Acres expert care. Now I can enjoy watching my grandchildren grow up clearly.
So you just mentioned that you want to learn Python. So do not learn Python in manual way in 2025 because learning Python in manual way will take you like 6 months of your time. On top of that, you'll be ultra non-productive in Python because when you use AI inside your Python, when you use AI tools to do your Python coding, you'll be saving upwards of 95% of your time.
Thank you.
Coding,
Next up is Stephen.
Building web apps and while you are scraping
Up next is Stephen Suiting. He's the Director of Technology and Product at Quest Alliance. Stephen leads AI-powered digital learning platforms that reach youth across India, using data-driven innovation to improve learning outcomes.
Thank you. And then we have Preetham Sukumar.
And here's Preetham Sukumar. He's the Technology and Research Lead at Avanti Fellows. Preetham drives tech and research efforts to use data and digital platforms to uplift public school students' life outcomes across India.
Excellent. And now finally we have this chap moderating this session. His name is Manohar. Can you tell me something about him?
And finally, our moderator, Manohar Srikanth. He's partner and CTO at Sattva Consulting. Manohar works at the intersection of tech, data, and AI, creating solutions that help social sector organizations scale their impact.
Excellent, Elizabeth. I think you did a stellar job. Thank you so much.
You wanted to do the panel for us as well.
Next year, I'm sure we'll have some digital assistants sitting here. But anyway, I hope that was interesting and, it did a good job as well. Right, so the main theme for this discussion is an AI cohort program that was run from September to December. It was about a 4-month program, which was actually anchored by Project Tech for Dev. And about 7 nonprofits built their AI use cases in the course of these 4 months, right? So we're going to talk about the genesis of the program, why it was structured that way, and also some of the learnings and experiences. And finally, depending on, I'm not sure how many NGOs are there, but if you want some takeaways on how a nonprofit can also take away approaches towards AI, that's also something which we'll cover. Right. Okay. I'm going to begin with Erica because Project Tech for Dev was the entity which came up with the idea for such a program. Erica, can you give us a brief overview of maybe start a little bit about Tech for Dev itself, right? And then why did you think about such a program in a cohort model, right? And what are the genesis? What are the motivation for this? And something about the structure also.
Thanks, Manoj. So, good morning, everyone. So the AI did.
Hello.
So good morning, everyone. The AI did a bit of introduction from me, and I'll just add a little human element to it. So yes, we at Project Tech for Dev, we develop open source tech platforms for the social sector. That's one part of our work, and in addition, we do a lot of tech advisory for the nonprofits. And as we had been working with more than 200 nonprofits in India mostly, what we realized was, yes, we have these open source platforms which nonprofits come, they can use it as a SaaS platform, and we also provide consulting. And through our tech advisory, what we learned was that there are times when you really need to handhold nonprofits in taking that first step towards technology, or those who've already taken that step to help them move to that next level. And we have in past run a data catalyst program also, which was in collaboration with Dasra, and I'm just assuming you all would know this name in the social sector. And they've been running these cohort-based programs, and we felt that when we do these deep-rooted programs with a small set of NGOs, we're able to learn a lot from them. And that actually feeds into the platforms that we build. Because the way we design our platforms is not like a top-down, but it is always listening from the ground what the nonprofits need. And I feel these cohort-based programs, at least for Tech for Dev, enables us to get those learnings. In addition to that, even this small cohort that comes together, there is a lot of peer learning and sharing that happens. It helps us see the commonalities across the use cases the NGOs are working on, and it helps them to further collaborate on them. So why do you rebuild things? Or if we are building new things, can we make it for the sector? Can we reuse the intellectual property that we have? Working with one or two other partners in the cohort, how can we leverage that and make it available more for the sector? So learning from our Data Catalyst program, which was a cohort-based programs, and a program that Agency Fund was also running on AI, and it was called AI for Global Development, we felt that maybe while Agency Fund program was working more with the nonprofits who were much ahead in their journey in technology and in using AI, we felt that can we come down a level and work with those nonprofits who were wanting to take that step of integrating AI into their work. So they had a good use case, but maybe funding was a challenge, or maybe it was the resources were a challenge, because in the sector, especially in the NGO space, we know that having engineering resources is a very big challenge, and many nonprofits do not have that. So is that a barrier for them to take that step towards adopting AI? So we wanted to bring down those barriers by introducing mentors into this program. So I'll quickly tell you about the structure of the program. It was like we got 7 NGOs together. It was an open application. Screening was done. We had calls with the NGOs to really understand that their use case was really fitting the program. It was a free program for the NGOs because as Tech for Dev, what we believe, it was a pilot for us. So when we are running a pilot, we are learning together in it. And if we have the funds to encourage these NGOs to come together, then we should play that role. So there was a proper evaluation of the use case, also ensuring that the nonprofit has a resource who can, devote time to running this for the period of the 4 months. So who could anchor it within the organization. There was leadership buy-in into onboarding onto the program, because for technology to get integrated, it is very important that the leadership buy-in is there, because there is investment that tech needs. So I think that was the reason why we felt that can we, just unlock these couple of barriers that these nonprofits have. And today we have 3 of such nonprofits on this panel who are going to share with you, what this cohort enabled for them. So I think, yeah.
Right. Thank you, Erika. I mean, you talked a lot about the goals and the intent. We will hear from the nonprofits how much of that intent also was realized, I think. And you can be candid, I'm sure, all of you. Right. We'll move on to Temina now. Temina from the Agency Fund. Do give a brief overview of Agency Fund itself, but also talk to us about the motivation of funding such a cohort model, because typically funding you can give to specific nonprofits themselves for the AI use cases, but this is a different model. What was the motivation for that? Maybe we can start with that.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. I live in Silicon Valley,
And I started life as an engineer. I've never pursued that career over the last 20 years. But one thing I saw in Silicon Valley is that a lot of new ventures are started in cohorts. Y Combinator is a quite famous incubator for profitable companies. I was working before we started the agency fund in South Park Commons, which is a venture capital fund and tech community. There's one in Bangalore, one in San Francisco, one in New York City. And the way SPC operates is to bring founders together at the earliest stages in their journeys as they're trying to figure out what to build and how to build it and who the user will be. And that's a very lonely journey. It is filled with frustrations and failures, and it helps to have a cohort of colleagues in the same stage of life or in the same stage of product development. And so we brought that philosophy into the agency fund when we started, that we bring together cohorts for accelerators. And these we have participated in a lot of accelerators, including the Data Catalyst program that Tech for Dev had done. We run the AI for Global Development Accelerator as well. The AI one is a year long for us. And we bring established companies, nonprofit companies, together, but they're all building AI for the first time. So it's that same experience of needing to understand your user, figuring out what to build, and going through the practice of putting together pipelines, experimenting, iterating, refining. It's a journey, and it's difficult. And so I do think that the cohort support helps a lot. The other thing is, as a funder, our perspective has been that while we don't know everything, there are certain resources that are hard for nonprofits to pay for themselves. And if we can create those resources in a pool format and make them available, we can perhaps be more efficient. For example, not every NGO is ready to hire 2 full-time AI engineers. Maybe they only need a part-time person right now as they're building out the pipeline. So we've put together a pool of 10 technical staff who sit alongside the organizations that we fund in the accelerator. We include product management in that as well. We've just added some additional people in product management because the AI technology is actually easy, especially, there are a lot of talented engineers in India and elsewhere. What is difficult is to fit the technology to the pain points we all experience in life and build a product that achieves social impact. That's really difficult. It's so much further from what the typical Silicon Valley startup has to deal with. They just need to make money from people who already have money, right? We are trying to do something much more difficult with a population that's much more excluded. And so, there aren't a lot of product managers in nonprofits. If you're in a nonprofit, raise your hand if you have a product manager. Oh, I'm surprised. Okay, there's a decent number. But it's not a role that commonly has been found in nonprofits. This is probably a special group.
Some of them are from the organizations in the panel. So
okay, fair enough.
Excluded.
There you go.
Not counted.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you, Tamina. All right, so that set the stage. So now you got a sense of, why the organization actually, both these organizations thought of a cohort model, why they set it up and so on. Now let's get into the trenches in terms of the experience of the nonprofits themselves, right? So would be good to start with the problem space, right? So what problems were you trying to solve in the context of this particular program? And at a high level, how did AI, come into the picture, an overview? We'll get to the experiences and learnings a little later, but just to set the context of what problems, because again, we should remember that AI is a means to an end, right? So understanding the problem that we're trying to solve, and was it scale, was it inclusion, was it reach, right? In the context of your program, would be good to understand. Let's start with you, Mainak Roy.
Thanks. I'm audible, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll also add a bit to the intro that the AI did. So I'm also a teacher, and that's how I started my journey into this space. And one of the things that as a teacher I'd always struggle with is figuring out what is the right classroom pedagogical strategy that I need to use for a certain sort of class. And that often changed with the topics or the objectives that I was covering on the day, right? And for a teacher, it's often difficult when I'm doing 8 lessons a day to sharpen my sort of focus and ensure that I get the perfect strategy. And that really was our sort of problem statement in many ways, that can we build a platform or a tool which enables teachers to actually say that this is the class I'm teaching today, this is the kind of classroom that I have, and then can the AI throw out something which is evidence-based and has worked in other similar classes before, and support the teacher. So that's what we wanted to do. And in India, I think if I asked how many of you use WhatsApp, probably all of you will put your hands up. And that's the case for teachers in some of the most remote areas of the country as well. So we chose WhatsApp as a platform, and we used a chatbot kind of a mechanism to solve that problem for our teachers.
Okay, thank you, Mainak, for that intro. So that's Simple Education Foundation. So they built this simple teacher buddy. We'll come back to you a little later. Stephen, Quest Alliance. So what was the problem you were trying to solve, and high-level overview the solution? Yeah.
Thank you. This is happening, no? I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, it's happening. So we work. Yeah. So we work with young people from grade 8 to class 12, and then younger people who work in the TVET, who study in the TVET ecosystem, who are between about 16 to 25, right? And what we realized in the work that we did, and this wasn't necessarily revolutionary, was that no two learners are the same, right? And they're different in the way they think, in the way they learn, in the confidence levels that they have. And that's one dimension of difference. Then when you think about the demographic difference, their opportunity of access, the gender inequalities, and if you put all of this together, you have a system that's a classroom that's fairly heterogeneous. These are not homogeneous systems, right? But unfortunately, the educational structure around this is a chalk and talk mechanism. It largely treats all the students in the same way, right? And as a result of that, you're not really meeting the learner where they are. So that's one dimension. The other side of this problem is also that there's a lot of stress with the availability of teachers. In general, there's about a 1:30 ratio between student and teacher, and that's in a good scenario, right? So what tends to happen is these students don't necessarily have access to the information that they need. You're not really meeting the learners at where they are. And so what we try to do, or what we're trying to do, is really try and place a system that is able to hear the learners' problems with respect to the area of career development.
Okay, so you're directly targeting the learners, right? Whereas my next use case was targeting the teachers, right? So we have yet another education use case from Avanti Fellows. Preetham, tell us about it.
So, hi, I'm Preetham from Avanti Fellows, and what Temina said and what Stephen said kind of resonated, because we struggled a lot to find a good use case for AI, because we have a lot of pain points. Like our teachers have pain points, the students have pain points, our program managers have pain points, and they're all spread across the country in remote locations. So we started with a use case to improve student reports, so that, because we reach about 200,000 students, and 98% of those are online learners. And they don't get useful feedback from their test report. They just get score and this and that. But whereas in our physical schools, there is a teacher talking to them, there is a mentor talking to them. So we thought we'll improve the student report first, but that didn't work out so well. So our mentor actually helped us a lot, Akhilesh from Tech for Dev. And we iterated through a few use cases till we landed up on actually replacing the teacher-student mentor conversation with an AI summary that can be useful for our low-touch, our online students. So it kind of collects all the data of the students' performance in the tests, about how they're doing, how their attendance is, what chapters they're weak in, what chapters they're strong in, and generates kind of a script. And for the teachers, the script is used to guide their conversations, and for the online learners, the script can be used to just give them proper sort of mentorship guidance, so that they have actionable things to do for their next test or whatever they're doing. Yeah.
Right, now let's dig a little deeper. So now, where are we on this journey, Preetham? And how was the solution deployed? How many people are using it? Is it being in the pilot phase? Can you tell us more?
It's, I think it's somewhere between the pilot and the rollout. So we, around 15 teachers, I think, have had 57 to 75 conversations with students with these scripts. And we are working on feedback, because there are hallucinations as LLMs do, but the hallucinations in this case are a little weird. The numbers are correct, but instead of saying increased, it says decreased. So we are like, there's a lot of prompt engineering that we are doing to get this sort of fixed. And in the low touch, in the online program, it is being, once the rollout is kind of ready, and we are just waiting to fix this, these small issues before rolling out.
Okay, and what's been the response from the teachers themselves who are getting these reports?
The teachers are very happy. I mean, it saves them a lot of time. Like in one of the main feedbacks, one of the main points of feedback that we got from the teacher is that it saves them really a lot of time, because before such a conversation, they would have to look at the last 4 reports of the student. They would ask, I don't know, what is happening at home, like are you getting device access and all this. Now all this, the students fill a form before the mentorship conversation, and the teacher, we have the test data and we give this all in a script to the teacher. So that has been the positive side. On the negative side, the hallucinations really bother the teachers, because there isn't 100% trust yet in what we've given them, and that we are still working through. I mean, the solution is not clear, because to me, maybe we need more AI engineers, like Tamina said, but because it's not clear exactly what to do with these hallucinations. Because to me and us, the LLMs are like a black box. You just put something, you get something out, and you don't know what change will bring the change that you want. Yeah, that's where we are now.
Right. Yeah, I guess the error rate, the hit ratio, and what kind of an impact it has depends on the use case. Yeah. And if the teachers can be trained to address some of this, might be one way out. Mainak, you talked about WhatsApp being the channel, right? So that's probably something which, eases adoption, because they don't have to learn something new. It's there, it's part of the conversation. So now they're getting some additional feedback and advice. But at the same time, and by the way, I know this because I was mentoring, some of the folks you were. So by the way, this whole program had a mentorship model where each of these nonprofits are hooked up with 1 or 2 mentors, and those mentors guided the teams, right? So I happen to be one of the mentors for Simple Education. And we did face some interesting challenges also, even if it was, simplified from the WhatsApp point of view. So what were some of those challenges on the ground, right? Because when the rubber meets the road, that's when you see we would have imagined something. Every product person imagines and starts with a hypothesis, but then needs to be validated, right? So what were some of those things which we learned?
Yeah, I think there are a bunch of challenges, but my favorite challenge is actually we wanted teachers to start the conversation with the bot with a simple hi. But the moment teachers would get the QR code or the scan it, they would start putting their problems in, right? And then the bot would glitch because the bot did not get that first hi. And then the whole process of the data that we needed to collect to give the teacher very specific guidance was not happening. So we ended up saying that whatever is the first conversation that the teacher does, the bot sort of recognizes it as a hi and then starts the conversation. So although we've kept telling the teachers that started with a hi, but it does not happen. So we've sort of worked around it. But yeah, that's been one of the challenges. And then I think we've seen a bit of also teachers figuring out what kind of questions they can ask. So sometimes there's been some straying away from the kind of questions we want the teachers to ask. And because it's AI, they would still throw out some response, right? So over there also we've had to put some guardrails around what kind of conversations the chatbot will entertain, what are the conversations that we would completely sort of say no to. So yeah.
Right, thank you. Stephen, in your case, I think you had this slightly more ambitious plan for behavior change, right? You're looking at nudging these learners towards a different kind of behavior, and you had a certain approach to that. Can you tell us a little bit about it, and also how successful has it been, really?
I think we're still largely pie in the sky thinking right now, so we still hope to be ambitious through the entire course of the project and not be deterred by how many users and, do we have, how many sessions do we have? So we're trying to be steadfast with that. I think for us, the fundamental premise was that we didn't want to create a system that was really an information dissemination system, right? Because there's enough and more of that. We wanted to create something that emulated a human being or emulated a teacher. And the intent over there was really to be able to pick up signals. If you imagine a conversation between a teacher and a student, there are multiple signals that a human being is able to pick up when they're having a conversation, right? Sometimes it can just be the tonality, it can be the speed at which they're speaking. You can gauge confidence levels, right? But when you're working with an interface like a bot, for example, you have limited access to the kind of signals that you can pick up. So then how do you decrypt conversation to be able to pick up these different signals? And then how do you use those signals to then create a response that intends to or is intended to emulate a human being, right? And interestingly so, when we started thinking like that, it stopped becoming a software problem. It started becoming a behavior science problem, right? And so for us, that was really the elevation of that situation. And so right now we've got a plethora of like people who are specialists in that space. We've got, the engineering and software folks to help us with the scaffolding, but the heart of the problem is really in understanding that human being.
Right. No, it's taking it really to the next level. That's so nice. So Tamina, you've now heard some of these challenges, experiences, and so on, and I think you've worked with previous cohorts as well. I want to get a sense of also how these Indian nonprofits you've been working with and engaging with, how does this differ from the others probably you've engaged with, in the US and abroad, in terms of adoption, in terms of maturity, in terms of the kind of use cases they're looking at? Can you just give us a lay of the land comparing the two?
Sure. There's definitely more complexity in the problems being solved in the social sector and by engineers and behavioral scientists working in NGOs. Maybe I can talk a little bit about a framework we put together coming out of the most recent accelerator that maybe shows some of this complexity. We think of product development as requiring evaluation throughout, but there are many kinds of evaluation. And it's not just the pilot with some data collection. We like to think of the evaluation as 4 levels. They're similar to motors you switch on as you're developing a product. The first level focuses on getting the AI system to be reliable and safe. And we call that AI system or AI model evaluation. And you heard about some of those activities from the NGOs here. You're testing to and then making changes to remove or reduce hallucinations, to remove words that might be abusive and to kind of filter. And you're changing things. You're changing your prompt. You're changing the knowledge base that if it's a RAG chatbot or a RAG LLM system. The second motor you switch on is once you start deploying to actual people. Now you've got something in a prototyped form, you'll maybe deliver it to 15 teachers, and you'll see whether those teachers use it. We call this the product evaluation. And often for an NGO, the product is not just the bot, it's also a bit of coaching to the teacher for onboarding, or a bit of training for the student, a set of prompts that get them to experiment and get used to the product. And you want to be able to evaluate user activation rates, user engagement rates, user retention. So those are very similar to Silicon Valley or other startups, right? All of those 2 first stages, you'll see in any AI product. Where it totally breaks out is in level 3, the third motor you switch on. That's when you get to a sizable number of users, say 300, 500 users. You want to understand how users change their beliefs, their behaviors, their mood, their ambitions as a result of interacting with this AI. And companies in the profitable sector are just looking for the behavior change to be a purchase. You buy something. That's a simplification, but it's the general idea. All of us are looking for a behavior change that is much more complex. It's around my building a belief that I can learn a new skill and then going to learn it. It's about my belief, my confidence in myself as a new mom to take care of my baby and know what caregiving I need to provide. It's about my role as a farmer, feeling that I'm going to be able to experiment with a new input and feeling more confident, or thinking maybe I'll try livestock because now I have better information and support. So we call that the user evaluation. That requires survey data collection. Most companies don't do many surveys. Maybe they buy some survey data from a firm, but all of these orgs, once they're deploying to enough people, will have monitoring and evaluation systems that really try to understand the user. And then the fourth motor we switch on, we call impact evaluation, and that's when you have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of users, and you want to understand whether the product that they're using is helping them make a change in their health outcomes, in their education or livelihood outcomes. And so we almost never see that fourth stage of evaluation in the private sector. That's something we do in the social sector. But we think that it's a nice way, this kind of 4-level framework, to think about how to continuously learn from the product you're deploying and then prove its impact to society and hopefully bring in more funding to scale.
Right. No, thank you, Tamina. In fact, if those of you who are interested in that framework, it's a very powerful, interesting framework. The Search for Agency Fund Evaluation Framework, and I'm sure you'll find that. It's a very useful resource. Right. So in fact, so this is one such topic. Evaluation is one such orthogonal topic, but there were a couple of others as well. So Erica, also from a program structure point of view, right? You people had some knowledge partners come in, right? So it was not just these nonprofits hooked up with mentors, but you also had some others. Can you tell us a little bit more about those knowledge partners, their role, and so on? And then we'll get into some how they impacted the work they were doing.
Absolutely. So thanks, Manohar. I think this is a very critical part of the entire program design. So at Tech4Dev, while we are like a bunch of engineers, CTOs in the organization, but again, we know that the problem that we are trying to solve is not something that we can do alone. And what we try to do is, in whatever we do, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. And that's where, and we know we don't know it all. So we always work in our programs through collaborations and partnerships with people who have expertise in those areas so that we can get the best to the cohort. And so as part of this AI cohort too, we wanted, what was the overall goal of the program? It was that the nonprofits could unlock those barriers which was keeping them away from building and deploying AI solutions to help them bring in more efficiency, help them scale and create more impact on the ground. But we wanted, as a technologist, we could say that, okay, we're just building something, but are we building it in the right way? That's what we wanted to do. And so we collaborated with 2 knowledge partners. One was Digital Future Labs, who brought in expertise around building, on integrating responsible AI principles as you are into your design, as you are working on a use case. And the second knowledge partner was Tattle, which works in AI safety. So we actually wanted that when the nonprofits are working as part of this cohort, they have that thinking of responsible AI and AI safety built into their design right from the get-go. It's not something that you need to think later. Okay, let me just build something and then I'll come to responsible AI practices or think about AI safety after I've done my pilot or after a couple of months when actually I see things breaking. So we wanted to build that right from the get-go, and that's why we collaborated with partners, because we knew we did not know this bit. We definitely contributed through, what Manohar said. This was a mentorship program. So a lot of mentors came in from Project Tech4Dev because we knew that is one piece that we feel we do good at, and collaborated with these partners. And I hope that this helped the nonprofits in designing better solutions.
Right. No, that was a very unique part of this program, actually. Right, because also anyone who's in software would know that quality ke baare mein and all these things will look later. Let's build and get the functionality out, right? That's a typical attitude. And in the context of AI safety, responsible AI seems to be an afterthought, but here it was baked into it. So now let's hear from some of the nonprofits and how did this influence the way you approached, the building out this, and how did AI safety or responsible AI kind of thinking influence, and how did it actually help on the ground itself? Stephen, would you like to say something?
Sure. I think for us, it was supremely helpful, just primarily because, the artifacts that these organizations help put together in some ways were like a blueprint for us, right? And when you have a blueprint in front of you, you have a sense of what the different moving parts are. And what that allowed for us to do is to rapid prototype in a fairly modular way, which allowed us to fail fast, right? And if we were failing fast, we were learning faster, right? Yeah, I think, and I think what can typically happen in this space of human development, right? Because the dimensionality of like problems can be fairly large. And this phenomenon of analysis paralysis can happen. And it can be overwhelming to decide what do you pick and choose because they all seem like really important problems, right? But having frameworks like, what Tamina was talking about helps you sort of chunk things into, where is this problem best suited and where is it most relevant? And then you solve for that in that section, and that helps influence what you're going to do in the next step. And then you kind of shuttle back and forth till you felt you've crossed a certain critical threshold of it making sense to the problem that you're solving.
Right. One of the things I remember from the AI safety part was what Tattle came up with these plugins, right? So where they have created a slur list, right? A list of words which the AI is not supposed to use. And that's something which they have crowdsourced and so on. And there are also some guardrails plugins from Llama and so on, right? And the fact that those things can be plugged into your bot to make sure that it's behaving the right way I thought was an interesting thing. Did any one of you use any of those things? Not yet, right? Or, right, for the simple yes. I mean, I remember the guardrails. So the bot which Mainak was talking about, so there you could ask any question, and then we would, the whole thinking process behind making sure that even if a random question comes, so let's say a teacher asks, "Mujhe promotion nahi mil raha hai, what do I do?" It's not a question the bot's supposed to answer, right? But how does it respond to that? Is something we started thinking about and baked into the whole design itself, and that was used for testing, right? Okay, now one of the unique features of this program was also the whole collaboration piece, right? Because they are not working in isolation. So we had in-person workshops where each of them actually came and presented, and they had sessions where, you see, all three of them are actually working on education use cases, and there were some others as well. So how could they learn from each other, right? That's one. The other thing is, and I think I'm sure you'll recognize, you probably are also looking at similar problems in this space. So how do you not reinvent the wheel? How can you leverage some of the work which has been done by others, right? So this collaboration aspect also came in a very strong way. So I want to understand from some of you, so whom else did you speak to? How did this play out as a part of the program? How did this program structure influence the way you went about it, and how was it, I mean, in comparison to, let's say you were going about it by yourself, right? What was the difference? Anyone?
I think one thing that was nice about the program design was that by nature of like the conversations that we were having, there was this sense of porousness that we had, that we weren't holding our cards too close to our chest. It was okay for me to learn from what you were doing well and what you weren't doing well. And if I had that conversation with you, it would elevate, or it would sort of catalyze and expedite certain problems that we were trying to solve, right? Like, for example, when we were thinking about how do you, if you have to do responsible, if you have to do classification, if you have to do behavior, so these are all different parts of a fairly large problem. And we had a certain approach in mind, but through the cohort, we realized that people were trying to solve similar things, but they did it in a different way. And for example, we didn't think about this through the agenetic way, right? And so then when people started saying that this is what worked for us in that, model of deployment, that in many ways kind of expedited the way we solve for that problem. And I think there are multiple examples like that. Also the idea of responsible, for example, right? Like when you say responsible, it can be a whole gamut of what you mean by responsible. But what does responsible mean for a 25-year-old versus say a grade 8 student is significantly different. Now, if you're, let's say for example, an Avanti, and you're working with a certain cohort that is similar to your cohort, right? What are they doing with responsible that you want to do, right? And what is that conversation that we want to have? So I feel that was certainly helpful.
interesting. Erika?
Yeah, I'll just add in. So while these were like 7 NGOs, out of which 4 were from the education and 3 are sitting here, there were 2 health NGOs also, and they were both working on building a predictive model to predict high-risk pregnancies. And they didn't know about, like, each one of them building something like that. So, but when the cohort came together, they discussed their use case. And then we felt, the mentors also got together. And then that's when they felt that we are building the same thing. So then are we happy to collaborate? And that's when, the future calls that happened was getting these 2 NGOs together and, building on, at least sharing and building it together was one thing. Second, while we were working with these 7 NGOs, one of them, which is not represented here, was working on an assessment model. How can we do assessments of, say, answer sheets which are coming from students, because that takes in a lot of time of the teachers. And then we also, since we've been working with 200 nonprofits, we were also aware of 2 other nonprofits who were working in, trying to work on similar solution. So just going beyond the cohort, we brought all 3 of them together and we just discussed on, the assessment models that they were building, the rubrics that they had. And we were seeing that there was a lot of commonality. So could we build this together, learn from each other's mistakes? So I'm just trying to share here that the learning and sharing goes beyond the cohort also. And that is where, platforms or organizations like us who are more ecosystem players have a role to play. So yeah, I think these are like 2 such examples where I could see collaboration happening with just bringing a set of 7 NGOs together in a room.
Right. No, thank you, Erika. Those are very interesting and powerful examples. Also building on what Teminat said earlier, contrasting this and the corporate space. I've spent a couple of decades in the corporate side, and this kind of collaboration at an early stage of a technology is very, very rare. Right? You don't see that on the for-profit side, and so it's fascinating to see this kind of thing. And of course, we are in a room where I'm sure we're working on similar kind of problems, and to exchange notes is so important. All right, just now wrapping up, we have about 6.5 minutes. I'd like to understand how many of you in the audience are from nonprofits. Can you raise your hands? Okay, quite a few. All right. So now we have keen nonprofit listeners. So the question to the nonprofits and also probably others over here is, what are some of the learnings that you came away with, which surprised you or which you didn't know of before, which could be useful for the nonprofits in the audience as well as they go about their AI journeys, right? If you could share some of your nuggets, Preetam, yes.
So I think one thing is that one thing we learned is to stop looking at use cases for AI, but look at like pain points and troubles we already have and see if AI is a good fit there. Like, it doesn't have to be like AI is this new technology, let's put it and build something amazing and innovative. There's already a lot of trouble in the way even our nonprofit runs. Like, there's a lot of inefficiencies, there's a lot of stuff. So there is a lot of stuff that AI can do to help daily operations, like our fundraising team write grants, our programmers write code, which of course is the #1 use case right now. But yeah, that is one thing we really believe, at least I really believe now.
When AI started becoming really popular, it almost became like knee-jerk reactions for organizations to, jump on that bandwagon. And if you weren't doing it, then you couldn't get into the right rooms with the right kind of funders, and then you would be lost in that race, right? Not always, but more often than not, there is that pressure. And I think what has happened as a consequence of that is some part of our DNA was forgotten. Like I feel like civil society organizations have always been a species that has really always asked questions, sometimes over-indexed on always asking questions. But then when software development became so much more easier to do, AI became so much easier to do, we started leading with solutions and we started deploying solutions. And then, and this is true for our space as well, that when we go to a classroom, there will be 5 different NGOs who are solving the same problem. And there's that learner who we're all saying that we're trying to work for the learner, we're putting the learner at the center of design, but there are 5 not-for-profits who are all trying to solve the same problem for that learner. without recognizing what we're doing to that learner. And we need to have that conversation, right? So sometimes I think it's important to just take a moment and have that conversation or do that assessment before you start leading to solutions.
Yeah, it reminds me of multiple people building an app for ASHA workers, and they have to interface with, multiple apps themselves, right? Yes, Roy.
Yeah, no, I think just sort of definitely plus-oneing to what both of them have mentioned. I think don't build what is sexy, build what is needed. And I think we had a very different use case to start off with. And I think we ended up building something very different because we recognized that that was actually the need of the hour. So I think that's definitely one thing that I would say. And the second piece is, I feel like, especially when we are building for the nonprofit space in India, scale becomes a very important metric that we want to reach out to, like thousands and hundreds and thousands of teachers or students or whoever. And I think in that whole space, we miss out on some fundamentals like responsible AI that we were talking about. So I think how do we build that? And that's something that I think I have learned through the process. There's something that we've been working on now called the golden set to ensure that the responses the AI is giving is actually more aligned to what we actually want the AI to give. And I think so those pieces are things that if we fix early on, then I think it's just easier. And that's something that I think we've learned through this process.
Right, thank you, Mainak. I mean, the golden data set you talked about is part of an evaluation framework, also something which is very strongly emphasized in the context of the program. We have a couple of minutes. We'd like to open it for questions, but before that, any last words, Erica, Tamina? Yes.
So totally resonate with what all my three panelists said. So don't just get on to using technology, because everyone else is doing it. Only if it really meets your needs, that is when you think about technology. And when you think about technology, please look, there might be already solutions existing. So don't jump on to building custom solutions, because I think what you are working on is also something many others are working on. And that will just help you save time, effort, and money. So maybe just even if an existing solution, I'm just saying like an open source platform, is meeting 60-70% of your needs, just start with that. And then you can improvise it and then decide on whether I want to build something which is custom. So yeah, those are like my thoughts.
It's a fantastic note to end on. Thank you for the panel. A big hand to them. Thank you. We have 1 minute and 3 seconds. Questions? I have a few hands up.
Actually building off one of the closing thought when you said, I'm actually Hitesh from Reach for India. So you said that don't build right away. Like there might be existing solutions. I'm actually curious to know for like some of the solutions that you just described. Would something like existing Gemini Gem or say a Claude, like a Gemini Gem or a Claude project, did you all evaluate that? Curious to know the journey of that build versus buy or just adopt for any one of them. Yeah,
I can just add, and maybe as you are using it, so like when we were talking about say a chatbot, right? So it's like those models, like when we built the Glyphic chatbot. So we've obviously integrated it with OpenAI. So it's not that you are reinventing anything, and even we're building an AI platform. Now, even in that platform, what are we doing? We are integrating different open source elements which are there. So we ourselves as an organization, even if we're building something new, we are picking up things which are already existing, stitching it together, and then adding layers when we speak to our NGOs of what is missing in it, and then just build that part of it. So it is always there in our working that we integrate open source solutions that are existing and not build it. Even if it is like for dashboards, we have a data management platform, but we've not been creating dashboards on it. We've integrated it with Superset, which is another open source solution. I know you may not know these names, but what I want to call out here is that even as a tech organization who's building platforms, we're not building things from scratch. we are integrating with other tools, which are meeting the needs, even when we are building our own platforms. Yeah, but
Thank you. Actually, it's 0-0, but we'll stay back. If you have questions, we'll love to, have a conversation with you. But thank you for your time. It was great to see a big audience also engaged. Hope it was useful. And do reach out to any one of us if you want to find out more about the program. There's a lot of documents which have been written and published as blogs as well from Project Tech for Dev and some of the non-profits. So happy to be engaging with you also going forward in this journey. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to the panel.
ट्रेडिंग में पता है सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है? जब आप एक ट्रेड लेते हैं आपका सारा कैपिटल ब्लॉक हो जाता है एंड व्हेन अनदर अपॉर्चुनिटी अराइव्स आपके पास पैसे ही नहीं होते। इसलिए धन का मार्जिन ट्रेडिंग फैसिलिटी यानी MTF मेरा गो टू है। इसमें मुझे सिर्फ 25% मार्जिन देना होता है एंड बाकी फंडिंग मुझे धन देता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर मुझे 1 लाख का स्टॉक खरीदना है तो मेरे साइड से मुझे सिर्फ 25,000 देने पड़ेंगे और मेरा रेस्ट ऑफ द कैपिटल आई कैन यूज इट फॉर अदर अपॉर्चुनिटीज। ट्रेडिंग में हर अपॉर्चुनिटी मैटर करती है और अपने कैपिटल को एफिशिएंटली यूज करना देता है आपको एज। धन का MTF आपको देता है 4x तक का लीवरेज ऑन 1700 प्लस स्टॉक्स। यू कैन गेट फंडिंग अप टू 1 crore। सो गो स्टार्ट योर ट्रेडिंग विद MTF ऑन धन विदाउट ब्लॉकिंग ऑल योर फंड्स।
Investments in the securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
ये जो बातों ही बातों में मेरी आंखों के DM में स्लाइडिंग करती है ना, अच्छा लगता है।
समुंदर पार मैं तेरे
90s की लव स्टोरी चाहती हूँ।
साम दाम दंड भेद सब अपनाऊंगा।
तो अपनाओ।
जान तेरे कदमों के नीचे आ गया।
Baby's first winter, no? Cold, wind, dry weather. How to protect these soft cheeks from dryness?
For first winter, doctor recommended Himalaya Gentle Baby Lotion and Gentle Baby Cream with Penta Moisture Lock and pH 5.5 for soft winter-ready skin. Loved by babies for first winter.
Lux divina horta est, gaudete omnes fideles, Christus natus est. Orex passis dulcissime in presebio humilis, a te clamamus omnes exaudi voces nostra. Angeli cantantes tantes pax teris hominibus, alleluia resonemus, Christus nobis cum est. Maria Virgo Mater porta salutis facta est, genuisti Redemptorem, spem aeternam nobis. Cantemus omne gentes in templo Domini Sancto, laudes tibi offerimus, rex regum eternus. Exultemus in Domino, Salvator venit ad nos, lux nova fulget mundo, pax sempiterna datur. Gloria Deo sit semper, et Filio incarnato, cum Spiritu Paraclito, in aeternum. Amen. Salve Mater misericordiae, spes et vita fidelium, ave pia Mater Christi, ora pro nobis semper. Sub tuum presidium confugimus, o Maria, Mater Sancta, nostras preces exaudi, protege filios tuos. In la lacrimis a te clamamus, in dolore a te confugimus, da pacem cordibus nostris, duc nos ad filium tuum. Benedicta tu in mulieribus, e benedictus fructus ventris, Iesus Christus Salvator, lux mundi nostra. Ave stella Maris clara, iter nostrum diri, per fluctus huius vitae, ad portum salutis. O Mater clementissima, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis, suscipe animas nostras. Gloria Deo Altissimo, et Filio incarnato, cum Spiritu Sanctissimo, in aeternum sit la
आग लगे तो दरिया बन जाऊंगा।
भूख लगे तो रोटी बन जाऊंगी।
ये कर पाएंगे क्या? इनका तो पता नहीं, पर उसने तो कर दिखाया। कोटक फ्लेक्सी कैप फंड 15 सालों से मार्केट के अप्स एंड डाउन्स में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ लार्ज, मिड और स्मॉल कैप में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, जिससे इन्वेस्टर्स को लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टेड रहने का हौसला भी मिलता है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार के जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Mater misericordiae dulcis, consolatrix afflictorum, adiuva nos in tentationibus, et dona pacem. In nocte et die invocamus, subtum presidium curimus, defende servos tuos, exaudi preces nostras. Gloria Deo sit, qui deditalem matrem, cum filio et spiritu in aeternum Sanctus Deus immortalis, Rex caelorum aeternus, laus tua resonet clara, in saecula saeculorum. In altaris sancto tuum, populus tuus canit, cantemus omnes simum, laudes tibi Domine. Sancti et angeli te.
So they want a so that they want.
They will give a memento from AI.
Sir,
This is the
Professor Sikdar.
This is ये फोटो मोमेंटो बन के भी आएगा बाय टाइम ही कंप्लीट। यस सर, सर सामने चैतन्य जी आप भी आइए, अरे ऐश्वर्या
Now I'll request Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, who is the President of the ITS India, President IRF India chapter, and also the President of the Bitumen Forum. So I'll request him to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv, and very good morning, our chief guest, Mr. Sanjay Pandopadhyay, sir. former Secretary Government of India, now member of Honorable Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, who, he is directly dealing with one of the aspects which we are going to discuss today, critical related to the mobility is the road safety. There are many other challenges, but this is the foremost and prime. Thank you very much, sir. We have Mr. Ayan Palan. He is a member technical Department of Telecommunication, looking into the technical spectrum and other related issues which going to affect the mobility, next generation mobility, which is coming up in a way directly. We have with us Mr. P.K. Banerjee. He is Chief Executive Director of SIAM, Society of Indian Automobiles Manufacturers, a very powerful body. And the mobility requires two parts, the infrastructure and the vehicles. So he is the man heading that. And then we have industry experts, Dr. Puneet Rathore from Qualcomm. We have Mr. not Teja Gudena, but Shramik. He is from ITS company called Amnex, and they are providing the best ITS services on many part of the highways in India. Samriddhi, one Nagpur to Mumbai, is a wonderful highway which is on which they have developed a very good unique solution in Mumbai, One Mumbai kind of, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister, where what future cities are going to be, that's we'll be talking today, where it's all interconnected. App is the AI is going to help you to connect all the dots from your origin to the destination in a seamless way, avoiding all those congestions and all. That's they have already demonstrated, and will be talking about it. And I'll be moderating this panel session. We have a very restricted time, just 55 minutes, and the organizers just told me stick to the time, not more than 2 minutes are allowed. So I'll be straight coming to the points which we are going to discuss. And so the distinguished guests and the delegates and the participants who has come, all the heartiest welcome to you all. Then we have a professor from IIT Roorkee. One more professor will be joining, Mr. Sonal Ahuja, Mr. Mahendra Srivastav, former advisor to TRI. And forgive me if I don't mention you all, but the heartiest welcome to all of you for joining this very informative and interactive session which we are going to. So quickly coming to the topic, what are the five, how AI is going to reshape the mobility. So mobility is now going to shift to mobility 5.0. If somebody can ask what is now mobility 5.0, we have heard industrial revolution 1, 2, 3, 4.0. So what's going to be 5.0? So I will just give a background. The mobility 1.0 was when we were moving on the by foot or through animals, carts and all. Then came the mobility 2.0 when the industrial railways came, or the shared means the government owned or the organization owned vehicles came for a very short time, but then it quickly moved to mobility 3.0 when the vehicles became the property, the people started owning it, the private vehicles came, and the infrastructure, roads, etc. started developing around that. And mobility 4, which we are experiencing, is the connected mobility, shared mobility, and the electric, and all these are coming up. But very soon, this again, like 2 move to 3 very quickly. This 4 will pave way to the 5 with the advent of AI embedding into the mobility. So the AI is now going to not keep it only connected, but it's going to make it intelligent. So it's going to be the intelligent vehicles, intelligent infrastructure, and overall the ecosystem is going to be the mobility is going to be, it's not, yesterday we had a conference in IIT Delhi where one key thing came out by telling people to follow the route safety rules or norms. It's not going to work that way, because we are seeing in the last few decades the road accidents are not decreasing. why not we tell the vehicle to follow the rules instead of road signages showing 60 km per hour speed is permitted, and now it's up to driver to look at the sign if he is so careful, and thereafter perceive this and take action to reduce the speed. That's all subjective. But if this sign is conveying the directly to the vehicle through sensors, through connected vehicle ecosystem, and vehicle is automatically reduced to 60 km. There is nothing, so the information is conveyed to the correct place. So that's going to be the next generation intelligent. Apart from this road safety, what more AI is going to do about the mobility? It's like, second thing is, you see the congestion, which is the normal with globally, it's a common phenomena. And India, because rapid urbanization is taking place, it's chaos. Probably yesterday, you must have heard in the news, some CEO missed the dinner hosted by Honorable Prime Minister because they were caught in traffic jam for 4 hours. So these are things, it's not unusual. It's happening almost every day. How this AI can solve it? Because AI can, with enough data being generated, can identify origin, destination. It can adaptive traffic signals. The traffic signal, instead of being an isolated signal with a fixed timeline, already adaptive is there, but traffic signals can talk to each other. They can see the flow from which side is coming, and they can convey one signal to other, that 300 vehicles has been sent from this signal to other, and the next signal is prepared with that light optimization. Multimodal, which we require very badly in India, and Professor Mittal will be talking about it in the next talk when we'll be talking. It's mandatory because we cannot load, there is a limitation to the road, so public infrastructure has to be, but AI can actually connect the multimodal and the last mile, everything on that. Similarly, the smart incident detection and the emergency response. In case of accident or in case of any disaster or emergency, how AI can help to quickly align the responders. The moment an ambulance reaches, an ambulance take to the hospital, instead of person going and waiting for some aligning a correct treatment or the doctor, this information can be shared by AI through AI to the hospital where the ambulance is taking it. And with the condition of that person, the accident victim or the injured, and preparedness is there. So immediate action can be there, reducing the golden hour time. And lastly, the AI is going to improve the freight and the logistic efficiency to a very, very great extent. By knowing, truck need not to wait after offloading to the next, already there are platforms doing, but AI can make it in a very, very different way at different level. Managing the thing with the prediction or the predictive analysis or the modeling for next a month or 2 months of the same logistic companies. And that's going to improve the logistic efficiency to very, very great. So I won't be taking much time because we have very limited time. I will be requesting my next speaker to just let me have a look, because we got certain changes at the last moment. I will request Mr. Banerjee to give his thoughts about it, how he perceives from the vehicle point of view, being executive president of SIAM, how vehicle manufacturers are preparing themselves, what they are thinking very quickly. That will be great. Since the time restriction is given to us, we'll request you 3 to 5 minutes time. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished speakers in the dais, off the dais, experts here. On behalf of Indian automobile industry, I think AI is one tool which is going to transform the way the business is being done, right from cradle to grave. What I mean by cradle to grave means if I divide the entire automotive value chain into 6 parts, the part 1 is basically conceptualizing the product, knowing the market requirement, customers' behavior, what we call QFD. So QFD is done before the product is conceptualized in the market, what product you will be putting in. And then once the product definition is done, and you decide that this is a product at this price point you are going to put in the market, the stylists come in place, and then they start creating A surfaces. And then the traditional way of doing things where you do the clay modeling and then you define a kind of product and then get it approval of design before you convert the A surfaces into the actual product. This particular concept is completely going to transform with AI. There will be huge amount of front-loading digitization will happen, and the turnaround time which takes to conceptualize a product and get the approval before the entire investment on the jigs and dies and fixtures. Remember that if 3 years is a traditional product, a car introduction timeline, actually majority of time goes in the jigs and fixtures and dies and tools creation. And this particular design finalization of a product based on the customer's need can be minimized with AI intervention. Having done that, the next stage is identifying the suppliers, identifying the compliance requirement of materials, identifying the right material for lightweighting, identifying the right material for supply augmentation. So vendor selection, localization, development, validation, certification, entire activities, blockchain kind of concept, risk mitigation, and of course the geopolitical uncertainty coverages can be managed by AI beautifully. So this is the second part of the entire product development cycle. Having done that, you have to now manufacture. When you go into the manufacturing line, you have robots, you have Industry 4.0, you have management of the entire product assembly process with the necessary guidelines. That also gets hugely managed well. And then once the product is ready, the qualifying criteria, the quality assurance is also part of AI. And once the product move out in the marketplace, the buyers should know what they want to buy. And then preference of the customers, the insurance companies, the finance model, what kind of services will be offered, what kind of customer experience will be given. AI-driven services will be far more accurate, far more faster, and it will delight the customer. And then you will have a better chance to succeed. Now the product is in the marketplace. How the product is performing, repair, recall, services, predictive maintenance, time-to-time interventions and informing the customers at the right place what he needs to do, how he needs to drive. With the connected vehicle being there, you know that how you are driving, how I am driving, how many times I am stopping, when I charge, what is my duty cycle. Based on the duty cycle, I can give you a performance by the over-the-air software updates in a manner that you will be completely doing the best of the optimized performance with the low-cost operations and longer durability life of a product. Having done that, once the vehicle is on the road, it has its own end of life. Then obviously when the vehicle is going back, you must be able to recover material, because the secondary source of material will be the future. Primary source will be stopped, and then you will have a complete recycling. You have to recycle more than 95% of your precious metals and all the ferrous, non-ferrous. One thing beautifully has happened, what Indian government has done, there are 6 EPR rules have come in. So you have to recover plastic, you have to recover rubber, you have to recover ferrous, non-ferrous, e-waste, battery, and then you have to also recover the fluids, lubricants, engine oils. So I think AI has a huge potential to transform the way we live, the way we operate, the way we get, and it will be delight. So I think I'm so delighted to be present here on behalf of ITS. I'm so thankful that auto industry is in a cusp of a time where AI adoption will transform the way we do business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for telling at the entire eco life cycle how AI is going to do the in automobile industry. Very quickly, I will take you to the next. What I just talked is going to be intelligent, but the vehicle will be intelligent when they are connected. We have an expert, Dr. Puneet Rathod, who has done. He is from Qualcomm, and they have been doing. They're working on this area. So quickly, Mr. Puneet, you want to make some presentation or you just talk?
I sent something to Arjun, but I don't know if you can
Maybe I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone, and all the distinguished panelists on the stage, and all the esteemed colleagues of the dais as well. My brief talk is going to focus around information and data and how this intelligent transport systems can be enabled. And two very important things that were mentioned by Akhilesh and also Mr. Banerjee was about intelligent vehicles or smarter vehicles, and that is something which is as we move forward, the vehicles themselves, we have been hearing this term software-defined vehicles. So the vehicle itself is having a lot more compute. The traffic system itself is also having more intelligence built in. So both the vehicles and the traffic control system itself, both of them being connected. And by connected, I don't intend to say they are connected via a registration mechanism like a Wi-Fi connecting to an access point, and then they are always within the connection range. This is more about presence or perception. So the vehicle making its presence known to the immediate vicinity, and the same way the roadside infrastructure making its presence and status known within the immediate vicinity. And this availability of perception and information about what is the current state of the traffic light, whether it is green, red, going to turn amber very soon, the perception of the vehicle itself, what is the speed it is going and how fast, and all of this within the short distance of around 500 to 600 meter radius. This gives the ability from a radio point of view, the vehicle announcing itself, I'm here, that it can go beyond the traditional sensors like radars and cameras, which can go beyond visual line of sight. And this going beyond visual line of sight can improve the ability of cars to be able to take some decisions to make the driver aware, so that some corrective action could be taken, maybe apply brakes, maybe slow down. And this is something which can then help in making the roads safer. And why I emphasize on both the roadside infrastructure and the vehicle itself is, if you look at the overall accident statistics, the global statistics are consistent. Almost 20 to 25% of all the accident deaths are at intersections. So intersection safety is something which is very, very crucial. And globally, if we look at intelligent transport systems or V2X, there are countries that have been prioritizing making these intersections more intelligent, more smarter, and more safer. And V2X as one technology could be one of those elements which can make available this information or the data that can then be utilized by the traffic control systems and the vehicle themselves to make it more smarter and safer. With that brief note, I'll give the floor back. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Puneet. You very categorically demonstrated how V2X, and to have good, we'll be talking the next question during the panel about the global perspective, how it has been implemented in the US, what are the learnings, and how it can be quickly adopted in India as well, and where are we? And that was one part, the connected vehicle. Another aspect where AI can actually make a real impact on day-to-day is in cities, solving the congestion, or the AI-based ATMS system. For this, we have with us Mr. Samik Joshi. He is the head of and gateways of MNEX, already doing at Samriddhi Expressway, I said, and in Mumbai one. So Samik, over to you. You can.
Welcome, everybody. So we believe that the last 2 decades, we've spent a significant amount of effort as a country on developing infrastructure. And in the next decade or so, we'll make a significant effort to make that infrastructure intelligent. We are doing 3 such initiatives. One, at a city level. Second, for highways. And third, for urban mobility via public transportation. And I want to give you a segue into those 3 initiatives to showcase what intelligence can do to infrastructure. So first is, at a city level, what we have done for the city of Surat is that we have deployed cameras at intersections so that we can understand what is the density of the vehicles and what are the type of vehicles at a particular intersection, based on which we not just optimize an individual signal, but also optimize an entire corridor. So essentially, when a vehicle experiences a green light at one junction, we give a free pass to that vehicle across multiple junctions if the vehicle is moving across a corridor. In addition to that, whenever there is an emergency vehicle which is passing through and which is tagged or identified as an emergency vehicle that needs a green channel, we can enable that too. So this is on the urban side. On the highway side, India has been fighting a war since last 30 years. Sir would also agree to that, and that war is against traffic. Every year, we lose more people on highways than we did at the peak of COVID. And it is an urgent and important issue to address. And this is where highway traffic will start playing an important role. What we are doing for Samriddhi Expressway, which connects Mumbai and Nagpur, is that we are installing more than 5,000 cameras. Each of those cameras is enabled with computer vision analytics, so that we identify stalled vehicles, we identify vehicles that are violating traffic norms in terms of overspeeding, we identify oversized vehicles that do not have reflectors, we identify drivers who are speaking on phone while they are moving across the highways. All these incidents are then captured, and the idea is not just to identify violations, but also to ensure that in an event of an incident, there is proper dispatch management. So once an incident has been detected, we ensure that we have more eyes and ears on the ground by virtue of drones as well as body-worn cameras given to emergency responders, so that the dispatch and the issue resolution can be more prompt, and right amount of coordination can be done with hospitals, with emergency services whenever an incident has been detected. So this is on the highways. Finally, while we take interventions in augmenting intelligence and build capacities on the road, the issue of incidents and congestion will not be solved simply by installing smart systems on the road. The issue will be solved only if there is a modal shift from private vehicles to public vehicles. And for that, what we have done in the city of Mumbai is that Mumbai has multiple systems from a public mobility perspective. There are 5 bus operators in and around the cities. There is BEST, which manages the city transport within the urban local boundary of Mumbai city. Then there is a bus system for Thane, there is a bus system for Navi Mumbai, one for Vasai and Virar, one for Mira Bhayandar. All these 5 bus systems currently operate in a fragmented manner. There are 3 rail networks, the Central Rail, Western Rail and Harbour Rail, which operate railways within the city. There are 4 metro lines currently which are operational in the city. Now all these systems operate in a fragmented manner. For me as a commuter, if I have to travel from, let's say, Mira Bhayandar to South Mumbai, where I might be working, I need to buy 3 separate tickets. I need to plan my journey across three systems separately. What we have done is consolidated all these 13 different modes of transport into a single app, through which you can plan your journeys across multiple modes, and you can just book one single QR code that enables you to spend minimum amount of time while you are transitioning from one mode of transport to the other mode of transport. So I think collectively as a nation, if we want to introduce AI, we should not just be thinking about sensors and data. We should be thinking about what decisions can be taken on the edge and what are the outcomes that we need to plan. And those outcomes are something that the AI should drive and not just point solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Samik. What I was just talking about, how AI actually can reshape the mobility. These few examples which you gave, Surat, Mumbai, and it's both urban and the rural highways. We are talking AI is going to make the mobility intelligent. A lot of data is being generated through sensors, through infrastructure, fixed cameras, moving parts. Almost now every vehicle is having some sensors which are communicating data to the OEMs, and then government is also taking some part of the data. But to take it to a platform where this can be analyzed, where AI layer can actually work on it, we require connectivity. And the connectivity is a kind of a spectrum, or the what kind of network we are going to use. And that plays the vital role. And in fact, if I say the future of the vehicles will not be the deciding factor of how many lanes the road is having, or what is the horsepower of the vehicle engine. It's more will be driven by the spectrum or the communication technology, how it's being, and the processing unit AI is going to. It's a software-driven vehicle, and the problems are going to be solved through this. That's the Mobility 5.0, the intelligent vehicles. To talk on this topic, how Government of India is taking it forward, what is their vision, how they are planning about the spectrum. Globally, spectrums are being allocated for the mobility, for the safety purposes. Government has also taken, most of you must have heard Honorable Minister Gadkari saying that we are going to come with a connected vehicle, V2V. And he said this in one of the address, where transport secretaries and commissioner of all the states were there in Bharat Mandapam in a high-level meeting. So those things are coming up in a very big way. But let us know from the real person who is behind this. The spectrum is the DOT role, how they take it forward, what they are planning. So for that, I will request Mr. R.N. Pillai. We are privileged that we have Mr. R.N. Pillai is a member technical from Department of Telecommunication, who actually deals with this. He is the man behind in charge for this. So we'll take this opportunity to request him to kindly enlighten us what government is thinking on those lines, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished panelists, speakers, the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. So this session is on that AI in mobility, accelerating the future of intelligent transport. We are talking about, and we'll be deliberating in these sessions on multiple occasions. We'll be talking about the artificial intelligence, its applications, how the transport systems will be more resilient and more informed, and avoid the possible that accidents, for example, giving the more informations, and how it can enable the citizens to have a better life. And the theme of the, particularly this AI summit, is welfare for all and happiness for all. This is the theme we are talking about. Mobility has always been is part of the civilizations and the ancient trade routes that connected Asia and maritime networks that link the continents, and the railways that powered the industrial growth, and each transformed the society far beyond the transport itself. And movement has never been about any distance. It has always been opportunity. Today we are talking about that opportunity embedded with the intelligence, which is not human generated, but it is machine generated. So as far as my own domain is concerned, thanks to Akhilesh Saab, he has also mentioned that how the technology will be at the leveraged point to support the transport systems. So the transport systems will be only be made intelligent with the interconnected devices, and the informations spinning off from each these devices, be it in that IoT, sensors, devices, vehicles which are carrying these sensors and interconnections, and inferring the informations to have a predictive this analysis, so that it will be of help to particularly to humans. So in this context, that Ministry of, I'll just draw the few points, the Ministry of Road Transport. As per the records, the accident in particularly India 2023, this is around 4.8 lakhs accidents, out of which the fatality is around 1.72 lakhs. So huge speaker rate is one of the highest among the other countries in the world. So there has this prompted the committees to be formed, and DOT is also part of the committee, because enabling the technology through this the networking is the mandate of the Department of Telecoms. It deals with the spectrum which connects the devices in a wireless manner. So future for a smarter mobility lies in intelligent, cooperative and connected systems. If you go to that particularly, the critical pillar of the intelligent mobility is vehicle to everything, that V2X communications. By enabling the vehicles to communicate with each other through the V2B, vehicle to vehicle communications, by enabling the vehicles to communicate with the infrastructures, roadside infrastructures, then vehicle to the network, and overall V2 anything. So that means the sensors fitted in the vehicles, they have to communicate with the network, they will communicate with the roadside, the infrastructures, they will also communicate with themselves, so that to arrive at their geolocations and also predict that is there any threat component and other things. There itself the massive data will be generated, and this massive data will require a high this processing capacity at the data centers or distributed or centrally, and they infer the informations and give the guidance to the drivers. So this is what it's all about, and to arrive at, we need the ecosystems where the equipment suppliers, they provide the equipment with required specifications, and the devices are also then manufactured with specifications which is predictive in nature. Third, we must provide a predictive frequency band or spectrum on which the systems must interact or interwork. So India has also taken a lead in this, because this is not a national but international, because you are having the vehicles export and imported to India as well. So to this, we have also in DOT, we are working on it, and we have also identified a spectrum in the particularly 5.9 gigahertz that we have earmarked it, so that ecosystem will develop once we give that certainty that this frequency will operate. Now that we have also that our regulator is TRI, they are working on it is for for the level of signaling, and also the communication between vehicle to the roadside units. Now coming to that devices, means particularly if you talk about the standards, so India is also taking a standard, international standards in ETSI, ETSI, which is the European standards, and through this they are defining the protocols that in what way the devices they interact, either IoT or M2M devices, or the devices in the roadside units. So how they will operate, the protocols that has already been defined, and in the process of getting a finer shape. And this particularly this committee has also resolved that what are the technical requirements for interworking. And spectrum is the lifeline of connectivity, and we have also given that spectrum for the two part. One is that vehicle to the roadside units or vehicle to the network, and as a vehicle to vehicle. There are two segments. One is which will be on a regulated manner. Another is that we can have an unlicensed band, and that spurs, actually that propels particularly the growth of the industry to develop the ecosystems. Looking ahead, the mobility will be the hyper-connected. 5G and 6G tomorrow will have the will have its place by 2030. Edge computing, coupled with satellite communications in the lower orbit, LEO, lower orbit stations, LEO and MEO. Those were in 400 kilometers away from Earth. So these will be propelling the connectivity part in a massive way. And today, together, they will form a seamless digital mobility grid, one that senses, learns, and adapts in real time. And that adaptation means they will learn and they will cope up with this intelligence and develop the predictive models. And imagine a future where the freight corridors anticipate disruptions before it occurs, where emergency vehicles receive automated priority across the city networks, where the connectivity reaches remote highways and border regions. Particularly, it is very sensitive for the border regions. So now, at the end, I'll just leave my own thoughts. Let this dialogue, particularly this discussion, mark a decisive step towards the future where the intelligence is embedded in the infrastructure, connectivity is universal, innovation is responsible, and mobility is inclusive. India stands already in a formidable position to collaborate, to innovate, and where responsibility calls to lead. I look forward to the insightful discussions in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a very clear roadmap how DOT is planning and how. Thank you very much. I think it's very exciting, and I mean, this is what people must be wanted to listen since long. Thank you very much. There was one problem what during talk he just mentioned about the road fatalities. Sir, with just 1.5% of, I mean, the India contributes almost 11% of the road fatalities, which is highest in the earth, in the globe. And the second number is not even half, they are much, much below. So it's a serious issue. And you rightly said that such kind of technologies can be a gap filler because the growth, despite our normal things are, it's not reducing, but technology can be an enabler which can help to quickly reduce the facility. So to talk on this road safety issue, we are honored to have with us member of the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, ex-bureaucrat. He was Secretary to the Government of India in his earlier role. Now he is leading it from the front. He recently got implemented electronic enforcement. So I won't be entering into his discussions. May I request you, sir, to address the gathering with your...
Yeah, to keep the focus, I have a small presentation also. So dignitaries on the dais, the audience, esteemed audience, ladies and gentlemen. Now many speakers have already spoken about the various technologies which are coming, the ITS on the roads, and the future of mobility. And we are in this AI summit, and one of the major concern of the world, and that specifically India, is on the safety of roads. you are traveling on a car, driving yourself, and you are hit by somebody, a larger vehicle. And even if you are not killed, but you break your bones, you say, what was my fault? I was driving in my lane. The person who hit me doesn't follow the rules, whether he had passed the test or not, I don't know. Every day when you see in the newspaper, somebody productive is killed. And that is a major concern, not only of the government, but also of the courts, the Supreme Court. So if you see our figures, these figures are from the published data of the Government of India and collected by the state government, the police department and the transport department. You can see the number of deaths, how many deaths per day. This is on the recent published data of 2023, because there is a delay of 2 years. And the number of accidents are nearly 500,000 with so many injuries, and that too these are serious injuries. The minor injuries are not counted in this. They are called minor, but at least some bones are broken in this. Now, I am giving these figures in the AI summit because I know that many people are working on the road safety to find solutions in the road safety. They are using the AI tools to improve the road conditions. And these are the data through which these people who are seriously working in this will be able to see that what kind of AI agents will be built in future, whether there is a case for recovery of the investment. I will say yes. With so much of thing, government stands with you, the court stands with you, and it is the need of the hour. If you see, national highway and the state highway is only nearly 50% of the road length, but it accounts for 59% of the fatalities. NH is 36.5, state highway is 22.8. Of course, the traffic density is higher, but here, if you develop AI tools, it's easy to manage because you have to work only on 4.9% of the road length. Put ATMs, different cameras, control room, ambulances, all 4 E's can work on all 4 E's of road safety. Then the productive population is affected. If you make road safe, they are ready to pay also. It will come from the insurance sector also somehow. Then the highways with a long stretch are the most affected. One of the speaker was saying, of course he was quoting the world thing, that the junctions are affected. No, in India the long stretches on the rural highway accounts for the highest number of fatalities, because overspeeding is one of the main reasons. Enforcement is required. So the target corridors are the long stretches of national highways, state highways, and there are some urban hotspots. And the target states are also these 10. So if these states are taken care of, people who are working, these states account for the highest number of fatalities in the country. Then in the road user death, two-wheelers, they have highest number of deaths, 44.8, pedestrian 20.4, car taxi 12.4, and truck lorries only 5.8. Again, impacting vehicle, two-wheelers 28.2. This may be all because the two-wheeler has struck roads, dividers, not wearing helmets. This is hurt, and it is his fault. That is why it's 28.2. Because somebody may ask why, how can an impacting vehicle like two-wheeler will be there? Because if you are driving on a wrong side, if you are crisscrossing the lanes, not maintaining the lanes, and you are hitting something, then it's your fault. You are booked for that. So again, you can see the various vehicles in which if AI solutions are built in, worked in, then it will give results. Then continuing further, overspeeding is the 68%. I think world over overspeeding is one of the main reasons. Enforcement is an issue, training is an issue, means education is an issue, and other things are there, road calming, speed calming measures will be there. Wrong side, of course, people say wrong side may be a major issue, but it's only 5.5% of the fatalities. Again, the reasons of death, hit from back, 22%, 21%, hit and run is 18%, head-on collision is 17%, hit from side is 17%, and so on. So I think the ADAS will help this in some aspect, and more AI tools in the ADAS, built-in AI tools in the ADAS is required. I think it will come very soon in larger vehicles, and that will give some relief. And by the licenses, maximum is the valid license. People who have license, they either hit or get killed, 71%. Not known means they don't know whether he has license or not. This on the accident. Then persons killed, non-use of safety devices, helmet, of course, everybody knows. So many drivers killed, so percentage of passenger killed, seat belts. So again, this is an enforcement issue based on the AI based on the camera, the analysis, and enforcement will bring in the results. And again, the straight road and curved road. So I gave this data because I gave also in IIT Bombay, the conference also I told, AI conference, because there will be many people who are developing AI solutions and want quick returns out of it so that they can recover money and move to the next solution. These are some of the requirements where the government, other people will stand with you, and this is the need of the hour. Now there has been efforts on the cashless treatment during the golden hour. Then recently a zero fatality district program for 100 districts in 15 states have been taken, in which the action plan has been prepared for each of these districts, and 33% of deaths in India take place in just these 100 districts, and it will be monitored closely. Then the Supreme Court told that on the principle of marginal returns, electronic enforcement, nothing new, but is important. So an SOP was issued by MORTH on the instance of scores, we approved it. It has various components on electronic enforcement, where again AIs can be built in, and we have written also that AI should be built in. On the IRAD, this is the accident system which generates the EDAR reports. Integration of the data between the transport department's IRAD and the CCTNS of the Ministry of Home. That is also important. If data is not available, you cannot issue e-challans. You cannot prosecute people. You cannot take corrective measures. So this is an effort which is going on. But a lot of AI inputs will be required into this. Then challan is another thing. Only 18% of the challans are recovered. We are trying to work through the courts and the police and the transport department to increase the recovery. But quick solutions are required. It has been pending for a long time. Then again, e-court is an important thing. Supreme Court has taken a pilot e-court implementation in the Patiala court on this, and which will be implemented all over the country. And we have been pushing them, this committee on e-courts, that implemented soon. There were certain issues. Because, see, once accident take place, there are two issues. There are two components of this. First, out of the total claim given, say 1 crore rupees, insurance company says, I will be able to give, based on the premium, only 40 lakh rupees. 60 lakhs say, the vehicle owner has to give because of these reasons, then he has to pay it. Next time he will think twice when he is handing over the vehicle to somebody or he is driving himself, that there is a default on his part or not. That will reduce the number of accidents. Then there is the ATMS component of this. Then a road safety committee which deals with the whole issue in the districts has to be accountable, monitoring of these committees. They made the action plans, measurable action plan, monitored regularly by the state committee and the MOR. And we also audit the states. And there of course is capacity building in all these components. Then recently, this week only, we had approved the SOP for pre-hospital cares. So now, Uberization of ambulances, the first responders, the hospitals is required. Because you always take him to a government hospital, which is not good. Nearest hospital should be also used. Private ambulances can also be used. These responders are trained. They try to save life there itself. If 2 responders are available in the village where accident takes place, they will rush and try to save life. So, Uberization of both public sector and private sector is there. And of course, what the health department says is the teleconsultation in pre-hospital care, when moving from in the ambulances to the hospital, some of the care is taken so that life is saved. This SOP was issued recently, this week only on Monday, and it will be shared with the states and other stakeholders. Then there is another SOP for people with disabilities, because once he is discharged, he should get the equipment required for rehabilitation. He has to be tracked so that he again comes to a form where he can earn his own bread. So see, there are some issues where a lot of effort can go into, and this AI solution can be built into it so that the fatalities reduce and the people who are affected by this can again earn their bread. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And I know this topic is so sensitive and touches everyone. It cannot be, we can't do justice in just 55 minutes to talk on this. So, but anyway, we tried our best. Our 3 speakers unfortunately got left, but I will not disappoint them. I will request them very quickly, just 2 minutes bite. So I think we have to start with Professor. You can come over here, and there is no time to now change the thing. Just 2 minutes you can talk on, and then Mr. Sonal, and we have Jiten come.
So thank you for the invitation. So looking from academia perspective, we see a lot of role of AI for, transportation and mobility. So for example, one of the technique we have been working on is to, given a hazy image, we could convert into dehaze image. So especially in the winter season in North India, there is a lot of fog and all, which affects the safety of the vehicles. So if we can integrate these things in the dashboard camera, this can help the drivers take correct decisions. Another thing which researchers in our institute we are doing is to work with authorities in Haridwar and other pilgrimage sites, is that to do crowd counting so that we can manage the crowd much better. Especially in Char Dham Yatra, Kavad Yatra, there is a huge crowd, and sometimes unless we predict the crowd and unless we have a good stock of the crowd, our policies will always fall short. So that's why we are working on with these authorities to make proper solutions. And finally, one more example I will cite is that our researchers are also working with like for example authorities in Nainital. In especially summer season, where there is a peak of tourist traffic, there is hardly any space for parking the cars. So then there is a huge coordination required between parking spots and the other feeder buses, because you have to park your cars outside the city and then a feeder bus will take you. But unless it is very convenient for the passengers, they will not cooperate. So we feel that AI will also build the trust of people in this whole city level management of the traffic, And once it is very convenient that at the comfort of an app, they can understand that instead of car, I should take the bus or I should do the rerouting, then they will happily, cooperate, and all the schemes that government, implement, that will be successful. So this is our vision of, using AI for intelligent transportation, especially, making it very convenient for people, safer for the people, and bringing their full cooperation. So that's all. In the interest of time, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Asking Professor to complete in 2 minutes is, in fact, totally wrong, but thank you very much for your support. I now get Mr. Sonal Ahuja. He is the CEO of CAPS, doing a lot of work in ITS-related solutions. So over to you, Sonal, very quickly.
Thank you. So I know time is tight. So one of the most important things that we are facing in our cities is extreme congestion. If any one of us have gone to Pragati Maidan, you know the traffic and the problems that we are facing. And I always say, from the experience of being an international, I would say multinational company where we have implemented technologies all around, that no matter how much you will build the roads, people will always come there. And no matter how intelligent you make your traffic lights, they will be ill-geared to resort to the problems of traffic, and you will face accidents unless and until you integrate a couple of things. And that also means investing in public transport. Now, the metro station is there at Pragati Maidan, but it's very hard to reach and people don't really know it. So how am I going to take people out of the cars and into public transport? And investments in public transport must come along by giving them priority, by making public transport more achievable. And that also means that we need to manage the demand much more properly. And if we need to manage the demand, unfortunately, we need to charge for the road space. We face extreme amount of congestion and extreme problems during the winter months in Delhi, and cities must start seriously thinking about, can I charge the road user so as to contribute positively towards the society? Now, what are these road users which we can charge? Clearly, commercial vehicles. They are the number one contributors. The trucks, for example, they are the biggest contributors to the pollution. So can we start by experimental, I would say implementation of a program where we can contribute to the society by charging the vehicles, create charging zones which are not just point-based, but based upon distance, based upon GPS, based upon pay-as-you-go. So road user charging, combined with effective tolling, combined with intelligent traffic lights, can really work very well. And then as we saw that the most of the accidents are actually happening on the national and state highways, so CITS technology, which preempts the people, cameras which are equipped with right vision, as our Mumbai colleagues were saying, with the right bandwidth, with the right communication spectrum, and cars which have got, we should make mandatory that all the OEMs in India must enable the vehicles CITS ready. If they have an onboard unit ready, if they have this technology working on a common standard, implementing CITS and reducing these fatalities will be much easier. So on that, I would like to thank you so much, and I hope that in the next 5 years, we can make India as a zero crash or a zero death country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sonal, keeping it exactly on time. Now I have got one speaker, Mr. Jiten. Jiten, please come quickly. He is the founder and CEO of Onyx and do a lot of traffic solutions, Delhi and many other cities, Bangalore. And very quickly, you can talk about your AI-based solution, which is going to be a game changer. You spoke to NVIDIA yesterday. Yeah, come.
Okay. Sir, I wanted to keep another perspective in this. For that, I'll just take 2 minutes. Sir, हम जो इंटेलिजेंट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में एक्सेलरेशन करने वाले हैं फ्यूचर में, वो कितना हुआ? क्या हम उसकी कोई यूनिट ना बना सकते हैं? कोई यूनिट होनी चाहिए कि हमने जो इतने एफर्ट्स करे उसका इतना इम्पैक्ट हुआ. हम एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में हैं, तो इसको इम्पैक्ट करने के लिए एक अच्छा तरीका है. आप किसी भी शहर में पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट एक्स तक ट्रैवल कीजिए और देखिए रास्ते में जो इंटरसेक्शंस आ रहे हैं, वहाँ जो ट्रैफिक लाइट्स हैं, वो ट्रैफिक लाइट्स में रेड का ड्यूरेशन कितना रहा, ग्रीन का ड्यूरेशन कितना रहा. अगर रेड बहुत ज़्यादा रहा और ग्रीन कम रहा तो एक अलग इम्पैक्ट है, और अगर इसका रिवर्स हुआ कि मैंने आपको रेड बहुत छोटा मिला, आप जल्दी से पार हो गए, तो ये एक अलग इम्पैक्ट है। इस सारे डाटा को, रेड लाइट के और ग्रीन लाइट के डाटा को इकट्ठा करके, एनालाइज करके, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का यूज़ करके हम एक यूनिट पर पहुंच सकते हैं जिससे हम मेजर कर सकें कि इम्पैक्ट कितना हुआ। तो ट्रैफिक सिग्नल मेरे हिसाब से इसको नापने की एक घड़ी है। एक जो समय की जो ट्रैफिक सिग्नल्स हैं वो इंटेलिजेंट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का इम्पैक्ट कितना हुआ, वो उसको नापने की एक घड़ी है। थैंक यू।
Thank you. But your solution is much bigger because you are implementing, sir. I will just vary for the audience and people on dais. I can explain. He is optimizing the time based on the AI without any extra equipment on any of the junctions. Just by, I mean, you can, yeah. You want to add?
Yes, I want to explore that in 2 minutes. I'll finish.
Not 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. सो मैंने ट्रैफिक सिग्नल को एलईडी से, बल्ब से एलईडी में चेंज होते हुए देखा है, फिक्स टाइम से एडेप्टिव और इंटेलिजेंट और स्मार्ट होते हुए देखा है। और इसमें जो टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हैं उनमें जो लिमिटेशंस हैं उन सबको भी देखी है, और जो लेटेस्ट सोल्यूशन, इसका जो बेस्ट सोल्यूशन मेरे दिमाग में आया और जो हम जिस पे काम कर रहे हैं, हमने एक आर्टिफिशियल एल्गोरिदम बनाई है जो क्राउड सोर्स डाटा को मेज़र करती है और बिना कोई सेंसर लगाए, बिना कोई चेंज करे, उस बेसिस पे कि क्राउड सोर्स डाटा कितना है, ट्रैफिक सिग्नल को ग्रीन या रेड करती है। ये दिस इज अ सिंपल एल्गोरिदम। इसकी खासियत ये है कि आपको कोई गड्ढा नहीं खोदना, आपको कोई नया इक्विपमेंट नहीं लगाना, आपको कैमरे को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैपेक्स जीरो है सर। डाटा हम क्राउड सोर्स डाटा लेते हैं, बहुत सारे, कुछ एक चीज़ें मैं बताना चाहूँगा, जैसे सारी चीज़ नहीं, आपको अकेले में बताऊँगा। टॉम से हम डाटा लेते हैं, गूगल से हम डाटा लेते हैं, मल्टीपल सोर्सेज हैं जी। ट्रैफिक का डाटा क्या लेते हैं, राइट। तो हम ट्रैफिक का डाटा जी, जो ट्रैफिक का रेगुलर डाटा होता है, स्पीड है, डायरेक्शन है, कितनी देर, ये इस तरह का डाटा लेते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you. So we have almost done, but we'll take one or maximum 2 questions from the audience because they had been listening since almost an hour. So 2 very quick questions anybody can ask. Mr. Senthu, you are already doing in AI, so you want to say something? How your near misses or something? Just 1 minute.
Yeah, so one of the main things that I want to really question on is how much of this of solutions that we are doing that we can really focus on prevention. I think sir mentioned about on bringing down the fatalities and making sure that we have the electronic enforcement, right? So apart from that, I think one of the focuses that we are also doing on is even before the accidents happen, try to find out the the hotspots where accidents can happen, like the near misses where it could have happened, because we do have a report of the accidents, but I think we should also be seeing the near misses, and I think we can take actions based on on that as well. So,
absolutely. Instead of after an accident saying that this is a black spot and now rectify after sacrificing few lives, that's not the human way. Best is near misses, what you said. AI can predict by pattern that this is going to be a accident prone area and can be corrected. Any other question by anyone, please? I think there is one question. Last.
My question relates to the safety, which, and I would specifically ask Shri Bandyopadhyay ji for this. There have been, we all know that in India we have large number of accidents. As your data said, that 170,000 people die every day. Now my question is, what are the efforts being done? Because I feel that the issue of driving license, the way we issue driving license, that is the biggest culprit, because the education part is not there. You know, the large number of people who, population who have driving license, even in this room, if you see, we haven't had a proper test or education on that. So that is the reason that we do not follow the traffic rules. Even though we do want to follow the traffic rules, we are not aware of. A case and example is when you are on highways, the lane driving. You will never see a lorry driver driving on his lane. He or she will always be on the fast lane. That what happens is that because of that, everybody else has to overtake from the other side. And if you have vehicles coming on the opposite direction, and the fatalities happen there. This is a very basic thing. I'm just giving you an example, you know. So my understanding is that how is AI going to improve the issue of driving license? Because that's where the basic problem comes in. Once you improve the driving license issuing system, everything else will be taken care.
Understood.
See, first, I don't answer this question. I am not government. You have to ask the transport minister of center and this state. We also ask them. But of course, what can AI do? I can foresee is that the IRAD system, which is collecting the data on every accident and linking it to CCTNS, it will throw the data that if the accident happens, whether this was a licensed person, which is the license issuing authority, whether he had training or not for this, so the whole licensing system can be improved. And government, you should actually ask the government on this. We also ask them. We are Supreme Court. We ask government, the center as well as the state on this. They are trying to automatize the driving test, both the theoretical one and the practical one. But I agree that a lot has to be done. Okay. I don't know when you took your license, whether the serious testing was there or not. But of course, everybody knows that the quality is improving, but there is much to do. Huh?
Right. Thank you, sir. I think, just to add the AI angle which you asked in the driving license. So as sir said, automation is there, now it has to be. Now we are, the government is planning to put an IoT while the testing, driving is learning license time to score, and then score will determine whether DL will be given or no. One. Second thing is where AI actually comes is the driver monitoring system, which is most likely will be mandated in a year or so, because draft is already circulated by government, where the camera is continuously looking at the driver's alertness. If there are violations are there, those are already they are detected violations, and then this is converted into a real time driver score that gives the real. So my license may be 20-year-old, but current my driving skill may have gone down. So that will give me exact. So that's the good use of AI. Thank you very much for asking this question.
Can I have a follow-up question on that?
Let me just last question, and if time permits, will. Mr. Chaitanya, you wanted to ask some question. Actually, sir, Chaitanya has developed a good solution where while decelerating the vehicle, the light, so this, the collision which you can explain it quickly and ask the question.
So, we wanted to prevent accidents at large, and that is where we are targeting to prevent rear-end collisions, which are the highest in number. But anyway, my question is, to prevent accidents at large, like what could be the AI involvement? Like, is it the hardware part or the software part, and how we can prevent it? Do we need to approach it as an OEM level or at a large scale level, where it goes into the implementation as an aftermarket fit also? So because, to prevent accidents at large, if we go only for the OEM level, it might take a lot of time to get into all these vehicles. So what could be the challenges on implementing the AI at the hardware and the software part?
I think what happens, if there is if you see the accident data, fatalities data, some intervention is required. And if AI solution is available, Mr. Banerjee will can speak on this, is available in other part of the world, Why can't it be brought to country to save life? And then the regulations are made, they are made compulsory, and the OEMs have to follow that. And it is already available as the vehicles of say 3 global companies. Others can't say no, we don't have this solution, we'll have to take time. So that is one. Secondly, if some new innovation is done for Indian condition, then you go in front of the government, says very good, follow it in these stretches, in this 100 districts to start with. And then it can be additive on certain of the vehicles, like the control of the iris or checking the iris of the truck drivers and so on. If a certified stable solution is available, they can be add on the existing trucks as well as the new trucks which are coming on. I think Mr. Banerjee will be able to.
Thank you. I think we are very clear that collision avoidance braking systems are already in place. Once the GPS monitored positioning of the vehicles are implemented, I think accidents will not happen. It's a matter of time. You will see very soon with software defined vehicles, with connectivity, with GPS locations. CV2X approval, which is pending with the DOT because of the complexities, is under consideration, but very soon you will realize that we will have a scenario where 2 vehicles will never collide.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for clarifying, because it's overall the total ecosystems have come to force, and as Sanjay sir rightly said, if it is implemented anywhere in the world, so what is hitch to bring it in India? Nothing. You start it, and as the government is very clear, you just heard the member technical saying that if CV2X, they're also coming up with, because it's already in US. Mr. Puneet, you want to add one line on that? What has been the...
No, I think it was very good to hear that at least the globally harmonized spectrum 5.9 gigahertz that you mentioned, that is something which is under serious consideration. So that is something which is very good to hear. And one of the things I also have Mr. Singh from TC, under whose chairmanship we spent a very long time deliberating wide variety of scenarios, situations, and one of the key understanding that we have is that we really have to look at what is specific for India that we need to do. And that committee did document that we have to do those India-specific trials and gain Indian experiences, and which is what Mr. Bandapam did mention, that our Indian fatalities may have unique differences, which may be slightly different from the rest of the world. And how do we utilize the technology to help in that? So
Thank you very much. So with this, as we already crossed the time and we are getting a lot of reminders from them, thank you very much to the esteemed panelists, our guest on the dais, the guest in the as a participants and the delegates. Thank you very much for your valuable time. I will give the mic back to Dr. Shiv to close the ceremony with facilities and tools.
Thank you, sir. It has been very enlightening, and I think it was deliberated in spite of the shortage of time, though we have taken 10 to 12 minutes extra, but I think that's fine, because no other session was there, so they could accommodate it for the 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Now, we'll move fast, and I'll request first, Professor Sikda sir, please come forward and felicitate our special guest, distinguished guest, Sanjay sir. Now to the member technology, I'll request Mr. Sonal, please come forward, along with Akhilesh sir. Sir, you also join hands. I think. Mr. P.K. Banerjee, sir. I'll request Santuran Karthikeyan. Aishwarya from the OMI Foundation. She is the one who helped us in making the AI roadmap report, which basically, report. Yeah. So maybe Dr. Puneet, please. Now I'll request Akhilesh sir to hand over to the Mr. Joshi. I'll state to the Joshi sir first. So, to the Sonal sir, Arjun, you can take the along with Akhilesh sir. Mr. Jitendra, can you come forward? And I'll request Mr. Atul Rai to join hands with Akhilesh sir. Professor Sparsh Mittal, I will take this opportunity. Come forward. Sir, can you hand over the report on the AI? We have to the special guest, our chief guest and the guest of honors. Yeah. One should be good enough. Yeah. Yeah, that's good enough. No problem. Yeah. With that, with this, I will thank each and everyone, our dignitaries, for taking time. Thank you very much, and giving us such a vast of the knowledge, words of the wisdom, and I'm sure some of the recommendations we have given should be incorporated in the proceedings, and we'll submit very soon, in a couple of days, we'll submit a report. Certainly, we'll take the help of OMI again, because they are the expert, they are the consultant in this activity, which I've been doing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please. Why not? Yes, yes, yeah. Yeah, please join. Please join. They are the authors from the OMI who has helped us in making these reports. We have released 9 reports, so one of them was on the AI, on the roadmap. Sikdar sir, please give the blessing. Professor Sikdar has been into the CRRI, so he was the director of the R&D. And other than the dignitaries, my special thanks to R.S. Singh sir, because he has been the chairman of the committee and who has come up with a very nice report, very elaborated report. Sir, thank you very much for coming and doing such a great work. Each and every audience, all the industry members, our friends, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers who has given us the opportunity. AI
हेलो हेलो Hi, good evening, guys. Can you please settle down? We'll start the session. Yeah, guys, please settle down. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Very warm welcome to a panel discussion on AI meets creativity, skilling for innovation in the intelligent economy, organized by Future Skills Prime, a NASCOM and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology Digital Skilling Initiative, in collaboration with Adobe. To start the session, may I now call our esteemed panelists on the stage, starting with Mr. Rana Daggupati. Actor, producer, entrepreneur, and digital and creative professional. Dr. Ashish Kulkarni. Board of Directors, IICT. Mr. Rajyushi Singh, Chief Business Officer and Chief Marketing Officer, Make My Trip. Mr. Saransh Agarwal, Vice President, Learning and Development, Cognizant. And Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, Chief Executive Officer, Sector Skill Council, NASCOM. And finally, I would like to invite our moderator on the stage, Ms. Mala Sharma, Global Vice President and General Manager, Student Product and Marketing, Adobe. We are truly honored to have such an accomplished group of leaders shaping the future of creativity, technology, and skills. May I now request Mala to lead the session. Over to you, Mala.
All right. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have so many of you here. It's like standing room only. Thank you for joining us. This is a really, it's a session really close to my heart. As I was introduced, I run education globally for Adobe, and we think a lot about creativity and AI and the intersection between both of them. So it's great to have all of you here, and welcome to these amazing guests. Before we get started, we'd like to run a quick film, if we can, that exemplifies creativity and AI.
There's AI systems to see that it gives me consistent results in a period of time. Then there is also lack of clarity about a period of time. You know, then there is also lack of clarity about, you know, what is a cybersecurity issue there, and what is the issue of malfunctioning or a poor design of an AI system. That lack of clarity also results in, you know, the challenges that are there. I think these are the preliminary thoughts that I have. So at the national scale, the issue is that when you have multiple entities at the enterprise scale and financial sector, the telecom sector, and all of them, and the power sector adopting AI, the effect on compromises on the critical information infrastructure is something that, you know, would actually make us wake up and then see that what could be done. So those are issues that are there.
Excellent pointers, sir. Excellent pointers. And I think since you brought in the private sector, you know, and the way they've evolved, and they're also subjected to these risks which are evolving in nature. I'd like to bring in Lakshmi sir from Tata here. So, sir, a lot of infrastructure is being built, connected, communicated using you know, what you're building for the nation. So, how are you seeing the paradigm shift from, let's say, how it used to be before AI was commoditized and an everyday technology? It used to be in the labs. Now it's out and in everybody's hands. So, what is the change that you are seeing and the impact you're seeing on critical infrastructure?
I don't think people have woken up to the fact that they are fast running towards the cliff. Because I genuinely think that the digital infrastructure in enterprises today are already fragile. Right? And we know that from an enterprise security point of view, there are so many attacks that are happening. And we know that there are huge issues when it comes to, for example, you know, now we more talk about IT/OT security. The operational technology in factories were never in the purview of IT security. And there are, security today and digital infrastructure in general is still very fragile. It's islands of different OEM technologies and many things. And I don't want to, it is a major issue. Now, on top of this fragility, you add AI, and this fragility is going to be multiplied 100 times over, right? On many counts, because AI is going to increase the network traffic, especially the east-west traffic, by again, multifold. The number of API calls that somebody, and we all are saying, oh, I'll embed AI at the edge of the device, and if I have a banking application, I will do that. But nobody has thought through, if I put an inference there, or if you put an inferencing at the edge, the number of API calls these have to do is tremendous. And these API calls are long-lived sessions. They're not traditional API calls. So the edge infrastructure is going to come under tremendous strain. So that's why I'm saying that in all our excitement of AI, I'm very passionate and excited about AI, but I genuinely feel that people are not looking at the foundations properly, right? So that is very fragile, and that is one point I want to make. The second point about this is I would like to expand the scope of this discussion. It's not about AI and cybersecurity alone. It's also about a broader trust question. Right? I think with we all know, whether fake, the messages, you don't know. Apply that in the enterprise context. And I know there was a talk about model drifts and so on and so forth. So what we at Tata.com are doing, one is to protect the digital infrastructure through many, many things that we can do. And the unfortunate part is I don't think enterprises have woken up to the fact that they have to do it. So I tell them that you can't build a skyscraper with a foundation of a bungalow, which is what they're trying to do. But when it comes to the drift and the trust part of it, I do believe that enterprises require an AI operating system. Right? And what we mean by that AI operating system is something that brings the context together. Because LLMs will provide the knowledge. To make that knowledge into actionable intelligence, you need the context layer, you need the agentic layer, and more importantly, you need to have a trust and governance layer which will control what an agent will do or will not do. Right? And if I take that control in my hands and say that I will configure and ensure this agent will do something or not do something, I can make use of the models underneath a lot more intelligently. Right? So I think rather than focusing on whether this LLM is good or that LLM is good and so on, this AI operating system is what is required for people to build an application which will ensure that all of these are governed properly.
So that's a great point. In fact, I was having a conversation a few days back, and I was saying that from the time of corporate social responsibility, it's time to evolve to corporate AI responsibility, where corporates start talking about how they're controlling and owning the actions of the AI that they're building and deploying. A great perspective, sir. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to bring in Richard to sort of continue the talk about digital infrastructure and resilience. So how has resilience in your perspective evolved when we talk about AI risks to cybersecurity and vice versa?
Well, the question of resilience is a complex question. So I will bring few aspects that I think are very important. So it is well understood that that people are typically the weakest link in cybersecurity. The reason is that we as human beings, we were not evolved to deal with machines, computers, and so on, and most of us don't have really deep technical knowledge about how systems work and so on. So we are, to a big extent, dependent on relatively superficial understanding, and so we are more easy to be tricked by different social engineering tricks and so on. Now, with AI, this is becoming a big issue, because how you can distinguish a scam from a real communication when the scam communication looks exactly like the real communication. I'm talking about deepfakes and so on. So this is one aspect of the risk connected directly with people. The other aspect is that we want AI to empower people to do things, more things, and make them in an easier way. So we have those agents, and we give them some, or we want to give them some commands like do this for me or that for me, but we don't understand all the steps that the agent will take on our behalf when performing those tasks. And each of those tasks can be, there can be risk factors involved without us knowing. Like, okay, if you want to perform this action, you will need to have those additional tools to achieve that. And where you get those additional tools, okay, if AI decides on your behalf, these are the tools you need, software packages, whatever it is, and they get to your computer without this being supervised, then this is a problem. So where I'm heading, like resilience here is really protecting or paying attention to details. What is actually happening? What is running in the background? How are your commands transferred to the agents? Is there a possibility for them to be intercepted, to be modified? So it's even, it was difficult and complex even before advent of the new AI agentic approach. Now it's becoming even more important to really go into all the details. And we just heard from Lakshmi that he sees that we are moving towards a cliff. Well, depends on us, of course. We want to go fast. We want to employ. We are all excited about AI, but maybe sometimes we need to slow down a little bit and make sure that the pieces are in the place and cybersecurity is not overlooked.
Excellent perspectives. And you know, I think an offshoot to that question can be to Ms. Daisy, which is, you know, what are you seeing as changing, you know, when you're talking about digital infra and especially the connectivity which it needs, you know, because you're at Cisco, right? And here is something which is connecting a lot of things to a lot of other things. So how are you seeing changes happening, especially when you talk about resilience and what's going inside digital infra?
So I think, you know, Lakshmi touched on a very important point of the fragility of the underlying infrastructure. And that is something that I want to reiterate. You know, for the past few years, we've been publishing an AI readiness index. And the good news is that we are as ready as everybody else. The bad news is maybe we're not that as ready as we think we are, which is the point Lakshmi is making, right? 90% of just under 1,000 large enterprises that we spoke to in India want to deploy agents this year. 40% want that agent to work alongside a human being. But only about 2/3 of those enterprises really have a data layer, data strategy, a data platform, and a data governance strategy. Only about 1/4 have the compute capacity they need. Only about 1/3 are able to understand AI threats and deal with them. And less than 1/5 have the innovation engine to think about building and scaling and maintaining AI applications and use cases. So clearly there is this ambition versus reality gap which we have to solve for. That's not a problem, as long as we all know that that's where it is, and they were acutely aware of this issue. The other thing is AI is essentially leading to, what this means is that we are rewiring and restacking the enterprise. It's not just networks, it's compute, it's silicon. I know, you know, at the national level, silicon security is a conversation. So all this resiliency, which we used to build almost like a bolt-on at the top, and particularly we used to think of it only as cyber resiliency. It's a system resilience which is built into all layers of the infrastructure stack, all layers of the AI stack. Yeah. And that's why at Cisco, since you asked me a network-specific question, we used to have, you know, we used to deal with connectivity largely as connectivity. And now we know the persona of that end port that connects to an end device that might be doing an inferencing, or it's in the data center. That persona has to be that it will be on one side, it will be a switch or a router, but on the other side, it will also be a security defense point. So this ability of building special grade of security appliances and putting them in various parts of the network is fast becoming an outdated idea. And the point we've got to do is we've got to break it into a number of virtual instances that can go wherever you want the security policy to be. So it becomes a very virtual distributed mesh rather than a hardware. Yes, there will be hardware. I'm not saying it'll go away, but this ability to infuse it into the fabric, and networks tend to be the all-pervasive fabrics. That's the way, at least as Cisco, we're thinking about it. So this domains of networking and security are crashing together. So secure networking is like the conversation in the network space particularly. The other part about this is the performance requirement, which also Lakshmi alluded to. AI will put pressure on the underlying infrastructure in a way, it's an exponential technology. The demands it will create on its underlying layers is also exponential. Yeah. Right? So we've got to almost build a new category of technology, silicon systems, applications, everything. A new category has to be built, and we have to build it in new ways. You cannot build it in the ways of how we built it in the past. Applications is an interesting one, right? We used to give an input, expect the same output on the other side. But now, if you are going to deploy AI models, this thing is probabilistic, and sir referred to it. So you want to get it to a degree of assessment so that you cannot expect in a financial application or a very important citizen service application, you give an input and the output has to be deterministic, but you're using at the core of it a probabilistic technology. So that refinement also takes a whole lot of work. So it's rethinking in ways in all layers of the, from silicon to software to systems, you have to rethink everything. Every rule we have to rethink.
Excellent, excellent. And since you brought in that perspective of rethinking, reimagining, and how we're using AI in the operating system of the company, I'd like to bring in Darshan here. So Darshan, you do a great work. You do a lot of great work in creating thought leadership content as well as doing consulting work for very large companies. Of course, there are CXOs and a very highly ranked official of the government sitting here. But then, what are the other CISOs, CXOs thinking about when it comes to AI? Is it still a compliance thing, or has it percolated into strategy?
First of all, thank you. I'll probably add some context to whatever I've heard so far. So, first of all, my views is any technology disruption brings in two emotions, right? So, hope as well as fear. And I'm sure all the other panelists have rightfully covered the fear construct of AI in cybersecurity, and rightly so. No disputing that truth. But there is a huge hope component from a cybersecurity company, right, for us, because we are a hardcore deep tech cybersecurity company. I see a lot of opportunities. And we as a country, India, can also be, we are at the sweet spot between intersection between AI and cybersecurity. And this topic is very aptly crafted, because I think it's a huge opportunity for us to also utilize. And I'll tell you why. Cybersecurity has so far been a very asymmetric equation. The intruders have always had an advantage, right, over the defenders or anyone who's actually defending a network, because they just need to get one thing right, and we need to get everything right, right? So it's always been asymmetric. But with AI, now all of a sudden we are at a level playing field, from a technology standpoint, to identify a needle in the haystack. For example, one classic use case can be an agentic security operations center. Because at the end of the day, if you have ever visited a security operations center, it is a 24/7 analyst looking at a screen, and almost an inhuman job, so to speak. But today, with AI, now you've got a level playing field, because we've seen those kinds of use cases being deployed at our SOC, where even a shift handover is done by an agent. So a lot of real use cases. So I'm on the hope side. There's a lot of opportunities that today we have. And second, in terms of talent, I mean, we have a lot of youngsters sitting in this room who are looking to grow. We have spoken so much about other services, other areas evaporating in terms of job opportunities. I think we can create the world's cybersecurity talent combination with AI, because cybersecurity and AI are not two different fields. Cybersecurity needs AI, and AI needs cybersecurity. So I think we are at a very, very opportune time for us to really ride this wave and create world-class talent which can address. So now on the second part which you just spoke about, in terms of what we are hearing at the CXOs globally, since we do deal with a lot of people in the payment ecosystem, CXOs obviously have the same construct of hope versus fear, right? So some are obviously, being a CISO or a CIO, there is amount of fear that is also coming in, because these are real problems, right? For example, deep fakes or spear phishing attacks have become more robust with AI. But one of the key things that we are trying to explain is that Yes, those are things that you need to address, no doubt. But can you also look at how you can take advantage of those AI? And Lakshmi rightly pointed out, how do you have an AI operating system? Similarly, we talk about how you can have an AI security operating system, right? Which you should have a playbook on how to leverage AI rather than being on the defense player. Yeah. So those are my views, Samrat. Yeah.
No, excellent views, and thank you very much for those perspectives. And I'm glad that I still see people coming in. You know, this is an interesting session, and some people standing as well. So I would like to bring in Pradeep now. Pradeep, you know, as a follow-on to what I just asked Darshan, here is something which is, you know, at the top, and we're saying, you know, while it is percolating into strategy a bit, do you think that we should have a dedicated function within an organization? And what are you seeing currently, not just in India, but elsewhere as well?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So probably adding on to what Darshan said, right? I don't mind the hope and the fear thing, because being in cybersecurity space, both of them do add more to what we can do, right? For the industry as a whole, for the country as a whole, if you would. When we look at strategically, when we talk to, let's say, leaders in boards at companies in India, across the world, predominantly when the conversation is about AI, the topic goes towards innovation, competitiveness, and ability to bring in, let's say, productivity gains, right? What often gets missed is that AI is quietly reshaping the risk equation within the enterprise, right? Now, cybersecurity, right, so can no longer be just about protecting systems and the data. Now, don't get me wrong, right? Cybersecurity is still needed to be able to identify all the systems within your enterprise, beyond the extended enterprise, as well as be able to protect the data that is on all of these systems. But it needs to evolve into something more, given the AI landscape, which is, I loved how Lakshmi put it, right? It's going to be about trust. So going forward, can cybersecurity, how can it evolve to start protecting decision-making and trust? Because trust is starting to become measurable, right, through provenance, through authenticity, as well as verification. Now, all of these mechanisms are going to come in a way that we are able to identify, measure, rate, risk rank, and call out whether this particular transaction that you're doing, whether it's a payment approval or, let's say, an executive communication, is trustworthy or not. And then accordingly, the agent or the system that's allowing the transaction to go through allows it or not, right? So that's something that we are seeing. And AI in this context is a force multiplier, right, on both sides. For us as defenders, we are seeing, like Darshan said, how we are able to detect, identify threats at scale and speed that we have never seen before, right? And definitely, right, bringing in, again, it's not going to, so if you ask, okay, is it going to completely revamp how we do and run SOCs? A little, yes. It's not going to replace all the analysts, but definitely in terms of certain tasks that we are doing, we've already started seeing Microsoft with its Security Copilot, how it can automate tasks, right? Like different agents doing different tasks of the SOC lifecycle. So we're already starting to see that. Now, but in addition to that, it's also helping attackers on the other side of the equation, which is, it is industrializing disruption at scale. Think phishing, think social engineering. Now, all of these manipulation, now it's happening at an unprecedented scale. Now, that's going to continue, and we're going to see it continue for, let's say, the next few years, because that's where we're headed. In terms of AI-related phishing, I would say, yeah, definitely manipulation, and how this is going to impact the industry as a whole. Now, I would say that's pretty much how all of these, the tectonic shift is happening, right, across. So as I would say, working with leaders and board members, we are looking at how to look at these risks and how to frame these risks. And here, usually we see three lenses. So one is the compliance risk, which is, am I complying with the EU AI Act, right? Am I complying with, let's say, DPDP or other sectoral guidance? So it's more of a check-in-the-box approach, maybe helps with me in protecting against regulatory exposure, but not with systemic risk, like what Ms. Daisy was saying. The second angle, which some companies have started to move towards, is the operational risk, right? Wherein the boards are starting to ask, the models am I using, is it reliable, is it safe, is it trustworthy? And what is the risk if this particular model or service provider who's providing that model goes down? So that's the operational risk angle that we are seeing more of. The third angle, which I think it's very few companies doing today, is probably the strategic risk angle, right? wherein being able to call out if I'm using this particular, if there's an AI-driven attack, identity attack, right, that is reducing or impacting the reputation of my organization with my customers, what is my exposure in financial terms? Now, these are questions that boards would start to need to ask, because we are starting to ask those questions and get those questions from leaders in order to how are we able to measure those, in how do you quantify risk in financial terms and be able to convey that to the board as well, because that's what, at the end of the day, boards are concerned in being able to convey to the stakeholders and shareholders.
No, that's great, and those are some interesting lenses that you put to the whole conversation. So, sir, I'd like to bring you in now, from your vantage point. So, when we talk about India's DPI, we are implementing AI into systems which cater to healthcare, which cater to telecom, across the citizen supply chain, if you will. So, how do we make sure that the AI deployments that we're doing, and what capabilities do we have to make sure that these deployments are secure and they're taking care of the risks that the fellow panelists highlighted?
Yeah. Even now, we are really struggling with getting the cybersecurity maturity across all sectors. The financial sector, for example, is mature. But let's say take the health sector. It's not as mature as others. But if you look at the enthusiasm, for example, of the health sector to adopt AI, you'll find that the level of enthusiasm is similar to what is there in the other sectors. So that is a big challenge. We've been engaging with the health sector, for example. We've had recent meetings also to say that how do I improve the cybersecurity posture of that sector. So that's a big challenge, actually, so we had this digital divide. We have a cybersecurity divide that's there. And now we are going to have this AI divide that's going to be there across enterprises in different sectors. So that is a challenge that is required to be addressed. There, I think, is the capacity building part. And also coming up with, frameworks where people have access to that framework and understand what is really required to be done. And, you talked of assessment. When an enterprise is coming with the AI system, is it secure? Is it doing the work it's supposed to do? So we don't have those assessment frameworks now. So if you're aware, the testing and assessment part is an important part, and creating that infrastructure so that people could go and then test and assess that is important part. The department of DRDO has come up with an ETI framework, if you're aware of it. Similarly, from our office also, we funded a project, and still it's around a year back, it started November of 2024, we funded the project for coming with an assessment framework for AI systems. So that one is the security aspect of that, and the other is, of course, the functional aspect, that also, in the sense that somebody claims that this AI system does something. So how do you actually assess that? So I think one is the capacity building part, and the other is having the frameworks in place is good. One thing good about this country is that we have an institutional framework that's been established, especially because of cybersecurity over the period of time, like we have got the CERT India and CIPC, or their institutional frameworks. And also the sectoral regulators also come up with sandboxing regulations, in the sense that if you want to try out something new, you have these regulations that helps you to try out something new. So I think these, like in the financial sector, you have the RBI sandboxing. In the telecom sector also there's a mechanism. So I think people start using these sandboxes to prove technologies, to prove applications, prove use cases, and that would help them to actually understand how it really works before they deploy in production. That, I think, would help going forward.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And I think it's enlightening and enriching for all of us here to know your perspective, especially what the government is doing towards it. I'd like to bring in Lakshmi sir from Tata here for the next question. So, sir, if we reconvene 5 years from now, here, what are we going to be talking about? What did we do? What did we get right?
I think these discussions are very healthy, right? Whether AI with a positive lens or with a fear lens, I think we need to. On two comments. One is, the question on assessment. We ourselves in Tadacom, when we asked ourselves the question, where do we want to be 5 years from now? And I made a statement that the next 5 years will determine the health of the company for the next 50 years. Right? Because the technologies are moving very fast. So for an assessment framework, we developed a framework ourselves. We studied a lot of material. We didn't find something good. So we developed an assessment framework where on one axis we plotted the capability. It includes talent, it includes the platform, which is when I said, look, no point in doing individual use cases in an organization. How many use cases will you do? You need a platform approach, which is where we said AI operating system is required. So that is maturing. So on one axis, we are going to plot the capability, right? So it's talent, even culture. AI, I don't know whether people have appreciated this, is a very different paradigm. Right? Even now in the discussions, I see people talking about how AI can help automate things and do things faster. No, that's not what AI will do. AI, while the previous technologies of cloud and internet have helped companies to scale transactions, AI is going to scale decisions. And when you're scaling decisions, you need to think of a different paradigm altogether, right? And we are still talking in the old paradigm of what tasks can be automated and how it can be done. So this is a new paradigm. So in the capability axis, the culture dimensions would have to be thought through carefully, and talent appropriate. I find some of the younger talent are more easy to train on AI than some of the older, unfortunately. So I think the whole talent and capability equation is one axis, and we're going to plot ourselves. And the other axis is on the outcomes. What outcomes do you really want to deliver with AI? And there, outcomes could be more on efficiency. Outcomes could be more on the revenue enhancement. Outcomes could be more on the trust and the customer satisfaction. All those outcomes need to be plotted. I must admit, we ourselves are somewhere in the lower quadrant, and I hope we as a company will move to the top quadrant, and that needs to be defined, and that needs to be visualized, and only then you can move towards that. And that's what we are driving the company towards, and all the platform development that we're doing, strengthening our infrastructure for enterprises, and we've shared some of these assessments to our customers as well. So that is one. So I hope that most people would see themselves moving towards the top quadrant in 5 years' time. The second thing that I worried about in the context of strategy is, again, when people talk about AI and strategy, I believe that, like in the previous technology when we had internet and cloud, there were new business models that came about. Right? So we had intermediaries coming, the booking.coms and others who disintermediated many, many people, or fintechs who came and did things better than the larger banks. And only when the larger entities woke up to the fact that these people are going to eat their lunch, and they have and that's what happened in the previous wave of technology. In the AI, I think similar disruption is waiting to happen. Don't know where and when and what, but if a strategy does not think about that as to what disruptions are going to happen, we would have missed the bus. So 5 years from now, I would expect a new class of companies who are AI native, who are out there going to disrupt the existing business model. So those are the two things I would expect in 5 years to happen.
Fabulous. And sir, one last question to you, Naren sir. If you were to give me a call 5 years from now and say, Samrat, this is how nation states have changed, what would that be?
See, one is, AI, and I've talked somewhere else also, adoption of AI is a competitive advantage. So that's why, you have to adopt AI, and you don't have any others. Because there are other nations who would be going to adopt, there are other enterprises going to adopt AI, and they're going to try to look at how do I do business better. So that way, so going down, you'll find that nations, we would adopt AI, and actively, and this conference is very good for that. 5 years down the line, the other is protecting yourself from the adversarial effects of AI, because it's a very powerful tool. It's a powerful tool. And then, it's just a thought process now, but I think as you pointed out, just 1 year we have found that such a lot of development has happened. We do not know where this is really going to lead us. So the thing is for us to be on our toes, to actually look through that, how is this technology going to affect the way we do business and how we run our countries. And then this development of capability and identify the dependencies that we have when this technology is adopted, and try to see that how do I mitigate the dangers of those dependencies. This is where I think the thought process would be, And this is where I think the roadmap for the next 5 years for us.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you all the panelists for taking time out and agreeing to do this for the audience. I see the room is full and a lot of people waiting on the sides as well. Thank you all for paying attention. Please put your hands together for the esteemed panel that we have here together. We have to conclude this panel only for the paucity of time. Otherwise, we could have gone on. Thank you very much.
while embedding ethics, governance, and sustainability into economic systems. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Presenting the development sector, we have the pleasure of inviting the CEO of Piramal Foundation. He's a prominent education reform leader and also the founder of Kaivalya Education Foundation and the Piramal School of Leadership. He's over 20 years of experience in the development sector, including a significant tenure with Pratham, driving volunteer-led literacy campaigns in rural India. He's been recognized as an Ashoka Fellow, an Echoing Green Fellow, and Aspen India Fellow. He's also the recipient of Times Now Amazing Indian Award in Education. Thank you, Aditya, for joining us. On the government side, again, I'm privileged to request Ms. Manisha Verma, Additional Chief Secretary, SEEID, Maharashtra. She's a 1993 batch IAS officer who has contributed to drafting transformative regulations in India like the National Food Security Act, the Forest Rights Act, the National Food Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Right to Education, Magnera, and others. She's been felicitated by the Honorable President, the Honorable Prime Minister, Niti Aayog, Honorable Governor, and Honorable Chief Minister for various initiatives, and is also a recipient of Maharashtra Foundation Award for Outstanding Public Services. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And to kick us off, I'm delighted to welcome Romal Shetty, CEO of Deloitte South Asia, to take the discussion forward. Thank you so much, Romal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and always a privilege to have a wonderful panel here. So maybe I'll kick off first with you, Arundhati, to start with. As you know, when we did our study, obviously you and Aditya were significant contributors to that study. We've seen that the informal workforce basically faces about 5 really systemic roadblocks. One is being discovered and trusted. Second is getting some steady demand. Third is getting fair and timely payment. Then upskilling, that sort of translates into higher productivity. And of course, accessing protections, insurance and others. So how do you see these challenges playing out in the future, and what or which of it must be prioritized in the next 12 to 18 months?
So given the fact that ours is a very populous nation, I don't think we have a way other than a digital way of addressing these solutions. In the sense that you might have a worker, say a person who works as a plumber, who might be really, really good at his job, and there might be very good opportunities in his village or in the village next to his, but he has no idea that it exists. So this lack of knowledge is not something that you can manage to do away with unless you have some kind of a marketplace where people can put in not only their credentials and their experience, but also be able to access the opportunities that are there for their kinds of jobs. That's one piece. The second piece is that unless and until we put all of these people together, we would also not understand what is the upskilling that is required for such people. Because more and more as days go by, we are realizing that everything is changing. All of the technology is changing. And the change in technology is such that requires people to be further upskilled. Now, how do you get that upskilling? How do you ensure that you have a verifiable certification, that you have gone through that upskilling? Again, you have got to come back to the digital area. Third is regarding getting payment on time, as you said. This is something, by the way, which is a very big problem across India. And it does not only impact your the blue-collar workers, it impacts even the MSMEs and the SMEs. And sadly enough, I would say it is the big corporates that are the worst at this, including the government. Means I cannot not include the government over there, because getting payments on time in India is something that is not considered to be at all important. It is one of the things that you do last. You have to do it, so you do it at some point of time. And this is not something that speaks well for us as a country. It really adds to the difficulty in doing business, because you're not funding people the moment that they need to be funded in. And there has to be an accountability for all of this, which unless if you use a digital platform, there is no footprint There is no footprint about the delays that are taking place unless you put a digital platform to this. So I think, you know, in the report that we put out together, and I think there were other people, especially your people, Deloitte people, who did a lot of work on this, who actually suggested a platform where all of these things could be comprehensively addressed. Now, I was just asking Romil before coming in over here that India is great at putting out fantastic reports. At the end of the reports, who is charged with the execution? Who is really accountable? That if it doesn't get executed, there is a downside to it. We have no such, you know, downsides. We have suggestions, we have reports, and then we don't have a person who's charged with the execution. I think it's time for all of us to understand that reports are great, suggestions are fantastic, but there has to be an authority that will take charge of this, will run with it, and be accountable for actually implementing it, because there are some really, really good suggestions over there that need to be implemented.
Thank you, Arundhati, and you know why she was the SBI chairperson, because she's got a strong mind of her own and always you know, willing to challenge the status quo, which I think in her own life as well as, of course, in the various positions that she's held. Thank you, Arundhati. So Manisha, a question to you now, and this is really about Maharashtra, you know, obviously. Could you sort of share an overview of the work being undertaken by your department for the benefit of all the delegates here, and how is it working towards enhancing human capital and social inclusion?
So first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm looking forward for a great dialogue with this esteemed panel members as well as all of you. I head the Department of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation. That is why it is written SEED, so it's not a very common kind of a department. This is a newly constituted department in Maharashtra, and to put it simply, it is overseeing the entire vocational education spectrum. So there is 1,000+ institutes, ITIs, government and private, which are the cutting edge, you know, they are the cradle of creating skilled workforce for the industries, manufacturing and service sector, but mainly the manufacturing. And so all the ITIs are under the department oversight. But we are also looking at short-term skilling programs through our Maharashtra State Skilling Society. So all the Government of India programs and the state budget resources for skilling. Then we have a state board of vocational education and training. So if you are a private provider of skill training, then the accreditation and recognition of the courses is done by our state board, and affiliation is also given, because today you know that there is lot of duping of people, ordinary people. There is no information as to whether the courses which are given in the market are actually accredited or have a value. So this body does the independent assessment of the training institutes and gives affiliation and recognition. And then to complete this spectrum of, because you know that the students from ITIs or from people who are doing vocational education, they might have aspirations for higher education and independently also. So we recently set up a public State Skills University, Ratan Tata State Skills University in Maharashtra. So that is also doing pretty well now, I mean in its infant stages. And then we have a Maharashtra State Innovation Society, which is under my department, which is looking at promotion of startups and incubators. So this is a whole spectrum of the work that we are doing. But not to miss out the vulnerable groups for social inclusion, we are also partnering with agencies to do skilling for jail inmates, prisoners in jail, people with disabilities, women, tribal areas and all. So that in brief is the work that we are doing.
Thank you, Manisha. Aditya, one of our core insights from our study was that productivity gaps often come from sort of inefficient workflows and tooling deficit rather than any work effort. So as we look to increase productivity 10x to really realize Viksit Bharat aspirations, what guardrails do you think should be in place so that technology augments workers, improves their safety and earnings, and does not really replace them altogether?
Yeah. So thank you very much for having me on this panel. It was great fun to be part of the committee at Niti Aayog as well, which put this together, thanks to Deloitte's efforts. I think when we're talking about this informal labor force, we're all imagining this electrician who's coming to our house, right? And so we're imagining an upgrade of that. We at the Piramal Foundation are working with the bottom quartile of India. Okay? Largely the top quartile is sitting in this room and driving the growth. The next quartile sort of supports that growth by being drivers, electricians, plumbers. The next quartile is just about surviving. And the fourth quartile, honestly, first of all, you have to tune into it to even understand how badly off there are. There are still, as per official statistics, over 200 million people in India in poverty, right? So the areas where we focus, which are the 5 eastern states, for example, I mean, so when you're talking about productivity deficit, just I'll give you a few statistics, right? Because we're imagining this is a plumber who's coming into my house, and how do I increase this thing? But what about the women? 50% of India is women, right? And the states where we work with, Jharkhand, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Bihar, these states today, the number is at 36% of women getting married below the age of 18. What is going to be my productivity gap? I got married before the age of 18. My productivity is measured by how fast I produce the first child and the second child. And all my energy is going into just taking care of children. What is AI going to do for this girl who by the age of 20 has 2 children and at home? Right? What is it going to do for the tribal who's still in the Dandakaranya forest in South Chhattisgarh? So that group of people has lower growth rate than the median of India. As it is, they were lower, and they have lower growth rate. So really increasing productivity for that group, I think, is going to be key, because it's not about taking the top quartile to $29,000, right? That is going to happen, or it's going to happen because there are automatic mechanisms in place in the market to incentivize that productivity gain. The bottom quartile is not yet plugged into the market, right? These are the 70 million people who are in poverty in these 5 states. Out of them, the statistic is not having 40% of those families don't have even one person who has had 6 years of education in the family. 6 years, we're not talking about 10th standard. So a lot of our programs are designed on, okay, 10th standard kiya, uske baad you're going to do ITI, you're going to do this thing. So this bottom quartile really needs, I think productivity gains are going to come by us understanding why the bottom quartile is not involved in the market, and what do we need to do 3 times, 4 times as hard so that they're not pulling the median of India down.
I mean, and you know, as consultants, when we look at these reports, and I can tell you from the Niti one was, I think these kind of inputs, because it's very easy sometimes just to be far off and sort of give recommendation, but when you realize the nitty-gritties as well, I think you realize that there have to be different solutions, and I think this report was where really different sets of people came together to contribute. Arundhati, back to you in terms of, we created this persona-led, the carpenter, the cultivator, and we chose this because challenges differ, right? So cultivators face sort of volatility and information gaps, artisan face sort of market access, middleman dependence, textile workers face skills and technology gaps, and trade workers, of course, face income insecurity, migration, of course, pressures as well. So how do you balance a centralized approach while ensuring each person's unique challenge are solved for?
So basically, again, there cannot be a cookie-cutter solution to all of this. Because the persuasions are so different, the challenges are so different, you necessarily need to solve for people in different ways. There are certain fundamental issues that bother all of these, whether it's a issue of access, issue of health, issue of basic understanding and literacy. These are all basic issues that need to get fixed at a very low level, in the sense at a very early level in their lives. But if you are looking beyond that, and if you are looking at vertical wise the different kinds of people and the different ecosystems that they work for, you necessarily will have to come up with different solutions. And again, here I think this is where the stakeholder, which is the major stakeholder, which is the government has a role to play, because it is the government that is going to enable the ecosystem to help these people to grow. For them to grow on their own, like was being said by him, the upper quartile people can help themselves. the people who are absolutely at the lower quartile, they actually need help. And I remember one incident where, we used to run this Youth for India program in State Bank of India, where we had people taking a gap year, coming and serving in the villages. Now, one such guy was serving in one of these villages of Dang tribals who work with bamboo. And he discovered that the equipments that they were working the bamboo with were basically Stone Age equipments. Literally Stone Age equipments. Now, just by changing the nature of the equipments that they were working with, and again, nothing very fancy, nothing with technology or AI, but just changing those equipments improved the quality of the product so much that it had a much better purchase in the market. So, solutions may be something that's very simple, but it is something that has to be innovated there by actually getting knowledge of what really is holding them back. So I think, again, this is something that needs a lot of work, and it needs a lot of work by people at that place, which again has to be partly the government.
And in fact, the the platform that the committee recommended, in some sense, was to also help to Uberize, to create demand, to also build skills also. So as long as you have a simple phone, you could actually use it. So I think that was actually done as well. So Manisha, coming to the sort of the startup ecosystem, and and obviously Maharashtra has been doing phenomenally well in the startup ecosystem. So could you share how you're driving societal impact through this startup ecosystem?
I think honestly, startup ecosystem is something that is organically grown, and government should not be taken too much credit. I was just sharing with Arundhati ji with you before, and we were entering that some things are on autopilot, and government should just catalyze or facilitate and not obstruct the growth. I think that is. But nevertheless, I would like to say that we have been trying from the government, Maharashtra government side, to really kind of catalyze this ecosystem which is there in Maharashtra. Maharashtra has 35,000, nearly 35,000 startups currently registered by DPIIT, and it is the leading state. And some of the things that we have been doing actually is to create this, get this culture penetrated across the state. Initially, we saw that their startups were primarily centered around Mumbai because of the ecosystem and Pune. But today, I'm happy to share that every district in Maharashtra, including Gadchiroli, has minimum of 25 startups registered. So can you imagine that? So we've tried to do it through multiple ways, like having hackathons, grand challenges, startup yatras, involving the college students and the rural areas as much, creating district level committees, led by collector, but having an entire ecosystem of stakeholders, including principals, ITIs, the district industries officers, the MSME clusters. Then we also give some support of financial, because not all startups are capable of prototyping and then, getting the quality testing done. So we do some reimbursement for IPR, for domestic patents or, international patents. We are helping them to obtain quality testing and certification. But a very unique experiment that we have done, I think, and which we can, take genuine credit of, is our very unique program called Startup Week. We invite startups from across the country. We get nearly close to 3,000 entries every year. And they are shortlisted by an independent jury of domain experts, VCs. And then we have their pitching done before second round of independent jury. Now, these are not startups. We are looking at startups and their technologies and innovations which have a large social impact. So just to give you an example, the sectors are actually clean energy, mobility, agriculture, health, education, fintech. These are the kind of sectors. So I'm happy to share some examples, like there was a startup, and then we give them as awards, direct work orders up to 25 lakhs. Recently, we have increased from 15 to 25. So otherwise, startups are stuck for procurement policies of the government. They are not able to compete with the tender systems that are there. So we give them a direct work orders as winning prize. And then we connect them with the domain departments to roll out their innovations. And that has been very helpful for our startups to gain visibility and even gain international, markets and investors. So some of our startups have really grown up, like there's Sagar Defense. Now today it's called Sagar Defense. We started with their, now today their technology has been upgraded for marine surveillance, and Indian Navy has also placed orders and they've created a manufacturing plant near Nasik. We have new docks recently. It was our winner from ITI and IIT and other people who have created a very beautiful, home diagnostic app. On phone, you can have more than 30 health parameters at a very low cost. We have Pad Care, which has done the entire thing of menstrual hygiene management and disposal of sanitary pads in a sustainable way. We did their pilots in Mantralaya itself to do the, see the proof of concept and give them the work order. So we have, I think it is New Motors, I remember, very interesting for physically challenged people, that their wheelchair converts into a battery-operated two-wheeler when it for the disabled person. So I can cite lot of examples, and I would say even in the areas of agriculture and clean energy. So these are kind of some efforts that we have been doing, and hopefully we'll take it to the next level with the help of such experts.
I think it's fantastic work. And on a lighter note, of course, Manisha ji, we also struggle on the tender side. So, so maybe Aditya.
It's a skill in itself.
So Aditya, I mean, from your experiences, where do digital or sort of AI-led interventions for the informal force sort of break down, and what are some of the learnings from the past? So like you said, that's you bucketed into the 4 categories as well.
So we've done a lot of digitization work. In fact, we've showcased it even at the expo, and we work with the government to digitize government health systems, digitize government education systems, agri, water, any space. Digitization normally adds value. But here, when we are talking about the informal labor force, I think we have to look at the mental model here. When we are talking about white-collar workers, right, like Deloitte or a lawyer firm, they got aggregated more than 40, 50 years ago, right? If you went back 100 years ago, you had an individual chartered accountant, an individual lawyer, an individual banker, or an individual consultant. Now you have firms. Now, as soon as you've aggregated, you get lots of benefits because you get specialization, and then you can reintegrate to offer a more complex service, right? Or you get more skill capability growth for each person. You can get quality standards. The customer knows what he's buying, right? So in the white-collar workforce, this has already happened. In the blue-collar workforce, on the other hand, tell me where you will go for quality of electrician, right? You'll end up asking your neighbors, हाँ वो अच्छा करता है लेकिन वो आता नहीं है. What about a carpenter, tailor? हाँ वो blouse अच्छा सिखाने, मतलब मैं आपको भेजता हूँ, right? We've not yet organized the blue-collar workforce in a way in which the customer can choose quality predictably, right? As an urban consumer, I will face more than 80 brands a day. Even my salt is branded, it's catch. You walk into a village today, nothing is branded, right? तो उस माझी के पास जाओ, वहाँ पे हींग अच्छी मिलती है. So the need to aggregate is very critical to improve quality of service. And this is what we tried with our farmer produce organizations in order they could improve. But if you see, there are multiple models for this aggregation, right? You can have the Fab India type model, right? The Fab Indias and the type model where it's a private sector, Fab India, high design. High designs helped the entire supply chain in leather. Fab India helped in the entire textile supply chain, right? You can go in that private sector type model. The second model is that you can actually go in the Amul and the Seva model, which the firm itself is owned by the farmers. Today, when I buy Amul milk, 90% of what I pay goes back to the farmer, right? When you buy Nestle milk, it doesn't go back to the farmer. So when you buy Seva, when you buy Lijjat Papad, 90% is going back to the last person because it's organized as a cooperative. And the third is then you've got the urban clap model, right? Which is saying, okay, I will certify the person and he's got a 4.5 rating, so therefore you choose him. You choose this physiotherapist, you choose this carpenter, you choose this plumber. All these are aggregating in different ways and distributing incentives in different ways. I think unless we think of, but for the artisan who's 45 years old and doing a traditional kalamkari, you're expecting that someone's going to come and choose this particular piece without having branded that as a whole. I think actually his productivity is quite high. The problem is his realizations are not that high. What he's able to realize from the market is not as great as the actual craft. His actual understanding of where the design market is going in Paris or in New York or in Delhi is not as high in order to adapt his designs. And so the constraints, I think, is about aggregation of these workers, which is why I think the government's main program of NRLM, the National Rural Livelihood Mission, and the SRLM, which is of course very, very powerful in Maharashtra, Bihar, I think is extremely critical for aggregating workers at various levels in order that then you can improve quality, deploy technology, create incentives, create a common expectation of quality. Because otherwise, as a consumer, I'm not going to be willing to pay unless I'm sure of a certain quality level.
So I have a last question to each of you. So what I'll request is maybe just a minute or two, quick one. So Arundhati, as part of the study, if you remember, we met about 70 personas. We had 70 stories, we had 70 different aspirations. But they all represent a 490 million workforce, 90% of the country's workforce. These are numbers, I believe, these are numbers, but I believe the stories matter actually more. And as a reflection, if you could share a persona which stuck with you the most during our exercise.
Well, one of the personas I think that stuck with me quite a lot was the hospitality sector. Now, that's a sector that's doing really well across India and across the world. And yet, it's a sector where we really haven't done anything very much, especially for the segment that is below the tier 1 cities. Whether you talk about the level of service, whether you talk about hygiene, whether you talk about the way that India tells its stories. And there are so many stories that India can tell, because this is a civilization that is 5,000 years old, and there are so many things that you can showcase over here. You have nature, you have the mountains, you have the seas, you have culture, you have temples, you have old structures. Like, you ask for it and it is there. And yet, this is one sector where we really haven't done well. And it's very difficult to understand why. People in countries with far, far less are doing much, much better. And this also is a very labor-intensive sector. We talk about people not having enough jobs, and why not? Because this is a sector that can provide a lot of jobs. There are so many wonders in this country which we ourselves as Indians have not witnessed. Okay? And this, I think, is something that the government needs to take up on a really urgent footing, because not everything is going to happen on from the private side. But of course, the private sector coming in over here in full force, along with the government, should actually mean a great deal to us, because this is also not going to be something that is not going to give us foreign exchange. It will give us foreign exchange. It will give us enough amount of employment. And more than anything else, I think, it will showcase what India is all about, which I think is very important. So if you ask me, that was one place that I thought, we could do a separate study just on that to see whether we could do something more for that particular segment.
And I can tell you she was as passionate then also. I remember this discussion as well, specifically, but it is a fact that hospitality tourism actually is a force multiplier, because it also impacts so many industries, right? So, Manisha, in terms of industry partnerships, so really when it comes to employment, an important ally is industry partnership. What special efforts are there to sort of deepen collaboration between industry and the government for societal impact? A quick...
Okay, before I go to industry, I just quickly wanted to respond, because I remembered I was few years ago tribal department secretary, and we used to have a small fund called Nucleus Budget Fund, which was untied. We could do some locally contextualized responses. So I do remember one of my department officers saying कि मैम मुझे tribal areas में homestays बनाने हैं. And beyond Nasik, there's Bhandardara Falls and area, and there is fireflies. There is a cluster of tribal villages which have got these fireflies before the monsoon sets in. It's a beautiful sight. I would ask some of you to explore if you haven't. And then I funded that times few homestays, which was just a 1 lakh rupee for villagers to make some extra room and furnish it with iron furniture, 1 bed and mattress and something. They couldn't even afford that because they were all small marginal farmers. And I forgot about it. And I did it out of the way because there was no such scheme, but I designed it for them because I trusted my officer that he'll use it well. And then he said, "Ma'am, aap aana, wo log acha business kar rahe hain." And 3 years ago, I had left the department few years ago, and I traveled to Bhandardara area to catch this fireflies. And he said, "Ma'am, वो आपको याद कर रहे हैं कि आप उनके घर आके खाना खाना." So around from 11 at night till 2 in the morning, I was looking at that tract of fireflies, and then I visited that village hamlet. She cooked that jwari, bhakri and everything, and she was so happy to share with me, the lady of the house, कि मॅम ये वाला कमरा है, आपण पाहुणेसाठी घेतो आम्ही, महाराष्ट्रीयन जेवण त्यांना देतो, मतलब we are giving authentic Maharashtra food, and lot of people come and stay in my room. So one example, I just got some warm remembrances. And I'm sure there are so many efforts that are happening, but as ma'am was saying, we have so much to do in terms of aggregation, a systematic kind of approach to kind of tap the potential of tourism as well as our rich culture and diversity that we have. Coming quickly to industry, we've created, industry has a major role because we keep talking about industry-aligned courses, matchmaking for the job seeker and job provider, but it is our industries which are the job providers, whether it is small scale industries, MSMEs, or they are big industry associations or service sector. So what we have done is actually to modernize curriculum of our ITIs. We have created a PPP policy, public-private partnership, in which we are ensuring that if an industry-led anchor partner is there, we will give our ITI management to the industry for 10 years or 20 years. And we will give them freedom to design curriculum, to have expert faculty, and even converge our resources. This is something that Maharashtra did before. Recently, Government of India has also announced PM Setu scheme, which is akin to this kind of concept of developing ITIs along with industry partnership. But on a regular basis also, we are trying to tap industry expertise for OJT on the job training, apprenticeship programs, advising our institutions, academic institutions. Another good example I would just like to share, because it's a recent one, we have introduced short-term training courses and opened the ITI to non-ITI students in the evening for optimal utilization. So in the evenings and on, we can have short-term skilling programs. We are looking for partnerships. One good partnership we have done is with Mahindra Tractors in Gadchiroli for tribal students again. And we've done the first batch of certification in Mahindra Tractors technology, and with 100% placement in Gadchiroli. So some things like these, I can give you examples of industry partnerships.
Thank you, Manisha. Aditya,
but one line, this is not enough. These are, we really need industry to engage very deeply. There are structural kind of issues that we are really open to partnerships, but I think industry needs to come forward.
Aditya, final question to you. Of course, the Piramal Foundation has really deep experience in community-led development, the last mile governance, and of course, behavioral change. in your view, what behavioral change levers are the most critical to sort of unlock adoption and also trust amongst the informal workers?
You're asking a question about which we spend all our time on, and I'm going to try and summarize it in 2 minutes. Let me give you an example of a very basic technology, right? Government of India has a huge national digitization program for healthcare workers. There are over 1 million ASHA workers in India who are the last mile delivery for all health services. An ASHA worker still in many states has a manual register in which she fills up the pregnancies. She has 54 different things to track. She has a separate register for pregnancies, separate register for TB, separate register for nutrition, separate register for adolescent girls. In most states, that was not yet. Now you'd imagine, come on, that's like the easiest thing to automate, right? Because it's a tool, she goes to each home, there's a geotagging, and then you have the database, and then you fill up what's the latest problem, so that her surveys are more efficient. Bihar alone, and we went into Bihar to try to digitize this, and Bihar alone has over 100,000 ASHA workers, right? And we thought, ye to 3 mahine mein ho jayega, because we had the technology. The point is that technology adoption is a separate skill from the technology, right? And when you think of technology adoption, again, we're thinking of the white-collar person in this room. When we saw the people who had to adopt this, we saw that they were in 4 categories. Category 1 is people who are over 50, okay, and have never used any technology. She's not even used a dumb phone. Now suddenly you're asking her on the smartphone to collect her wage. She's saying, "Bitiya ko de do, wo kar degi." Okay? So we have to remember that there are people who are 50 to 75 and they're in the government workforce as ASHA workers, right? So there's a people who don't even have dumb phone. That's about a quartile. The second quartile is people who still have a dumb phone and not a smartphone. So they use it for call. Call ke alawa, not even SMS. You use it for call and you use it for emergency. You're not using it for work. You're not used to how will you use it for work? When I press here, what happens? Where does it go? How does that data come back here? Who's looking at it? These are all the questions going in their mind because which is saying, वहाँ पे नहीं बताएंगे, आपको आके ऑफिस में बता देते हैं. यहाँ पे भी जब मैं लिखता हूँ, तो पता तो चलता है कि ये रजिस्टर मेरे पास है. यहाँ पे लिख दिया तो होगा नहीं तो फिर बाद में अफसर पूछेंगे मुझे. So there is a huge fear of this technology adoption. Then there's a third quartile which has smartphones but is not used to using it for business. Right? That is used for, my son watches YouTube, I have Prime Video, all those sort of things. But using it for business, business means whatever work I'm doing, you're not used to because gaon mein waisa hota nahi. And then the top one is typically younger people who are, young ASHA workers from 25 to 35 who have a smartphone, who are going out, who are also selling something on the side, also running some side business. They're really smart. So the adoption depends on the profile of the workers inside and how far they have adopted. And typically we design one-size-fits-all type programs, and there's a group of people who already knew how to do it, and there's a group of people who's never going to do it. And I think this is very critical to really imagine that there is not one India, there are at least 4 Indias on any dimension. And to first understand that and then tailor our programs to that, I think all adoption can happen.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is, you can see the wealth of experience, the depth of knowledge, and the willingness to work. You can clearly see from industry, from the development sector, from the government. So I think sometimes we feel a bit disheartened but whenever we hear stories and if we see leaders like this, that India's in good hands. So thank you everyone for such a wonderful panel. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
If you want to feel more confident in your ability to use your time, your most precious resource, the only thing that you can't make more of, Time Management Mastery is the course you should take. I'm Alexis Hasselberger. Check out my course on Udemy.
Are you looking to transition your career into data science and find a place in companies like Meta, Google, or even Amazon? If your answer is yes, then learning Python is a must. Fundamental clarity of Python concepts is the gateway to becoming a successful data scientist at any of these top product companies. What if I tell you, in just 3 hours, you can learn the most essential skills for any aspiring data scientist, and that too for free? Yes, you heard it right. Scala is organizing this free data science bootcamp to help you learn Python from scratch. You will also get to explore the must-know libraries used in Python and exploratory data analysis using Python. Click here to register and don't forget to attend.
Welcome, everybody! This is the day that the Lord has made. And not only is it a new day, y'all, this is the first Sunday of our next decade of ministry together. Let's give the Lord a praise for a new day and a new decade. Promise you one thing, everybody who's in on this right now, you're about to see God do some great things. Sometimes I look in the mirror, I see all these gray hairs coming up in my beard, and I feel like grayer and greater go together. So I feel like the grayer I get, the greater. Anyway, I'll work on that before I make a t-shirt. I want you to hug somebody, especially if they look like they almost didn't come to church, but they found that wrinkled shirt and put it on and got here anyway. Hug for me, 21 people for our 21st year of ministry. You'll have to move around a little bit, but get it done. Welcome to all of our campuses. Welcome to our eFam all around the world. I'm sending you a hug across the internet, a worldwide hug. Let us know where you're joining from, would you? Just put your city and your state and your name. Maybe your favorite candy. I don't know. Put on the list if you had a good Valentine's weekend, if you celebrate that kind of pagan holiday. I was playing. You know, as we move into this time of worship, I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to join us for Elevation Nights 2026, coming up on February 24th through Thursday, March 5th. Now here's where we're going to be headed. And if you know somebody, if you're part of our local church and you know somebody in one of these cities, let them know. But maybe you live close enough to get there. Hershey, Pennsylvania, Brooklyn, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, Grand Rapids, Knoxville, Columbus, and Chicago. So help me get the word out. We're gonna be taking our team, Elevation Worship, Elevation Rhythm, me, Holly, the whole family, going out on the road to bring the good news of the resurrection of Jesus Christ to a city near you. Tickets are limited. Go to elevationnights.com. Also, Friday when you wake up, you're gonna feel a little tired. You're gonna have gone through a whole week, people getting on your nerves, things that happen during a normal week. But if you'll go over to Apple Music or Spotify or Amazon Music or Pandora, and you'll put in Elevation Worship, you'll find a brand new album waiting for you on Friday, February the 20th. And you'll be singing, I call God on the mountain. All these songs that we've been singing for months, and you've been watching the bootleg YouTube videos that these online pirates put out before we're ready to release it. Well, tell somebody, the wait is over. The worship is here. Friday. Get it, so be it. I think it's our best album yet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How many came for a word from God today? Make some noise. I want to draw your attention while you're standing to John chapter 9, please. I've got a brand new Bible. Chunks and Amy gave me a brand new Bible for our 20th birthday. So let's take it for a spin and see how it preaches. I was insulted. They gave me a large print Bible. I'm like, what is that supposed to mean? So since it was a large print Bible, I thought I'd preach about the blind man in John chapter 9. I'm so thankful that you're here. John chapter 9 is a great chapter, and you may do well to read the whole thing when you get home. I'm going to deal with the first half of this story. The scriptures are coming on the screen. As he went along, he saw a man, Jesus saw a man, blind from birth. Now, can we preach a whole message about that? As he went along, he saw a man blind from birth. The man didn't see Jesus, but Jesus saw the man. Yeah, we could preach a whole sermon on that, about how when you weren't even looking for him, he found you. His disciples, verse 2, asked him, Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Neither. Jesus sums up an entire theological library in one word, neither. Both options are stupid. Neither this man nor his parents sinned, said Jesus. But this happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him. As long as it is day, we must do the works of him who sent me. Night is coming when no one can work. While I'm in the world, I am the light of the world. After saying this, he spit on the ground, made some mud with the saliva, and put it on the man's eyes. Go, he told him, wash in the pool of Siloam. This word means sent. So the man went and washed and came home seeing. Oh, that's good. He went and washed and came home seeing. His neighbors and those who had formerly seen him begging asked, isn't this the same man who used to sit and beg? Some claimed that he was. Others said, no, he only looks like him. But he himself insisted, I'm the man. It's me. How then were your eyes open, they asked. He replied, the man they call Jesus made some mud and put it on my eyes. Yeah, I know, it wasn't pretty. I know, I didn't see it coming, literally. He made some mud and put it on my eyes, and he told me to go to Siloam and wash. So I went and washed, and then I could see. I want to talk to you today about when waiting isn't working. When waiting isn't working. Put that in the chat, please, or the comments if you're watching later. When waiting isn't working, not getting better, not healing the wound. When waiting isn't working, nothing's changing. No doors are opening. I want to talk about that today. When waiting isn't working. And I gave the message a subtitle too. The subtitle is Muddy Moves. Muddy moves. Tell somebody, I make muddy moves. Yeah, Father, bless your word in Jesus' name. Amen. You may be seated. How long would you sit there? If I just came up here, made you wait. Now we need to have an altar call for lying, for all of you who said all day. I mean, they don't even stay till I do my invitation half the time. I'm tripping over people in the back of the parking lot, talking about all day. No, really, how long would you sit there? You know, waiting. Sometimes it's worth the wait. Sometimes it's not. When I first met Holly, she was on a dating probation, a probationary period. And the thing was, she just wanted to take some time to really be anchored in her values when she went to college before she got entangled with somebody who may or may not share those values, right? And I think that's great because I can attest to the fact that she is absolutely worth the wait. But I was in line, and I cut in line, and I put her on my ministry team. So whenever the Lord spoke to her that the probation had been lifted and the wait is over, I wanted to be the one. Yeah. And here we are, 27 years of being Valentines. 27 years. You learn a lot about love in 27 years. You learn a lot about Valentine's Day. You learn to go out 2 days before Valentine's Day to the restaurant and be at the restaurant when they're not overbooking the place, putting you at a little table somewhere in the bathroom and charging you full price on Valentine's Day. We go out on February 12th. And yet what amazes me is that as long as this woman has known me, there are certain things that she still does not understand about the difference in our dynamic. So when we were going out on our Valentine's Day date 2 days early, a few days ago, I came upstairs after my workout and I'm sweating and I'm not ready and we have to leave for the reservation in just a few minutes. And she's finishing getting ready and she looks at me and it's like, nicely, she's trying to do a nice thing. She's like, do you want me to push the reservation back? And I'm like, you don't need to push the reservation back. How do you not know after all these years of being married to me that it doesn't take me long? I mean, Holly, I love you, thank you for asking, but we both know that you finishing getting ready and me getting ready all the way from the starting point of readiness in the beginning. Like, I can take a shower, get dressed, write a song, support a missionary. In the time you can put on this lip gloss. I don't know how that works out, but it doesn't take me long. When I get ready, I do it quick. It amazes me in the scripture how much Jesus did with so little time on earth. You hear in John chapter 9, he makes this statement, as long as I am in the world, I'm the light of the world. But I've got to do the work that God called me to do in the window that God gave me to do it. And that might be a word for you too. I've got to do the work that God called me to do in the window that God gave me to do it. And that will help you put off procrastination, and that'll help you sometimes stop thinking that you've always got more time than you really do. But when Jesus said, I must work the works of him who sent me while it's day, I think he was also reminding his disciples, it doesn't take me long. And I want to remind somebody today, and maybe this will be the whole reason you came for the message, that it doesn't take God long. Yeah. It doesn't. The one who created
on the other side of this quest, there are also big risks. And so that's the purpose, that's the reason AI Safety Connect was founded. AI Safety Connect is there to help shape the frontier AI safety and secure agenda towards what I would frame as commonsensical AI risk management. AI Safety Connect has been founded to encourage global majority engagement into frontier AI safety. And AI Safety Connect has been connected to showcase concrete governance coordination mechanisms, tools, and solutions.
So how we do this? We convene at each AI summit. So last year we started in Paris, this year in India, next year we're going to be in Switzerland. But we also convene at the UN General Assembly, right? We need a faster tempo for this safety discussion. So every 6 months, we have this global convening. We also do capacity building, and we also do trust building exercises at time behind closed doors.
Well, this week in New Delhi has been an intense one, an impactful one. On Tuesday, we had a full day of panels, conference, solution demonstrations, and closed-door workshop discussions on some specific nuts to crack to advance AI safety. We, for example, had the privilege of hosting Prime Minister Dick Schoof from the Netherlands on stage to deliver a special address on the role of top leadership in advancing AI safety. Also engage with industry, engage with academia of India and abroad.
So we had an extremely busy week beside our main event. We had this closed door discussion that I was mentioning yesterday and today, these closed door scientific dialogues. We're going to publish the results soon, that brought together senior industry leaders to discuss shared responsibility for AI safety.
Well, obviously, none of this would happen without partnership. And we want to thank our co-hosts, the International Association for the Safe and Ethical AI and its director, Professor Stuart Russell, to whom I will hand over the floor in a few minutes, and the Digital Empowerment Foundation, who is anchoring us at the grassroots here with Osama Manzoor. We'll close the session later on. And we obviously want to thank our sponsors and supporters, starting with Simpatico Ventures. Eileen Donahoe will moderate that panel, and we're thankful for that. The Future of Life Institute, Ima and Jan, who's been supporting this effort, and the Minderu Foundation, whose team is here as well with team. And it's great to have your support, and we are thankful for that. Yeah.
So today we're about to hear from His Excellency Matthias Cormann, who's the Secretary General of the OECD. We're going to hear from Her Excellency Ms. Josephine Teo, who is the Minister for Digital Development and Information at the Government of Singapore. Thank you for your continuous support. Really appreciate that. Same for Jan Tallinn, who's the AI investor, but also a founding engineer at Skype and the co-founder of the Future of Life Institute. And last but not least, we also have Minister Deo, who's going to be with us from Malaysia, Minister for Digital Development and Information. Thank you, Minister. As well as Vice President Kim, for digital and AI at the World Bank. So an extremely important conversation to have.
And before we welcome you to the stage, I would like to hand over the floor to Professor Stuart Russell to say a few words and to speak about also what's happening next week in Paris. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cyrus and Nico. As Nico mentioned, the International Association for Safe and Ethical AI, or ICI, the world's worst acronym, is a global, democratic, scientific and professional society. We have several thousand members and approaching 200 affiliate organizations. Our mission is to ensure that AI systems operate safely and ethically for the benefit of humanity. And as Nico mentioned, our second annual conference will take place in Paris starting on Tuesday. It's still, I think, possible to register, but we're already up over 1,300 people coming. It's at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. So achieving this mission of ensuring that AI systems operate safely and ethically is partly a technical challenge. How do we even build systems that have that property? But also a governance challenge. How do we ensure that those are the systems and only those systems get built? And this panel is mainly about this second challenge. And I think it's one on which global coordination is essential, because the harms, whether it's psychological damage to the next generation or loss of human control altogether, those harms cross borders, and we must coordinate to make sure that they don't happen or they don't originate anywhere. And it's, I think, fitting that we are having this summit here in India, which has really, among other things, championed the idea that everyone on Earth should have a say. And so with that, I will hand over to Eileen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. So Dr. Eileen Donahoe is the founder and managing partner of Simpatico Ventures. She's also the former US Special Envoy and coordinator for digital freedom and the ambassador to the UNHCR. Eileen?
We welcome the speaker on the floor. Please, Your Excellency, Mr. Matthias Cormann, Mr. Gobind Singh Deo, Mrs. Josephine Theo, and Mr. Jan Tallinn, as well as Mr. Sangbu Kim, join us on stage. Thank you.
Okay, given this remarkable panel and the very short time we have, let me very briefly frame our discussion and get right to our speakers. So we're here to share views on the opportunity for policymakers to impact international AI governance. As the race towards AGI and superintelligence intensifies, AI safety advocates face a compounding challenge. The technology is advancing rapidly and being deployed with minimal guardrails, while the risk management processes that do exist are either ill-adapted to the magnitude of the risk, fragmented across jurisdictions, or insufficiently binding on developers, deployers, investors, and regulators. The result is an unharmonized governance landscape that fails to shape the behavioral incentives of those building and funding frontier AI. Economies, governments, and societies do not respond well to such mixed signals. While much of the discourse on frontier AI safety has focused on AI superpowers, there's an urgent need for deeper international diplomacy on the most extreme risks. At this juncture, middle powers and global majority states can't be seen as peripheral actors in this landscape. Through pooled resources, market leverage, normative influence, and regulatory innovation, they can shape the direction of global AI practices and safeties. Leading from the middle may turn out to be a more powerful approach than previously anticipated. Whether or not that collective power is exercised now will determine whether international AI governance moves from the rhetorical level to the real-world impact on safety. This panel will aim to identify present-day coordination gaps in international AI safety and highlight practical steps policymakers can take in the coming months to close them. So to our panel, I'll start with Secretary General Cormann. The OECD has done remarkable work over the past decade, developing consensus on the OECD principles, providing a definition of AI systems that has resonated internationally, and playing an international role in operationalize the Hiroshima International Code of Conduct. Along with those foundations, we now have the International AI Safety Report and the Singapore Consensus on Global AI Safety Research Priorities. With these principles, definitions, and frameworks in mind, two-part question for you. First, what are the key lessons learned from the process of building consensus and then implementing these frameworks? And then second, looking ahead, what's the most critical piece of coordinated frontier AI safety infrastructure we should be building now? Some have called for an international incident response center, and we're all curious whether you think that should be a priority and achievable.
Just some small, easy questions. In terms of, what is the key to success? What is the sort of most important lesson on like looking back on what we need? Trust is built through inclusion and on the basis of objective evidence. And I think what we've learned over the last few years is that bringing together all the relevant actors, governments, companies, civil society, technical experts is what we need to do. I mean, each has a different perspective and different imperatives. I mean, markets reward the private sector for speed, scale, and innovation, while governments must manage risk and protect the public interest without stifling progress. But a challenge, and it's been mentioned in some of the opening remarks, a challenge for policymakers in this context is that AI is moving much faster than policy cycles have traditionally moved, which easily then creates gaps between innovation and progress and opportunity, but necessary oversight, mitigation and management of risk. But all sides in this conversation do share an essential common interest, and that is to ensure that the systems that are developing are trustworthy, because without public trust in the end, even the most powerful AI tools will struggle to gain broad adoption. So that means that occasionally, and it's not always popular with everyone, but occasionally we should slow down. Occasionally we should actually pause, test, monitor, audit, share information, and take the time and invest in building confidence that these systems can work and as intended and respect fundamental rights. So that's sort of, I guess, the first point. Another critical lesson involves international consistency. I mean, and this is part of the reason why these sorts of summits are so important, is to really facilitate these conversations among countries and among different jurisdictions, because I mean, national priorities can vary quite widely, and there's of course fragmentation and compliance cost-related risks. And I mean, and at the OECD, I mean, really what we've been doing for 6 decades now across different policy areas is to try and reduce fragmentation, and by achieving alignment around key principles, building shared evidence, and facilitating the necessary conversations to develop a more coherent, better coordinated approach moving forward. And on AI, I mean, we've developed developed the OECD AI principles, which were first adopted in 2019 and which are now adhered to by 50 countries around the world. And that was really the first globally recognized baseline for trustworthy AI. The OECD's life cycle definition of an AI system has since shaped policy frameworks from the EU AI Act to US executive orders. And we've had just earlier the meeting of the Global Partnership on AI, co-chaired by Korea and Singapore. We've got the OECD AI Policy Observatory, which is sort of essentially the broad gamut of all of the different policy approaches around the world to provide countries and industries with data and evidence on what's being done, facilitating peer learning, and trying to take some of the politics and the rhetoric out of it, but really looking at the facts. Now, looking ahead, and you sort of ask a question here about what to do about the risk. I mean, the most critical piece of frontier AI safety infrastructure is coordinated transparency and incident reporting. I mean, the Hiroshima AI Process Code of Conduct and its reporting framework, launched at the AI Action Summit in Paris last year, that's a promising step, and we've got to continue to develop that. Since their publication, 25 organizations across 9 countries have already submitted detailed reports on how they manage AI risks, offering for the first time a comparable view of developer practices across jurisdictions. I mean, the next stage is to strengthen information sharing on AI failures and near misses. The GPI AI Common Framework for Incident Reporting aims to help us collectively learn from mistakes before they scale globally, and over time this could evolve into an international AI incident response center coordinating alerts between governments and labs without exposing companies to commercial or legal penalties for reporting in good faith. Finally, we do need to scale access to practical safety tools. With global partners, the OECD recently launched an open call for open source safety and evaluation tools hosted in the OECD.ai catalog of tools and metrics to make a trustworthy AI easier to implement in practice. I mean, these are some initiatives to form the foundation of a more transparent, data-driven and interoperable AI governance ecosystem, and really about building shared trust, not just shared rules.
Thank you excellent. Minister Teo, a number of questions for you, but let me start with the fact that Singapore occupies a very distinctive position in the global geostrategic landscape as a pro-innovation, advanced knowledge economy with deep commercial and diplomatic ties to both the US and China. As the race to AGI intensifies and bilateral tensions mount, is there a role for Singapore and other middle powers to play in bridging the coordination gap to keep scientific and safety channels open? And also, what's the most important step middle powers can take in the next 12 months to help establish a shared minimum understanding of frontier safety?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I think there is no running away from the fact that for smaller states, and that includes Singapore, the technology that our companies, our citizens are going to rely on do not originate from our shores. So they don't necessarily come within our jurisdictions. We don't always get to set the rules. Having said that, I do believe that we're not without agency. It doesn't mean that we take a step back and just let things happen to us. There are still things that we can do. One of the most important things I think as policymakers is for us to think about what it takes to translate what we know from science into policy. And I wanted to just say why this is so important. In our case, as policymakers, the key questions will always be, are the policies that we make effective? And also, policies always come with trade-offs. With the question of effectiveness, there is always a need to understand what actually works, as opposed to what looks good on paper. With the question of trade-offs, it's about understanding what we lose as a result of whatever safety aspects it is that we choose to put in place, and whether we can minimize them, can we mitigate them. Now, in areas where safety is the objective, we can't just go with gut, we can't just go with speculation. You take, for example, in my previous life, I was working on promoting Singapore's air hub, and we had to deal with the question of aviation safety. We were expanding our airport. It was going to carry many more passengers in and out of the country, but we are limited by the number of runways. And in landscape Singapore, you can't just click your finger and say, let's build a new runway. It's very expensive anyway. Then there is the question of what do you do when you have these jumbo jets like A380s? Because each time an A380 hits the runway, it creates so much of a blast that you really need to create more distance between the A380 taking off and the next aircraft that is scheduled to take off. Now, this is not a question that the transport minister can just decide on a whim. The air traffic management has to decide on its policy of how much distance is considered safe between landings, or rather between takeoffs. And to answer this question, you really need to invest in the research. You need to invest in understanding the tests. So the science is one part of it. But between science to policy, you are actually going to need a lot of tests. You are going to need a lot of simulations. And you need to understand whether the distances that you decide are safe works well in in a thunderstorm, a tropical thunderstorm. Does it work just as well in a snowstorm? Well, we don't have snow in Singapore, but you think about the airline that operates this. If each country that they fly into has a different safety distance, that creates some difficulty. So we therefore think that not only is there a need to invest in understanding the science, not only is there a need in understanding what testing looks like, what good testing looks like. There is also a need for us to think about what standards that will eventually be interoperable. What do they look like? Which is why we think that international efforts, the collaboration that that is being carried forward by the OECD through the Global Partnership on AI, the AI Safety Connect effort, and also ICI. Where is Stuart now? Those kinds of efforts you can't do away without. At the outset, there is likely to be a bit of a fragmentation, and the trade-off with not having these conversations is that we are not even going to make advances in AI safety. And I don't think that that's a very good place for us to be in. It doesn't give us the assurance that we can deliver to our citizens. And it does not create a foundation of trust that will eventually help us to push ahead with the use of this technology on a wider scale. So that's how we are thinking about it, Eileen.
Thank you. So let me turn to Minister Gobind from Malaysia, and note that under your leadership and Malaysia's 2025 ASEAN chairmanship, Malaysia succeeded in placing AI at the center of ASEAN's agenda by establishing the ASEAN AI Safety Network. Malaysia is now finalizing its own AI National Action Plan, and Malaysia's AI Governance Bill is expected in Parliament in 2026. So this dual track approach of building national capacity while leading regional coordination represents a model of middle power agency that other countries are watching closely. So what lessons do you think other middle powers can draw from Malaysia's experience? And on the ASEAN AI Safety Network, we have to note that operationalizing it will require sustained political will, technical capacity, and resources. So what concrete steps must ASEAN take in the next 12 to 18 months to ensure that this isn't just aspirational?
Thank you very much. The conversation around AI has gained a lot of traction. It is today something that people are concerned about across the globe. And I think in this context, we can also anticipate that countries will also be looking to build ecosystems that prepare their countries for not just AI, but for next generation technology as well. And when we look at it from that angle, we can expect that new technology is going to bring with it benefits, but also risks, which must be dealt with. Now, in this context, Malaysia has looked at building infrastructure that will not just look at how we can develop AI, but also ensure that when we get our citizens to adopt AI and we look towards scaling it, we are sure that it is safe. This is a conversation that needs to be reflected on well. First, I think we got to acknowledge the fact that we do not know everything. And this is why, to Minister Josephine's point, it is very important for us to invest in expertise. Because governments consist of politicians. Politicians, of course, run governments. But AI is an area that's developing so fast. People are already talking about what they anticipate next. And of course, the risks which will come with that new and next generation technology as well. So when you start talking about it from an expertise context, you also have to start looking at building institutions that will allow this expertise together with resources to shape policies that government can implement to deal with the risks of next generation technology. Now, having said that, we will find that many countries are still thinking about how that should develop in their own countries. Similar to Malaysia, when we started the Ministry of Digital just 2 years ago, we were asked to consider how we can develop an ecosystem which deals with AI and the benefits and risks that it brings together with it. Now, I think what is important is for us to acknowledge the fact that when we speak about AI, we also speak about cross-border threats. Now, when we speak about cross-border threats, we want to make sure that when we talk about ecosystems. We have an ecosystem domestically which is secure, but we also want to make sure that there are conversations with friends around us and in the region, and of course eventually globally, that understand that there is this problem that needs to be dealt with, and it needs to be dealt with collectively. We all understand the risks. We all develop domestic systems to deal with these risks, institutions domestically which deals with this risk. But we want to also make sure that the standards that we create, the institutions that work for us, are institutions that can work with other countries around us, standards which are interoperable, so that you will eventually be able to develop standards which are acceptable regionally and even globally. Now, for that to start, you really got to start strengthening your domestic systems first. I think where you take steps and real steps to build ecosystems that work, then from there, through those experiences and those lessons, you would understand how the discussion shapes. And when you start having discussions with friends of yours in the region about their ecosystems as well, their domestic processes, then I think that's where the connect begins. Because otherwise the conversation becomes largely academic, because you think about a particular process, you are speaking about something that is in your mind, but you haven't actually developed it domestically yet. So Malaysia has moved quite aggressively in this context. We have rolled out several projects which are led by the National AI Office. What the National AI Office does is quite unique. It really speaks to different industries and tries to understand what risks are involved in different sectors. AI across different sectors means that we will look at risks across different sectors as well. So how do you deal with this? There has to be conversations. Conversations need to begin and to proceed and to sustain. And I think ultimately this is the reason why we have summits like this. And these summits are very, very important, because when we come to these summits, then we find that there's so much more that other countries have actually done, which we can do as well. And I think we've also seen the reverse, where other countries ask us what we have done and how it is they perhaps can also try and implement what it is we have done based on the experiences that we have had. So this, of course, brings us to the ASEAN AI Safe initiative. What we want to do is try and build on what it is I've just said before. We want to make sure that as a country that understands the challenge that AI brings in terms of risks, we build ecosystems domestically. Subsequent to that, of course, we have groups of experts that talk to us about building standards that perhaps will be applicable around us regionally. But we need to take these conversations to the states around us. And for us, it's ASEAN. I think, the ASEAN member states have been very cooperative in looking at collaboration when it comes to building common standards. So this is the reason why we thought that it was important for us to start pushing ahead with an initiative which brings it together, so that these conversations do not remain conversations. It's an ambition. We want to create something, but I think that ambition has to translate to action. And in order for that to happen, as I said earlier, we need to have institutions that exist, that are able to coordinate, ensure that the conversations don't remain just conversations, but translate into real action. And ultimately, we have tangible results, in the sense that we see institutions in different ASEAN member states being able to work with each other to deal with threats, particularly when those threats occur in our domestic system, so that we can share this information about what those threats are, so that the ASEAN member states can actually learn from our experiences and prepare for eventualities like that in their countries. And ultimately, also when it comes to larger threats, online fraud, for example, scams, you have deep fakes today, you have huge concerns about certain vulnerable groups that are going to be impacted, children, the older folk, and so on and so forth, right? So this is something that stretches across the region. How do we deal with it in a coordinated way and ensure that the conversation doesn't just stop with the government of the day, but it's a conversation that expands over a period of time with clear policies that we can actually execute. The second layer that I think we need to think about is in the event there's a need for execution. When we speak about risks in AI and we speak about how we're going to govern these risks, we often talk about standards, we often talk about regulation, we even speak about legislation at times for areas that pose higher risks. But ultimately, it really comes back down to you making sure you have an agency that can enforce it. Because you can have the best standards, regulations, and legislation, But if there is no institution that's really able to implement those standards, to ensure that they are properly implemented, and also to ensure that rules for failure to implement are enforced, then those standards, regulation, and policies are really going to be just strong on paper, but they're not going to really have that impact that you need. So again, how do you build this mechanism across ASEAN, where every country strengthens themselves domestically first, and then moves across to the other ASEAN member states, and hopes to learn from their experiences, so that we can together move ahead in this new world of AI, and I think the threats that we anticipate in future. Now, the third part to it, I think, which is really important, is also ensuring that whilst this goes on, you create those policies, you have institutions that enforce, and the discussions persist at an ASEAN level. I think what is important is also to have that expertise looking at what comes next. We must make sure that our countries are prepared for the risks that are to come with the next generation technology. This is important because you don't want a situation where when new technology is adopted and there are risks that come with this new technology, you're not prepared. I think that's something we want to avoid, and that's the reason why I come back to where I started off. We really need to look at building institutions that have the expertise and, of course, are able to sustain as we go along, and to build and deliver something that's impactful. Sorry, but that's in short what we are doing in Malaysia today.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, let me turn to Vice President Kim and talk about the World Bank, which has been at the forefront of digital public infrastructure, helping countries leapfrog legacy systems. We note that frontier AI systems, though, are arriving in the global south under very different conditions from previous waves of technology, and governments are under pressure to deploy AI systems quickly, often using models that haven't been adequately tested, let alone certified for their context, languages, or risk tolerances. So how can the World Bank help Global South countries move from being passive recipients of frontier AI to active shapers of safety and reliability requirements before the systems are deployed at scale?
Thank you. In one word, definitely we need to make our clients well prepared before from the scratch. When they just they design the AI systems, definitely they need to design the safety architecture within the system. That's very, in general, that's very correct. But real challenge is that nobody can really expect a new type of new threat, especially our some countries in a low capacity. It is really hard to figure out what that will be. So that's the in order to tackle that type of irony and dilemma, we need to very closely working with very developed economies, company and government, and very high-end, the examples, so that we can really well connect those good examples to the developing world. So one partnership is in one of the good example we are helping our country. For example, some big tech company who is running some red teams, so that they are trying very hard to attack their system in advance by fully utilizing AI. So through that type of practice and experiment, they can learn how to prevent the AI attack in the future, which is pretty much possible. So in this way, it is inevitable for our developing countries to keep tracked on the new trend and new innovation, even in this safety protection area. It is the only way. So I have to admit that this constraint. But think about, there's some anecdotal story in East Asia, in China and in Korea. There's two merchants who is selling two products. Number one is sphere, and then they are just keep saying that this sphere is so strong, so it can get through any kind of shield. So this is one vendor. The other vendor is selling shield, and then they saying that this shield is one of the most safe and strong shields. So no sphere can get through this shield. This is exactly ironical situation. If you think about AI attack is the sphere. So AI is so strong and smart and then really capable, so it can get through and hack any system with high-end intelligence and knowledge. But good news is that on the other hand, we also can build strong protective system by fully utilizing AI. So this is one good news, but the constraint is that we do not clearly know how AI can really evolve to fully protect those big attack in the future. So it is in order to solve this type of ironical situation from the developing world point of view and from the World Bank point of view, this is the only way to very closely work and collaborate and learn from the advanced technology and advanced company and advanced country.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, Mr. Jan Tallinn, you occupy a very rare position in this landscape as a founding engineer of Skype, an early investor in DeepMind and Anthropic, and you're also the co-founder of the Future of Life Institute, which last October released a statement on superintelligence calling for a prohibition on superintelligent development until two conditions are met. Number one, broad scientific consensus that it can be done safely and controllably. And second, strong public buy-in. Let's just ask the hard question. What would an effective prohibition look like in practice? How could that work?
Thank you very much. So I think I'm kind of like a little bit different from the people on this planet, on this panel, and most that too, I guess. That I'm kind of my main kind of threat vector about my main worries about future are less about like how AI is being deployed and diffused and taken into practice, and I'm way more worried about what is happening in the labs in the top AI companies because they are now in a cutthroat race to build something that is smarter than they are. They are in a cutthroat race to build superintelligence, and like I mean, we just saw yesterday the picture where with a photo with Narendra Modi, Dario Amadei and Sam Altman refused to link hands. I mean, this is like indicative. We also saw both Dario and Demis Hassabis call for like slowdown in Davos last month. They just can't do it alone. And I think there are like two reasons why it's kind of unfortunate situation. One is that the US as a country is conflicted. They basically rely on AI for their economic and competitive power. So they're like very hesitant to kind of meddle with now cutthroat situation in AI companies. And the rest of the world really doesn't understand how big danger they are now. So it's part of the reason why we did the superintelligence statement is to kind of create kind of awareness that there is increasing political demand to do something about this situation. We now have more than 130,000 signatures, which is like many times more than we had done our original 6 months post letter had in 2023. So yeah, that's like if there was kind of enough pressure, I think clearly like the rest of the world is still kind of more powerful than the kind of leading AI countries. There are more people, there's more economic power, etc. And so if there was like enough pressure this could be solved. Like the way I put it is that it's super hard to do like a $10 billion project. It's impossible to do it if it's illegal. So like having like these trillions flow into AI actually makes it easier to govern than harder.
Yeah. So I'm tempted to follow up with a question about investors and their potential role in this. They are obviously playing a decisive role in shaping the incentives, but they're largely absent from the governance conversation. So what would it take to bring investors meaningfully into the safety conversation?
So yeah, I think the answer is there is kind of simple. Like I don't think investors play much of a role anymore because the leading AI companies now are kind of above the level where private investors can influence them. They will now IPO soon, and if you are like on IPO market, there is like sort of level playing field, which means that like if somebody's not funding, somebody else will. So yeah, I don't think investors could have affected things, but like 5-10 years ago.
Great. Okay, so since we're running short on time, I'm going to ask one question and ask you all to answer it, which is about the 12-month window. Very shortly, each shortly. Many in the AI safety community believe we have a narrow window, perhaps 12 to 24 months before frontier AI capabilities advance beyond our ability to evaluate and govern them. So what would you recommend is prioritized between now and we're basically in the next year to 2 years, each of you, to enhance safety and security?
Are we limited to one? One priority?
As long as you do it quickly, you can do a couple.
I think there are two really. I think the AI safety research priorities need to be refreshed because the field has moved so quickly. The Singapore consensus identified a set, but as soon as they are published, we recognize that they will be out of date. So we need to refresh it. That's why we're going to have the second edition, worked on, hopefully in a few months. The second thing I think is that we can't just keep thinking about frameworks, and guidelines. At some point, we need to be able to introduce better testing tools. And until we are able to do so, the companies that are developing and deploying AI models, they also don't have a very practical way of giving assurance. So I'd like to see in the next 12 months some further advancements in those two areas.
I'll be really quick. I mean, I know there's always a temptation in these sorts of conversations. What is the one thing that can sort of fix it all? And the truth is, there is not one thing. We've got to go as fast as we can to play catch up to a degree, but we've also got to go as comprehensive and as deep as we can. I mean, there's just no alternative. And I mean, there's catch up to be played. We got to put a real effort in. It's got to be right across the board. And I mean, I don't think that you can just say there's the one thing that will make us all safe and it's going to be okay.
Minister Gobind?
I think, as I said earlier, we need to start thinking how we can build structures and perhaps institutionalize this entire conversation about building security around AI and its governance. In this regard, we have to understand that things are going to move very quickly and you're going to see new technology develop very fast, which brings new risks as well. So in that regard, you got to build something that's sustainable. And I think in order to do that, institutionalizing it should be the priority.
Everyone is really rushing for AI system development, AI solution development. That means AI safety measures currently underinvested. So I really like to urge all of us to think about this is not free, things. We need to spend some money to protect the system in advance from the scratch when you design the system. So that means we should allocate some money to fully invest in this safety measure in advance.
Great. Jan Talen.
So slow down. We really need to slow down. The companies are not asking for it. And if we like instrumental to that would be basically transparency. Like more people should know what the leaders of AI companies know in order to basically understand how crucial the slowdown now is.
Great. Well, I believe we have a little bit of a close coming, and thank you all so much. I wish we had had a day to talk about all of these issues, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eileen, and this fantastic panel, excellencies, colleagues, friends. What we've heard today confirms something important. The coordination gap frontier in AI safety is real, and it is urgent. And as we've discussed today, it is closable.
And before I hand over the floor to Osama Manzar to close her off for a few minutes of remarks and reflection, I'd like to invite you all to the United Nations General Assembly, the next edition in New York, where we hope to organize the 4th edition of AI Safety Connect, and hopefully with many of the great policymakers and leaders we have heard from today, to carry forward that collective effort. Osama, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And we are one of those absentee co-organizer in this one. So, because being a local, but I just want to, apart from thanking each one of you who didn't get up and, go out of the room, and every one of you who gave all the safety remarks before usage of AI. On behalf of 40 million people that we have reached out in the last 23 years and billions of the other people whom we are going to work for, I want to suggest that the entire safety aspect of AI should be more from please save people from AI, right? Because that's the safety. Like it's a car on the road. We have to save people before you teach people how to think. So we also have to keep a very, very strong thing. How do we save human intelligence from artificial intelligence? And how do we inbuild in the safety guards and all the ethics and all the policy playbooks? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I know you have to rush.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Hey.
Sorry about that. It's impossible to get around anyway.
Ima?
आंधी आए तो पर्वत बन जाऊंगा,
आग लगे तो दरिया बन जाऊंगा,
भूख लगे तो रोटी बन जाऊंगी।
ये कर पाएंगे क्या? इनका तो पता नहीं, पर उसने तो कर दिखाया। कोटक फ्लेक्सी कैप फंड 15 सालों से मार्केट के अप्स एंड डाउन्स में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ लार्ज, मिड और स्मॉल कैप में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, जिससे इन्वेस्टर्स को लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टेड रहने का हौसला भी मिलता है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार के जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಕೋಚಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕೋಚ್. ಚಾಚು, ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಯಾಕೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು?
ಸೆಂಚುರಿಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ಇದನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಇದನ್ನು?
ಇದನ್ನ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 101 ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ನ ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಇದೆ ಸಖತ್ ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಲೈಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಕೇವಲ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಸನ್ಫ್ಲವರ್ ಆಯಿಲ್
ವೆಲ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಚಾಚು
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕೋಚು
ये जो बातों ही बातों में मेरी आंखों के डीएम में स्लाइडिंग करती है ना अच्छा लगता है
समुंदर पार मैं तेरे
90s की लव स्टोरी चाहती हूँ
साम दाम दंड भेद सब अपनाऊंगा
तो अपनाओ
जान तेरे कदमों के नीचे आ गया
Tu és nosso rei, tu és nosso rei, tu és nosso rei para sempre. Ordena livramento, ordena salvação, ordena livramento, ó Deus fiel. Em ti nos gloriamos, em ti esperamos, em ti nos gloriamos, ó Senhor dos exércitos. Salmo 3 Salmo 3 Na mistura entrego o meu espírito. Salmo trinizado, Salmo trininho, em ti, Senhor, me refúgio. Jamais seja eu envergonhado. Livra-me segundo a tua justiça. Inclina os teus ouvidos a mim. Sê para mim rocha forte, casa fortificada para me salvar. Pois tu és a minha rocha e a minha fortaleza, por amor do teu nome guia-me. Tira-me da rede que me armaram, pois tu és o meu abrigo. Em tuas mãos entrego o meu espírito. Tu me remiste, Senhor fiel. Aborreço os que se apegam a ídolos vãos, mas eu confio no Senhor. Alegro-me e exulto na tua misericórdia, porque viste a minha aflição. Conheceste as angústias da minha alma, não me entregaste nas mãos do inimigo. Firmaste meus pés em lugar espaçoso e fortaleceste o meu interior. Tem misericórdia de mim, Senhor, pois estou angustiado. Meus olhos se consomem em tristeza, mas em ti permanece minha esperança. Sou como vaso quebrado, esquecido no meio dos homens, mas eu confio em ti, ó Senhor. Tu és o meu Deus. Meus dias estão nas tuas mãos. Livra-me dos que me perseguem. Faze resplandecer o teu rosto sobre teu servo. Salva-me por tua misericórdia. Sede fortes todos os que esperais no Senhor. Ele fortalece o coração confiante. Amém ao Senhor todos os seus santos. Ele guarda os fiéis. Em tuas mãos entrego o meu espírito. Em tuas mãos entrego o meu espírito. Tu és o Deus da verdade. Tu és o meu refúgio eterno. Faze brilhar o teu rosto. Faze brilhar o teu rosto sobre teu servo, ó Senhor fiel. Em ti me refúgio. Em ti confio. Em ti me refúgio. Para sempre. Sede fortes e firmes, vós que esperais no Senhor. Sede fortes e firmes, pois Ele sustém o seu povo. Em tuas mãos entrego o meu espírito. Em tuas mãos entrego o meu espírito. Em tuas mãos entrego o meu espírito. Ó Deus eterno.
Como começar na área de marketing digital? Com o curso Complete Digital Marketing na Udemy. Você vai conquistar habilidades e conhecimento em pesquisa de mercado, marketing por e-mail, redação publicitária, redes sociais, sites e muito mais para aumentar sua confiança e conquistar o primeiro emprego no espaço do marketing digital. Gostou? Garanta seu curso agora mesmo e não pare de estudar.
Que pratica o engano. Amas o mal mais do que o bem, a mentira mais do que a verdade. Amas palavras que consomem, ó língua enganosa e soberba. Deus te derrubará para sempre. Arrebatará da tua morada, te arrancará da terra dos viventes, pois o Senhor é justo em seus caminhos. Os justos verão e temerão, e rirão da tua confiança vã, e dirão: Eis o homem que não fez de Deus a sua força, mas confiou na abundância das riquezas. Quanto a mim, sou como oliveira verdejante na casa do Deus eterno. Confio na misericórdia do Senhor, agora e por toda a eternidade. Sempre te louvarei pelo que fizeste, esperarei no teu nome, pois é bom. Na presença dos teus santos, descansarei na tua fidelidade. Não na força do homem, não na astúcia enganosa, mas na misericórdia do Senhor está a minha segurança. Tu permaneces para sempre, tua fidelidade não falha. Tu permaneces para sempre, ó Deus de verdade. Sou como oliveira verde em tua casa, plantado diante da tua face. Sou como oliveira verde em tua casa, sustentado por tua mão. Sempre te louvarei, sempre esperarei em teu nome. Sempre te louvarei, pois o teu nome é bom. Sempre te louvarei, sempre esperarei em teu nome. Sempre te louvarei para todo sempre.
Salmo 26. Integridade diante do altar do Senhor. Salmo utilizado. Salmo 26. Exame, Senhor, examina-me. Sonda o meu coração e os meus pensamentos, pois a tua misericórdia está diante dos meus olhos e tenho andado na tua verdade. Não me assento com homens falsos, nem caminho com os que praticam engano. Aborreço a assembleia dos malignos e não me assento com os perversos. Lavo as minhas mãos na inocência e rodeio o teu altar, ó Senhor, para proclamar em voz alta o louvor e anunciar todas as tuas maravilhas. Senhor, a habitação da tua casa e o lugar onde a tua glória reside. Não colhas a minha alma com pecadores,
nea mia.
Talent sovereignty. And I'm glad that's what my country needs to boost its economy. Two, an AI that is inclusive. From the artificial general intelligence race to responsible democratized AI inclusion. Democratization of AI with inclusion, which I touched upon in my keynote at the AI for Good Global Summit in Geneva last year, has become a core focus area for not just India, but even for the United Nations and the rest of the world. I'm seeing how India is leading a shift from the artificial general intelligence race to responsible, democratized AI inclusion. Democratization of the AI Kosh as a key enabler for India's digital public infrastructure, 7,500 data sets and 273 models have already been deployed as natural resources to build AI solutions across sectors. Allow me to share my 2 cents on the affordability of AI compute power under the India AI mission. Well, to your surprise, it is less than 2 cents per minute. How's that for democratization? Inclusion of different Indian startups, researchers and developers. Social inclusion of different cultures, languages, disabilities and even gender equality. Overall inclusion of human capital, innovation, social empowerment and the list goes on. Three, an AI that is impactful. From safe, innovative, actionable AI to impactful AI. Let's move to impact and let's do it a bit differently here. How about I share my own use case of an AI model just released by India? Thanks to my recently completed certification course from the India AI mission, I observed how every single bit of content was exemplified with an India-specific use case impacting lives, businesses, and industries. So here's my impact story. When I was 6, I read in a book on AI. Are you born with AI? This had been made available globally on Amazon and even had been acknowledged by His Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Sir Antonio Guterres, and the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Thanks to Indian full-stack AI sovereign AI model now in place, Sarvam AI, I'm able to translate my book into 22 different Indian languages, and boosting the sales of my book and contributing to India's GDP. Here's a sneak peek into this. So you can see here that I've translated it into Punjabi, Tamil, Hindi, and then 19 more languages, but obviously I can't fit on the slide. Impact 1. It helps me live my dream to drive AI literacy to all my friends out there, breaking language barriers. 2. It helps me support the National Education Policy 2020 by Government of India by introducing AI literacy from grade 3 onwards. Democratization checked. 3. It helps me have a wider reach as an author, boosting the sales and the royalty I get from the book. Business impact and GDP contribution checked. So, if a Gen Alpha can contribute to AI literacy countrywide by first writing a book on artificial intelligence, then using AI tools to make illustrations to make it relevant for young minds, and then further use Indian AI tools to translate it into multiple Indian languages, boosting the sales of his book and the royalty to contribute contribute to India's GDP at age 8, I am confident that each and every one of you can leave your impact with the relevant Indian AI models. Amalgamating, be a geopolitically driven or an inclusive AI impact fabric, and there is no assurance that any country will get it all correct individually. My simple yet important message here is that we can all learn from each other and share our learnings to make this world more empowered with AI. And that is exactly what India is all set to do once the GPAI Council members convene and define the multilateral cooperation for responsible and inclusive AI, keeping in mind the value of a human connection. Also, me and my generation are part of this AI revolution too. We understand and observe how AI is being shaped up globally. Be it governments, be it tech giants, be it startups, or even scientists. We are not just at the receiving end. Do not forget, we are born with AI around us, and we will contribute and be the true agents of change of what you all build today. I stand for I, Generation Alpha. I stands for India. I stands for impact. And the world will witness all three when they have been raised to the power of AI. Sarvjan Hitai, Sarvjan Sukhai. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranveer. We have our next panel, which is next generation of techies. May I now invite Mr. Arvind Jain, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Glean, Ms. Navina Singh, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Credo AI, Malhar Bire, Chief Technology Officer, Origin Bio, and the panel will be moderated by Mr. Anirudh Suri, Managing Partner, India Internet Fund. In the meantime,
CO2 is to make products out of it, meaning that the storage is actually usage, hence the CCU. The benefits of CCU are that it can mean lowering need of fossil fuels, and when added with hydrogen or coupled with the hydrogen economy, the C in CO2, meaning the carbon, can result in new products that need less fossil fuels than before, meaning CCU products can replace fossil fuel in production. The benefits also are that one doesn't need storing capacity from any area, and one can replace different types of products with the CCU products. So this is all theoretical. This is how CCU very coarsely presented functions in practice. And after this simplification come all the legal realities this kind of activity can entail. And those legal realities are indeed rather complex. Let's now spend a few moments on discussing what the value chain approach to legal studies actually is. That is a concept we have been developing here with Emily and Susanna for a couple of years now, trying to encapsulate what we have actually done. Why the research we have done is probably somewhat different from the research done in environmental law previously by any of us, or by others. In our publications, we call it value chain approach to legal dogmatics. It could also be value chain approach to regulatory studies or regulation theory, meaning instead of focusing on individual regulatory instruments, we analyze multiple of them that are at the cause of certain value chain. The value chain has the CCU activity at the heart of it, meaning there's always an installation that captures CO2 from its gaseous effluents. Whether the work is any different from the traditional legal dogmatics or regulatory approach to legal studies is a good question, and often in my thinking revolves around the differentiation between law and society or text and context. We do study legal instruments, their text, their scope, their interpretations, but we also are very sensitive to the context, the societal context in which the legal instruments are used and are active. More specifically, what we are interested in, or what we have been interested in, is how different legal instruments treat value chains or their components. Do they recognize that the activity they regulate is part of a value chain? Do the instruments regulate carbon or CO2 or neither? Are they completely blind to the fact that the activity that they regulate is actually part of a CCU value chain? And does the EU regulation understand or manage the circularity of carbon at all? These are the questions that we have been thinking together for some years now. The discussion more broadly is about the fragmented nature of environmental law that is reality across the world. Environmental law has often developed crises first. So there's always been a problem, environmental problem, that policymakers had used regulatory tools to address. It means that we often have abundance of environmental law instruments, and the holistic picture or the interaction of those instruments in same shared reality is perhaps not as well thought through as the content of the specific instruments. On the other hand, regulation also accumulates. It accumulates to activities of certain actors when another type of actors are left with a bit less attention. Our work also highlights the importance of the regulatory object, meaning we have been really thinking through what the different regulatory instruments in EU environmental law actually try to achieve. And also, what is the scope of the instruments? To how big parts of the value chain each regulatory instrument covers. Also, why CCU then? CCU as a topic has been selected because combating climate change cannot be done by only replacing or reducing fossil fuels, but it also means that we need to replace virgin fossil fuel carbon with recycled carbon. And the question of recycled carbon is at the heart of these CCU value chains. And now comes an answer to the difficult question of why to study fields like plastic production. The question is that even if we were successful in reaching the policy aims of reducing the unnecessary use of plastics, we would still need to have plastics in some so-called hard-to-abate sectors. For example, if thinking hospitals, that kind of use, or other. And of course, in those hard-to-abate sectors, using recycled carbon instead of fossil carbon would be, environmentally speaking, more sensible. And the work is also coupled with the question of sustainable use of biomass, because capturing the carbon and using it in production means that there is a new additional source of carbon, and also that the biomass that is used gets used more diversely, so we get more benefits out of it than before, which is of course in line with the waste hierarchy ideas we are having. The reason one of the reasons we have focused on this theme is that the EU policymakers see the need for CCU to be rather high. The graph I'm showing is from EU Commissions, which is the executive branch of EU legislator or EU in the EU political system. It's from Commission's Industrial Carbon Management Strategy that came out in 2024. And it shows just how much the Commission would like to see CCU increased in the area of EU by 2050. Here, the dark blue parts are carbon capture and storage, and the light blue are CCU, carbon capture and utilization. You can see that at 2030, which is relatively soon, there is almost no CCU use. But in 2040, there's already very many tens of megatons of CO2 captured and used, and in 2050, even more. So the political pressure and the thinking of policymakers in the EU is heavily on the side of capturing the CO2 as a way to tackle the climate crisis. And this is only from the climate perspective. As our research has shown, there are also very many other perspectives to CCU across the policy fields. Another image I'm showing as a background information is from a research study done in Finland in 2023, when we started our project. And this shows different type of carbon dioxide utilization opportunities and how they are from the viewpoint of climate change. We have atmospheric carbon dioxide, capture of it. We have biogenic carbon dioxide, which is what we have studied, and fossil carbon dioxide. And then we have different type of products. We have short-lived products like energy or single-use plastics. We have long-lived products, and we have geological storage or mineralization, which are permanent ways to remove CO2 from the cycle. And we can see from the graph that all of these activities, all of these sources of CO2 and all of the products that are produced can be quite different when it comes to climate neutrality, carbon removals, reduced emissions, or emissions themselves. So it actually depends heavily on the source of the CO2 and the length, lifetime length of the products, where they land on this table. And as we have been studying biogenic CO2 and products made out of it, we are around here. So the activity we study is from climate perspective, either carbon neutral or it's carbon removal. The story of the research is a bit more nuanced than this, but I will get to that in a short while. So, then to the value chains. By now, I've been repeatedly mentioning you that we have been studying some value chains, but what those value chains are in practice. This is here now very core simplification of reality of the economic world, meaning how businesses run their operations. In the first value chain, we have the waste incineration plant as the linchpin or the starting point or the central activity where the CO2 is captured. A waste incineration plant burns waste, which is waste and residue by definition, and it produces energy and CO2. CO2 is then used for chemicals and material production. Another value chain revolves around pulp mill. paper and pulp industry, producing paper, cardboard, other type of materials used in economy. The biomass comes from forests. In the northern hemisphere, where we are in Finland, we have lots of boreal forests that we use for the needs of forestry industry. And when the CO2 is captured, again, chemical and material products are being produced. In the red rectangular, we have highlighted the understanding of EU Commission of what a CCU value chain is. And you can see that the EU Commission understands the CCU value chains more narrowly than what we have understood. So they begin from the capture of CO2 and do not pay attention to the source, the feedstock of the CO2 emitting facility. And there are reasons why we have wanted to be more comprehensive in our study. And I hope that the detailed results explain why it has been so crucial. Now, this doesn't function quite well without the animations, but I think as such it can be quite illustrative example because it shows how very many different regulatory instruments are relevant for these value chains. The purpose of this slide is to show the scopes of the different instruments. Each regulatory instrument we have studied is marked with certain rectangular or square form. For example, here the gray one is the Waste Framework Directive, and the yellow one is EU Plastics Regulation. And each of the instrument has a scope of its own, and you can see how the scopes also overlap. And that overlap is the cumulative effect or accumulated regulation. The amount of the rectangulars is the fragmented environmental law, and the fact that some installations have multiple regulations in their scope tell about the accumulated regulation. And our analysis has started by doing these. We have identified
and
relevant
at some point you're going to start growing, but you can do a lot before. And I think one of the reasons why companies will be more lean now is because it's always, on an entrepreneur's mind. You're always thinking about, especially when you don't have enough resources, enough funding. You're always thinking about any piece of work that needs to happen. Can the machine do it? Can AI do it? And so that's sort of like that mindset of hey, I'm going to actually use AI to do most of the work that needs to get done in this company. That is what is going to actually create significant efficiencies and a way to defeat the incumbents.
Great. Let me move to you, Malhar. We had the opportunity to speak a little bit prior to the session. You've of course started very recently. So you started technically your first startup, I'm assuming, first startup in the AI age. And so talk to us about how you are both viewing entrepreneurship today. Is it any different than maybe, I'm sure you might have read some books or met entrepreneurs who've started earlier, venture capitalists who've started companies earlier in the earlier waves. What's your sense on the question I just asked Arvind as well? And secondly, how are you being AI first in the company that you've started? How are you leveraging AI, not just in the product itself, but even in the sort of organization, so to say?
Yeah, I think one thing is that because of how good AI has gotten, knowledge has gotten a lot more democratized, and so there's less of an excuse to actually